the Sunset Strip. Somebody's gonna make a happy trip tonight while the moon is bright. He's gonna have a bag of crazy toys to give the corners of the girls and boys. So day Santa comes on day. You come a-calling when the snow's the most, when all your cats are sleeping warm as toast, and you gonna flip when old Saint Nick plays a lick on a peppermint stick. You come a-flying from a higher place, you fill the stocking by the fireplace. So you have a you that's good. To the Sunset Strip, somebody's gonna make a happy trip tonight while the moon is bright. He's gonna have a bag of crazy toys to give the corners of the girls and boys. So dig, Santa comes on big. Come a-calling when it's the most, can't even warm his toast. And you gonna when the old Saint Nick is a lick on a peppermint stick. You come a-flying from the highest, fill the stockings by the foot. So you ever you that's good, ever you that's good, yeah, cool yo.
frosted window panes, candles gleaming inside, painted candy canes on the tree. Santa's on his way, he's filled his sleigh with things for you and for me. It's that time of year when the world falls in love. Every song you hear seems to say, Merry Christmas, may your New Year dreams come true. And this song of mine, in 3/4 time, wishes you and yours the same thing too. Inside, painted candy canes on the tree. Santa's on his way, he's filled his sleigh with lots of things for you, things for me. It's that time of year when the world falls in love. Every song you hear seems to say, Merry Christmas, may your New Year's dreams come true. Song of mine, in 3/4 time, wishes you and yours the same thing too. You and yours the same thing too. Merry Christmas, yeah, yeah. New Year dreams come.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the happiest season of all, with those holiday greetings and gay happy meetings when friends come to call. It's the happiest season of all. There'll be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time. Yes, the most wonderful time. Oh, the most wonderful time of the year.
Mr. Kringle is soon gonna jingle the bells that'll tingle all your troubles away. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag, 'cause Christmas is coming again. He's got a sleigh full, it's not gonna stay full. He's got stuff to drop at every stop of the way. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag, 'cause Christmas is coming again. He'll be here with the answer to the prayers that you made through the year. You'll get yours if you've done everything you should. Extra special good, he'll make this December the one you'll remember, the best and the merriest you ever did have. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag. Christmas is here again. Old Mr. Kringle is soon gonna jingle all the bells that'll tingle all your troubles away. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag. Christmas is here again. He's got a sleigh full and it's not gonna stay full. Got stuff that is dropping every stop of the way. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag. Christmas is here again. He'll be here with the answer to the prayer that you've made through the years. You'll get yours if you've done everything you should. Extra special good, he'll make this December the one you'll remember, the best and the merriest you ever did have. Everybody's waiting, they're all congregating, waiting for the man with the bag. Waiting for the man with the bag. Merry Christmas.
time is here. Everybody knows there's not a better time of year. Hear that sleigh, Santa's on his way. Hip hip parade for Christmas vacation. Got a ton of stuff to celebrate. Now it's getting closer, I can't wait. Gonna make this holiday as perfect as can be. Just wait and see this Christmas vacation. This old house sure is looking good. Got ourselves the finest snowman in the neighborhood. Ain't it fun? Always on the run. That's how it's done on Christmas vacation. Let's go deck the halls and light the lights. Get a toasted fire burning bright. Give St. Nick the warmest welcome that he's ever had. We're so glad it's Christmas vacation. And when the nights are peaceful and serene, we can cuddle up and do our Christmas dreaming. Christmas vacation.
Everyone, bring it up your line.
What's up, everybody? Hey, we are live here at Crowder's Camps. Welcome to our second annual Camp-a-thon. Who's excited in the house? Who's excited in the house? We got the studio audience right here. If you're tuning in, or maybe you came across this on your social media, throw it on your smart TV and watch it all day long, because we are going to be giving praise and honor to God for all He's done here. And it's going to be just a really cool day. So welcome to the Camp-a-thon. I'm extremely happy about this. I don't know if you guys, am I the only person happy about this? Grayson, are you happy about this? Grayson's happy. Everybody's happy about this, so I hope you are. We have a thing called Adopt a Box, and we are literally asking for donations to help support our ministry. They can be anywhere from $1 all the way to whatever God lays on your heart. $2, $5, $265. We'll show you that a little bit later. But we are a camp ministry called Crowder's Camps, and we run camps for kids and students in the summer times, and we do retreats all the rest of the year. We have, on a good year, not a COVID year, but on a good year, we have close to 13,000 kids that come to our campus every single year. And every single one of them are involved in discipleship, or they're hearing the gospel for the first time. So every dollar that you give helps to go to help expand that effort of reaching this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Christ. So we impact kids, your grandkids, your aunts and uncles. We impact a lot of people with our camp ministry, and who helps us do this is people like you who are generous with their money, and they help give. So again, we're not asking for any amount today. We're simply asking you to adopt a box, and there's 1 through 300 boxes. And so you simply give the amount that's on that box. So if God lays on your heart, take box number 5, then you donate $5. But all that together will help us raise about $40,000 today. Can we hoop it up for that? Come on. About $40,000. So that $40,000 can go towards scholarships, and also we have a little baby that we're trying to birth. And her or his name is Crowder Springs Camp. And it's going to be all for day camps this summer for 3rd through 6th graders. And it's going to be absolutely amazing. The building's being built right now. We're putting in a gaga ball pit and a basketball court over there. Small one, of course, not full size. But it's going to be an incredible day camp facility. So we're expanding our ministry already. So any dollar given today helps to scholarship kids and to help build that day camp for this summer, which we already have 2 weeks totally sold out of the 8 weeks that we're running. So let me introduce a couple people today. We have a few people in our studio. Can we get more people in our studio audience? Come on over here, guys. We got more people around me than just 3. We got a bunch of fat heads, but this is some of our summer staff that was here last summer. Let's hoop it up for them. Come on. We got Miss Emily and Hannah and Zach. You're going to be hearing from them on an interview video later. But that right there, that's Miss Cookie, Hannah Cook. We call her Cookie, though. She served on our summer staff last summer. Hannah, was it a blessing for you to serve on our summer staff? Did you see a bunch of lives change last year? Man, it was so incredible. Especially after coming after 2020, when COVID hit and not being able to do much at all. Last summer was like a miracle summer. And then we got JJ right here, Mr. Jacob Justice. Jacob, he works here full time. And Jacob, do you love working for a job you get to see lives change? Absolutely. Coming in the mix here is Caleb. Get over here. Get over here. Let me introduce you. We got Caleb Hayes. He handles all of our marketing here. He's a pretty awesome guy. Behind the camera right now is Grayson Phillips. We got right there behind that camera is Noah Oliver. Right here is Hannah. We got Nathan Vest over there being shy. He don't want to come over here. But we got all kinds of people. Come on over here, Nathan. Show yourself. Look at him running. Look at him running. The Lord's healed his back. All right, that's Nathan Vest right there. So we got a ton of people in the studio audience today. You're going to be hearing from all these guys about different things that's happened in their life. So today we're about raising money for camp and sharing about what all God's done. And through that process, we're also going to have a raffle. A raffle. Can you believe we're going to be giving a raffle? Yes. A raffle is when you throw when you give a certain amount, as far as I understand, when you give a certain amount, right? You're going to be put into a bowl, and in that bowl, we're going to stir it up at about 15 minutes till 8. We're going to pull some names out. We're going to win some cool stuff. All right, so Hannah is going to share with us what those categories are going to be today.
All right, Jen, you grab my boxes.
I got your boxes.
So if you give anywhere from 25 to 200,
Mm-hmm.
you will be entered into a raffle to get one of these really cool pullovers.
I give a camp.
I give a camp.
I give a camp pullover.
Camp.
We are not affiliated in any way with the Miami Dolphins.
You're not.
We're just not. We're
It's
just
just
not.
cool colors. That's
Yeah,
all.
cool colors. Yeah.
All right. And then if you give anywhere from $201 to $500, you will be entered in to win a private shoots party in January. The shoots are our snowless winter tubing,
Yeah.
and they're pretty cool.
Yeah,
They're a lot of fun.
and just so you guys know, if you're watching this now, we are totally sold out of all shoot sessions for this year. That's never happened in the history of our camp, but we are sold out. So if you want a shoot session, then you need to give to get into this raffle. Nathan, you're doing a great job holding
doing
that.
great.
You're doing a great job holding that.
All right, and then if you give anywhere from 501 to 999, you will be entered into a raffle to receive a family aerial park adventure for 10 people.
That is the teenagers say that's dope. Do they still say that?
It's pretty dope.
All right, so the aerial park
swag.
is a zip line. At the end of it, it's 5 obstacles. You get all harnessed up. You're in the air 30 feet. So you get to bring your whole family out, and our very skilled facilitators will facilitate your family. You just don't go do it by yourself.
Don't do it by yourself. That's not
But
safe.
we're going to help you through that, and then
All right, and then if you give 1,000 and up, you will be entered into a raffle to receive 3 family member slots to camp.
and you're going to get a pullover as well.
Oh, yeah, and a
You're going to get a
pullover.
pullover as well. But these three family spots, if you give $1,000 to our camp, to this ministry today, then you probably have a heart of gold, and you're probably just giving that. So we want to give you 3 camp spots so that you can take those 3 camp spots and literally give them out to whoever you want to. It can be for day camp or student camp. We'll take care of them. You get them here, we'll help. So we want to bless you by blessing us with some camp spots, okay? So Hannah, before you go, what's one of your favorite things about camp? I mean, you were here last summer. You stayed here for 10 weeks. What was one of your favorite things about camp?
I think one of my favorite things about camp was getting to watch the life-changing kids when they would come into worship and just seeing them completely just worship in front of the Lord.
Yeah. So Hannah hadn't left. She came to camp and never left. So she's part of our Clue program, which we'll introduce later. Nathan Vest, come on up here with me, man. You can drop the boxes now. You can drop the boxes. Nathan is probably one of my most veteran staff members. He's been here since day one when we signed the lease. Nathan, being here, you've been here for. Why do you seem so tall right now? Okay, that's better. That's better. 7 years? 7 years you've worked here?
7 years.
7 years, and that's how long we've existed as well. I'll be telling that story later. After 7 years, man, what is your favorite, what's still a big favorite moment of camp for you?
It's ironic because my favorite moment is the most stressful day we have.
Not changeover. Everybody say, oh no.
It is changeover day, which is dreaded for staff.
Tell the audience what changeover
So changeover day is we have to change over this whole camp in a matter of 2 to 3 hours, and so it's not a big deal that we have to clean everything, every cabin, every toilet, everything has to be spotless.
Yes.
And so it's very stressful. And so that's part of my job is making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, and our cleaning staff getting everything spick and span. So yeah, that's changeover day, and it's not just that though. It's when the kids arrive. It's really that moment when the craziness happens. Seeing them drive in, we have interns down at the gate waving noodles and getting crazy, and the kids are stepping off the bus like, what did I get myself into?
Yes.
And then when they go into the moment when they come into the barn, everybody's introduced. It's just crazy. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Over 30-something buildings on changeover day, sweeping, wiping down mattresses, making sure nothing's broken, and plus the outdoors trying to get. We try to run a camp of excellence, so You know, it's really hard and to make sure that everything's clean and ready for that next group. And so, just if you're wondering what else we do in the summertime, we go from one group leaving at 10:30 to the next group coming in at 2:00. We don't stop ever.
Very quick.
Yeah, there's hardly any. There's no downtime in the whole entire
It's
summer.
not stressful at all.
No, it's not stressful.
It's
But
a lot of fun.
we get to see thousands of kids come through here, and that's what today's about. And the giving is about. The Adopt a Box is about being able to help those kids financially afford to come, and also provide the experience that they desire when they get here.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. So if you're looking to give today, it's as simple. At the bottom of the screen is probably a text. No, it's not. But in a minute, you'll see a text link that you can just simply put the number in, text donate, and a link's going to come up. You can give right there, or we have our phones. Y'all remember back in the day whenever they had live phone telephones? We're doing that again. We're bringing it back. Everything comes back. Y'all know mama jeans are in, right? I will not wear bootcut jeans ever again. But you can call 704-915-1096 right now. Miss Emily Gwynn's going to pick up the phone and take your phone call. You can donate that way. Plus, we would love to hear what God's done in your life here at camp so that we can share your testimony too. Zach, come on up, man. Zach, you've been here ever since camp this summer, and what's your favorite thing about camp? Why should these people give towards this experience? What did you see? What's your favorite thing about camp?
I loved just getting to share my experiences with kids to help further their experiences in their faith and just in life in general, allowing them a little insight to help them along their way.
Yeah, that's good. Now, Zach's story, you'll be hearing more about him later, but Zach's story is he came to camp. He's a great kid. He's a great dude. As you can tell, he's a great dude. But he came to the camp and then realized where his relationship with Christ was, and he gave his life to Christ, not to camp. He gave his life to Christ as a summer staffer here at our camp. And man, I mean, you've been wrecked ever since, man. So come on, let's give praise to God for that. That's pretty cool. You want to share anything about that?
I just learned that while I was here, I hadn't been in my faith as much as I thought I was. I came here thinking it would be all fun and games, but in the moment of seeing the kids and hearing the messages, I realized just how far from my faith I was and how much closer I wanted to be to God.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. Thank you, Zach. Fist bump. Noah, come over here, man. Come here for a second. So we're sharing different areas and different things about camp. So as you're sitting there thinking, hey, am I going to give to this or not? There's a ton of areas of camp. And one thing may stick out to you more than the other, but these are all just different things. So basically what we're doing today is taking donations from anywhere from $1 to $300 to, hey, man, God laid $1,000 on my heart. Give it, and that link's going to be to you in just a second, and you can start giving. Noah, you are our aquatics director. You handle all the water stuff, so please don't say anything about water. I'm just kidding, because that's your domain. What's your favorite thing about camp? I mean, you're here all summer long. What's your favorite thing to see what happens at camp?
I would like to see the breaking of the bridge, kind of like whenever you see, for example, first thing I see from the students is a swim test. Being able to see them and then go throughout, say Thursday, the development and the change in their hearts and stuff. You know, some give their life to Christ, and you know, others, you know, you see their relationship with Jesus change dramatically to the next level. It's a very powerful thing.
Yeah, I'm sure you hear language change.
Yes.
I'm sure you hear conversations change down at the waterfront. And really, you know, from a waterfront perspective, what we do at camp is we try to get these kids from one gospel-centered moment to the next. And we use things like the waterfront and recreation and things like that to get them from one opportunity to learn and to fall in love with Jesus to the next opportunity to learn and fall in love with Jesus. Good job, buddy. Thank you so much. So if you're listening in, right now is a great time to come in and grab some of those early boxes and really support this ministry, because this ministry is all about about life change. We're here to ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Now, I don't know about you guys. Y'all got favorite areas, but one of my most favorite areas ever here at camp is food. I'm one of those guys that would eat 3 school square pizzas. Can I get a whoop whoop? Whoop whoop. I love some tuna on lettuce. Anybody else tuna on lettuce? Oh, the energy just fell out of the place. Caleb, tuna and lettuce. So if you're a school teacher and you eat school lunches, man, you're a stud like me. But I love lunches here at camp, and there's nobody better to talk about food and show us how that food is made than Miss Brittany Farr. So right now, let's go, everybody, hoop it up. Let's go over to the cooking show right here on the feed. Here we go.
Alright, so today we are going to make for you guys some buttermilk crispy chicken sandwiches. And I have my sous chef here, Mr. Bill
Shoe?
Oliver. Sous chef.
Oh, I thought you called me a shoe.
My assistant, he's going to help me out here making these nice, lovely crispy chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, but now I believe the crispy chicken sandwich is probably one of the thank you so much. Is one of our most favorite iconic meals here. You know, thanks Chick-fil-A. All right, so for raising the bar. But Brittany, tell us a little bit about your experience with food first.
So I graduated high school and I've always had a passion for food. So I decided that I wanted to go to culinary school. So of course I picked the best and decided to go to Johnson & Wales. Went there all through college, got my culinary degree from there, and then from there I started working at a catering company. And I've worked for a lot of upscale clients, that kind of thing. I also did an internship at Wells Fargo in their executive dining hall. So just kind of picked up a little bit of experience in a lot of different places.
So if you're watching right now on Facebook or YouTube or even my Instagram Live, comment to me on one of those things. What was your favorite camp food? Or what was your favorite moment at camp? What's your favorite area so we can talk to you? I do see in the comments that somebody, Ashley Morton, you said, woohoo, go Jay. I appreciate that. She also said, I cannot wait. Was that what I think she was waiting on a crispy chicken sandwich. She loves some crispy chicken sandwich. Yeah. Josh from Camp this Summer said that's my aquatics director to Noah. And Ashley, who is your favorite chef ever? Because you said go bestie, and I believe that could be me.
No, I'm pretty sure it's me. I'm pretty positive.
Okay, and if you notice, Brittany's standing a little far away from the table is because she is pregnant with baby Zoe. Come on now. Baby Zoe's in the house as well, so we look forward to her coming in February. February what, 3rd? They said 5th. Okay, yep. February 5th. All right, so you got a great experience with food, and I think everybody that comes here can kind of tell, hey, the food's at another level because, of course, it's you because your heart to help see people come to know Jesus through food. How many meals do we serve a day?
We have camps that hold about 400 kids at a time, so 3 meals a day. We're looking at right around 1,200 meals. 1,200. Sometimes more than that. And
most of you are mad for making peanut and butter and jelly sandwiches for 2 people. And here we are serving 1,200. Now, if you're listening and you want to help this cause, our kitchen is about the size of this set. And it really needs to expand in a big way. So we have plans all ready to go for a brand new dining hall. And that dining hall pre-COVID was about $800,000. I figure it's going to be about $1 million to build now. And we really need some help building that dining hall. And so I don't know if God puts that on your heart or not, but it is there. So let me check out the comments again here. Let's see here. I need somebody to scroll it down. Oh, without a doubt, the best in the business. Oh, somebody said that. Favorite chef ever? That was, again, she just commented and said it's me. I'm just kidding. She did not.
Because my feelings are going to be so hurt.
I'm totally just kidding. I'm telling you, she did not do that. What's some of y'all's in the audience favorite food here at camp?
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese is one of her staples. Burgers. Okay. All right. So we're gonna make some crispy chicken sandwiches. So what do you need me to do?
So we're actually gonna make our own house-made pickles. So first off, I'm gonna have you start cutting our cucumber.
Okay.
While you're doing that, just go ahead and cut those ends off of there. And you can put your hands in this bowl right here.
How thin do you like your cucumbers?
So I'm actually gonna have you use a mandolin.
Oh, never mind.
Have you used one of these before?
Yes.
All right. So you're gonna shave those onto the board there.
Okay.
While you're doing that, I'm going to get our solution going here for our,
It's running away from me, people. So it's 1,200 meals a day. How in the world do you serve 1,200 meals a day out of our kitchen that we have right now?
I will say it definitely takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of pre-planning, and you really just got to know what you're doing when you get in there. It takes some skill, that's for sure.
Yeah. How's your kitchen workers? How are they?
They're pretty good most days.
Are you looking for any help?
I am. I'm actually starting to hire for the summer. So if you're looking for a summer job, come on down. We'll take you.
Look at that.
All right.
Look at that. If you're sitting there and you don't have a job and you're looking for a ministry-related job, this would be a perfect job for you to come in and help feed kids so they can hear the gospel.
That's right. So if you want to take those cucumbers, you're going to put them in that bowl right there.
Gotcha. I can do this.
And then once you finish with those, I'm going to have you take my pickling spice that I have right here in these small containers, and you're going to drop them into the vinegar. So
Vinegar.
These 3 right here.
These 3.
Yep.
Okay. Vinegar, huh?
So he's got a mixture of some salt, some sugar, and then pickling spice that consists of a few different spices like clove, a little nutmeg, some dill.
Are the leaves supposed to be in there?
Yes, sir, they are.
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sugar. So we're gonna let that come to a boil, and once that comes to a boil, then we'll add we'll pour it over our cucumbers.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for that, we're gonna start on the best part, and that's gonna be the chicken.
The chicken.
All right, so we got our grease going. We got it on at about 350. It's going right now.
Okay.
So while you were talking earlier, I went ahead and got our breading mixed together. However, I cannot tell anyone what I put in my chicken breading.
You're afraid the colonel may be watching.
That's right. They might try to change the recipe after seeing this.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
So we got our breading here, and then we have our raw chicken. So we're gonna try and stay. I'm gonna have you come to this side.
Okay.
So we don't cross-contaminate with our raw chicken.
No cross contamination.
That's right. So we already have our chicken. It's kind of marinated overnight in some buttermilk and some hot sauce, and a little bit of other seasonings that I probably can't tell you what they are.
Oh, we're being
so-
very confidential today.
That's right. So you can go ahead and take the chicken, and we're gonna bread it up a little bit.
Okay. I'm gonna flop it and flip it.
That's right.
Flop it and flip. Flop
Get
it
it
and
very
flip.
nicely breaded.
So if you're just joining in, remember this is our Camp-a-thon. So we are trying to raise funds for scholarships and other activities here at the camp. And you can do that simply by texting to the number 704-703-2125, the word donate, and you're going to get a link there. You can also go to our website, crowderscamps.com, and give there, or you can get in your car and you can drive over to 130 Camp Rotary Road. We'd love to have you come by the camp and give in person, be on the air with me, or whatever you need to be. Or you can also mail a gift in to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina. We're not looking for, we're not setting amounts, if you will, on what to give. We simply have a thing called Adopt a Box. You can probably look back here on this TV in just a minute and see all the different boxes. They're from $1 all the way to $300. Just adopt a box, and everybody adopts boxes today. We will meet our goal of $40,000 for scholarships and other capital needs here at camp. So that is really cool. So we're showing you a little portion of our food that we serve here at camp. Now, I wish we just teach teenagers to do this.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be cool? Just have them all cook their own food.
it definitely would make my job a lot easier.
So we serve about 1,200 meals a day. Am I making a mess? I'm talking.
Did a little bit, but it's okay.
We are in the kitchen, so 1,200 meals a day. We have 400 kids, 450 with staff and everything at camp every single week, and most of our weeks we are sold out, completely full. And even this summer, we only have 1 week still available. So you might ask, well, why do you guys need money? Because we tried. One of the visions that God gave me a long time ago is to try to do camp as affordable as possible with all the bells and whistles. So we try to keep that price down. And then we get phone calls every year from people that can't afford to come to camp, and we want a scholarship. We want to scholarship those kids and help those families that have been through financial difficulties in the past and get those kids to camp, because camp creates landmark life moments, and we want every kid to experience. I believe, and I think our whole entire staff believes, that every kid deserves a week of camp.
Yep, I 100% agree.
Am I doing this right?
You are. So if you want to go ahead and start putting a few pieces in your basket right here,
Okay.
that way you have enough space to continue breading.
Basking it up right now. All right. Okay.
Then we'll drop that.
I feel a lot of pressure right now. I feel a lot of
You don't need
pressure.
to feel pressure. You're
I
natural.
feel a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure happening.
Got that.
Okay.
So it looks like our pickling spice here is coming to a nice
She's
boil.
boiling.
It smells good. I'm not sure if you can smell it, but it smells good.
Jacob's getting hungry, he said.
He's pretty much always hungry.
All right, I can squeeze one more in, maybe.
Okay, so you can go ahead and drop that.
Just drop it, okay.
And then we'll come back and fry some more.
It's dropped, people. It's dropped. Y'all hear that? Oh yeah, it's dropped.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna have you change your gloves.
Okay.
You can go once you finish getting all that nicely breaded.
Okay. This glove is toast.
Yeah. You can just drop it in there. Pull under there.
One glove down, one to go. So how do we handle allergies at camp? You know, a lot of kids, more and more every single day are having allergies or food preferences. So how in the world do we handle allergies here at camp?
So allergies are obviously a very big deal. Not only does it interfere with kids' safety while they're here at camp, and that's one of our number one things as far as our kids to stay safe while they're here, but we want them to feel safe while they're here. So making sure that they feel comfortable with their allergy while they're here is a very big deal. So whenever children have allergies, their parents, when they register them online, they have two different options to tell us about their allergies. One of our biggest allergies, well, two of our biggest allergies are going to be gluten allergies, and then we have a lot of peanut, tree nut allergies. Thankfully, our dining hall is a peanut, tree nut free facility, so that's one of those issues that we don't have to really worry about here. And then once the parents have finished filling out their allergies, they're sent over to me. I typically will have a phone conversation with these parents so we can kind of go through the menu together. So that way they kind of know what their kid's going to be eating, and then if they have any issues, they can let me know right then and there. From that point, we take a list up to the dining hall. I make sure all my staff know what those allergies are. We prepare their food totally separate from the rest of the food. So when the kids come down through the line, they usually tell us, hey, you know, I'm such and such and this is my allergy. So then in the back of the kitchen, we prepare their food separately from what's out on the line. So that way their food isn't cross-contaminated, it stays completely safe, and they're good to go. And they get to have a great meal just like everyone else. Just because you have an allergy doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to have a great meal as well.
Yeah, and taking those extra steps of excellence is what we want to do as a camp. And by you giving today, that helps us to be able to take those extra steps and take care of those kids even more. And it starts simply by adopting a box. And if you see here on this back TV, we got box 1 all the way to 400, 500, 300, 275. So whatever amount's comfortable for you, you can give, and that money goes to help us create a camp atmosphere of excellence. Just like these allergies, that extra food takes time, money, more labor, and we want to take care of those kids. So if you know where we're coming at because you have an allergy or something, you would appreciate that. So text the number 704-703-2126 and text the word donate to that link, and it shoots you a text back. You can simply give that way, or crowderscamps.com. You can give that way. You can mail a gift, P.O. Box 1, or you can just come on by. If you're in the area, 130 Camp Rotary Road, and we got some chicken.
I'm going to have you shake that up just a little bit.
Shake it and bake it.
That's right. We want it to be GBD, golden brown delicious. That's right. Here you go. Here's a pair of tongs as well, sweetie.
It is frying up and sticking.
Uh-oh.
Not sticking that bad, though.
Looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Smells good, too.
Oh, yeah. Jacob Justice keeps moving closer to the cooking stage.
So while we're waiting for that, I'm going to have you go ahead and we're going to top our pickles off. So if you want to switch with me. And you're just going to pour that liquid right over into
Smell it. Smell it.
Alright, so I'm gonna have you just like flatten those out so that way they're all completely covered in the vinegar.
Very easy to do, by the way.
That's right.
No, I mean, because when you say pickled them, a lot of times you're talking, a lot of mine, especially old people like me,
Yeah.
it goes to, hey, they're in a canned jar. They need to be there for 2 years.
That's right. But these are pretty fast pickles.
Yeah, this is great. Huh.
They smell really good. The vinegar is nice and strong, so that's a good sign.
Yes, it is.
That means they'll be nice and tasty fast.
If you're joining us right now for the first time, tuning in, hey, this is our Camp-a-thon. We thank you for being part of it all day long. We're just going to give moments of glory and praise to God for what He's done. This is our cooking portion of the Camp-a-thon, where we just highlight some food that we cook here at camp. Of course, it's not like this, where it's more bulk done, but this is the same kind of food your campers get. We are starting a new day camp this summer, which is going to be really cool. So if you got 3rd through 6th graders, it's a great opportunity for them to come to camp and experience day camp. And we have a camp for 6th through 12th graders from all over the southeast that come to our camp. So that is another opportunity for your kids to come. A lot of our weeks are sold out at this point, but check online and see what's available when you can. What are we doing now? We're flipping?
Yeah, so now I'm flipping our chicken just to make sure it's all evenly fried.
Okay.
And it's nice and golden. I wish you guys could see this. It's beautiful.
It is very nice. Very nice
Very
indeed.
nice.
Very nice.
So while that's going, I'm gonna move this stuff out of the way a little bit.
I don't know who did all that on the table.
Yeah, it looks like my sous chef might need an increase in pay.
We'll have to rewind the video and just kind of see what happened there.
So now we're gonna make a aioli to go on our chicken sandwich. Pretty
Aioli?
much- That's right. Pretty much a fancy word for infused mayonnaise. Pretty much.
Mayonnaise.
That's right.
Okay.
So we already got a little bit of mayonnaise here, Duke's, because Duke's is the best when it comes to mayo. And then over here in this bowl, in these containers, sorry, we have a few spices that are gonna go in it. So the smoked paprika is gonna be our biggest key in this.
Okay.
It's paprika, kind of like the same thing you put on top of your deviled eggs, but this is smoked. I want you to actually take a smell of it. It smells really good and smoky. Smell that?
It does. Yeah, it does.
Nice. So I'm gonna
I
have
thought
you-
for a second it was going to be like when the EMS come and wake you up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What if I snorted like too much?
Then you're gonna start sneezing and going on.
The food's ruined. Jay sneezed all up. COVID.
COVID.
Watch out for
That's right.
COVID.
No sneezing, no coughing.
Oh my gosh.
So I've got all those containers open for you, and I'm gonna, before we actually do that, I'm gonna have you come over and go ahead and take our chicken, and you're gonna put it onto the cooling rack right there, right in front of our nice
Look
butter
at
bun.
this chicken. The colonel would be jealous right now. Jacob, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Oh, these are some plump chicken too.
That's right.
I'm just
So if you want to go ahead and finish those and put those in
can
there.
I
as
use
well.
this?
Preferably not.
Not? Okay. I had to ask him. It's either wasted glove or that, you
We
know.
got gloves for days. We're good to go.
We have 3 more pieces. They smell amazing right now, by the way.
It's all my secret spices I put in that breading. Alright.
Back in the hatch.
Alright, then you can go ahead and pop those off.
Pop what off?
Both your gloves.
Oh,
Okay.
you're speaking Greek. Pop what off?
Alright, so we're gonna move this.
About how many staff do you have working in the kitchen during camp?
During camp, it's about per shift to have 2 to 3 ladies who work per shift. And then this year we started a new program where our camp groups brought in volunteers, and they were very helpful to us this year. So we had about 3 or 4 of those people. So a total of about 6 people in the kitchen at a time, working really hard together to get all those meals prepared for each and every camper. So
That's a lot. That's not a lot of people to make 1,200 meals per day.
it's not, especially when we go from week to week to week with campers.
Am I done? Have these already been measured out?
They have not, so we're gonna do a little pinch of everything.
A pinch?
So first we're gonna do a little salt, a little pinch of salt.
Is that salt?
That is salt, yeah. Perfect. Next you're gonna do some of your smoked paprika.
A pinch.
I'd probably do more than a pinch, because we want it to really, really get into there so that we can get that good smoky flavor.
Now, am I being facetious here, or this is how comeback sauce, this is how steak. What's the new place? Shake Shack sauce. This is, I mean, and they're trying to sell this in some grocery stores, like in a little bottle. They call it like mustard mayonnaise and stuff like that. But this has got a whole lot more spices to it than that.
So that's a little bit of sugar. So I'm gonna have you put some of that. I probably do about 2 pinches of the sugar.
2 pinches of sugar.
It's gonna pair really well with our pickles. All right. And then next you got some coarse black pepper. You're gonna do a little bit of that as well. Probably maybe 2 good pinches of that.
You say whoa.
Perfect. Then I'm going to have you take the spatula right there and you're going to mix it all up together.
Now, I did put some...
It's okay if it's got a little pickling spice in it. It's okay.
All right. I don't want to make you mad at me.
It's good for the soul.
Make sure you get this on camera.
And make sure you mix it really good.
If I left it like a little corner with all of it just raw, I could give that to Jacob.
That wouldn't be too nice. He's not joking, you guys. I literally give him the rest of my lunch almost every single day. Alright, so I'm going to have you put a little bit more of that smoked paprika in it. Yeah. Mix it again. Your second batch of chicken's looking really good too.
I don't know what would be more on my sandwich, this or a piece of chicken. I'm a mayonnaise guy. I really like mayonnaise. I was telling Brittany earlier that my daughter goes with a friend boy that doesn't like mayonnaise at all. Actually, he about chug every time he talks about mayonnaise. So I'm trying to bring him around to liking mayonnaise, but if you're not a mayonnaise person, once you use that comment section right now, just kind of tell us where you stand with Nathan Vest says, I love the secret spices. Of course, somebody has to talk about your mac and cheese in the comments. But if you're not a mayonnaise person, comment. And remember, if you're just joining us right now for the first time, there's a ton of opportunity here for you to partner with our camp ministry to help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ by simply adopting a box. As you can tell, $3 would take the number 3 box, $81 would take the $81 box. It's an awesome way to give a very small amount to help us accomplish a huge task, which is $40,000 will be given today to this ministry if all of our boxes are full. So that's what we're shooting for. So make sure you share this link as well on all your social media pages. There's a lot of people right now on social media in this room trying to get the word out that we're doing this. And we'd love to have you join us. So you can text 704-703-2126. Text the word donate and a link's going to come to you and you can take that box and give it. It'd be great. All right.
All right.
Where we at now?
So it looks like I'm gonna have you, since this is your chicken and you started it from the beginning, so we're gonna let you carry it out.
Am I flipping?
Yep. Go ahead and flip those over.
You tripping? I'm flipping. You be tripping. I'm be flipping.
There you go.
It'll be a new song.
We all know you like to make songs. So.
I'll be tripping. You be.
So yesterday, what I did was I went ahead and made a batch of pickles.
Okay.
So that way all the flavor was good and soaked in there. So that's what's in this bowl right here.
Okay.
So we believe in TV magic is what they call it.
Okay.
So these will actually be the pickles that we put on our sandwiches once the chicken is done right there.
So you're saying basically this need an overnight refrigerator?
Yes. So I definitely would say, I mean, if we really, really wanted to, we probably could go ahead and eat those right now. But the flavor wouldn't be in them as much as we'd like it to. So I'd say a day in a cold refrigerator, and they'd be perfect. All that flavor would be in those pickles and it'd be delicious.
Okay, I'm not sure why somebody would send a personality test. To test, Mama said to send this to you. I'm not so sure what that means. Kathleen Ryan. I'm not sure that. So we're getting some comments on some mayonnaise right now. I think people, we've hit a nerve. Okay, we've hit a nerve with mayonnaise right now.
So I'll tell you one thing about my family mayonnaise. So growing up, when we have sandwiches and that kind of thing, my mom only purchased Duke's mayonnaise. because that was the only mayonnaise that my dad would eat. So therefore, for me, that's pretty much how I am too. I'm a mayonnaise.
I like Duke's too. Back when I was younger, we were so poor, we just ate mayonnaise.
Oh wow.
So, Grayson, you're not a mayonnaise guy. Grayson's behind the camera. Oh, he says he's a Christian, not a mayonnaise guy.
You know, a lot of people don't like mayonnaise, but mayonnaise really is just an emulsified oil with a little egg and a little vinegar in it. That's pretty much all that mayonnaise is. When I went to Johnson & Wells, we actually used to make our mayonnaise from scratch for all of our meals that we did.
Wow.
A very hard process, just so you guys know.
Caleb, can we take the X out this in Facebook? Because it's blocking the comments. All right, so we got our sauces made.
That's right.
We got this contraption, the
Our pickles.
pickles.
So we're gonna start assembling these chicken sandwiches. So over here you've got, we're just gonna kind of move some stuff around.
Okay.
Get closer to this.
All right.
Alright. So I'm gonna have you go ahead and take those buns and we're gonna start putting some of our aioli on the top and the bottom bun, please.
Did you say we're going to put some oil on or
Aioli.
Aioli. Okay.
Infused mayonnaise. Let's just say
Aioli.
That's right.
Aioli. Okay. Aioli. All right, I got it now. So we're not gonna put a lot on it, right? We don't want to make it soggy, but.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm a very saucy person, so I like my sandwiches to have a good bit of sauce on them.
Okay, so.
So it's up to you. It's your preference.
No, I like it.
And you're gonna put it on the top and the bottom.
Okay, am I doing it?
That was a lot for the top.
Am I doing it right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so not as much as the first one.
Yeah.
I can take a little bit of this off.
And put it on the next one.
Make somebody very, very happy. Should we leave one sauce free?
I think they need the sauce.
Okay, all right, we're going with what you
You
said.
can go ahead and spread that out too.
Okay.
Once you finish with that.
Any choice of buns you like?
So I'm very big on a nice kind of semi-sweet butter bun.
Okay.
So as you can see, these are very yellow in color, and these are actually they're like sweet potato buns actually. So they're very good.
I never understand why when you go into grocery store sometimes it says potato bun.
So it's most of the time what they do is they take the potatoes and they usually do a sweet potato. They don't use a regular potato. They use a sweet potato to mix into the bun, and it gives it a really good sweet flavor.
I didn't know that. I just thought they thought that the shape of a hot dog bun looked like a potato. All right, so we're making some serious chicken sandwiches right now, and our campers get chicken sandwiches while they're here, so we're kind of reenacting some food that they would potentially get here at camp. If you're just now joining us, what we're trying to do is raise funds today through our Camp-a-thon to help us scholarship kids and with some capital needs. One big needs our new day camp facility. We're building that right now, trying to get that ready. We already have 2 weeks sold out this summer of day camp, so that's very important to us. And you can see down below, it's not there, but you can text 704-703-2126, and that right there will give you a opportunity to text the word donate to us, and we'll send you a link where you can support us by adopting one of these boxes. $76 box is $76. It's that kind of math. Really easy to explain fundraiser. If we can get all the boxes filled today, that is $40,000 of donations today. So help us accomplish that by giving whatever number God will lay on your heart. All right, so we got our sauce on.
All right, so are you a pickle eater? Do you like to eat pickles?
I'll eat a pickle, yeah.
I'll tell you, since I got pregnant, pickles are literally my best friend. So
okay.
we're gonna try these pickles. So here's a little toothpick.
Let's do this.
One in there.
Do you stab down or do you stab across and use the side? I just saw you.
Kind of down. Probably look. Yeah, there you go.
It worked.
They still have a nice crunch to them, which is what you want for a pickle.
That's not bad. Nate Flowers, come here. Try this pickle.
They're very good.
Grayson, come around here. Nate, Noah, come around here. I'm gonna give all the camera people that's been sitting here looking at all this food an opportunity to taste.
Good, right? And those are made in just a day, so Doesn't take much.
It's a good pickle. So it took what, 24 hours to make
Yep,
that? You can have 2.
24 hours.
Take
Yeah,
them.
2 pickles.
Go ahead, Noah. Go ahead. So, Nate, Jacob, Justice, you want to come down here too? Because you've been salivating over
Look
there.
at him, he's smiling so hard.
So it took 24 hours literally to make these pickles.
That's right.
When Grandma, it used to take 2.5 months. So that's pretty impressive. Nathan Vest is here for a pickle. Nathan Vest knows where to come get pickles.
Well,
It's
you
a good
guys think
pickle.
those pickles are good? Wait till you try these sandwiches.
Now everybody's gonna get a sandwich though. Y'all gonna eat Panera, okay? All right, awesome. All right, so again, if you're joining in right now for the first time, you can leave a comment. Let me check up on comments for a second. Somebody told her I love you. I don't know who to. Somebody, Kayla, was that your girlfriend? Fiance, excuse me. All right, Adam. I have to. Was that your own personal Facebook? I was just reading comments. Casey Allen. Nah, Jacob will probably eat them all.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Casey Allen also said, "Gang leftovers. We can mail you overnight. You a sandwich.
chicken sandwich.
Yeah. So if you got comments about food, especially here at camp, go ahead, comment. We're talking about mayonnaise. We got a lot of stuff going on that we're talking about right now. So what's next? So we sauced up, we pickled up.
All right, so you're gonna pick your 4 favorite pieces of chicken that you see here out of all these beautiful GBD, golden brown delicious chicken patties.
GBD.
Golden brown delicious.
Golden brown delicious. Okay.
That's right.
All right. So this is the way I kind of roll. Okay. So I'm gonna make a sandwich. So I really don't want this guy.
You don't like the bigger pieces?
Because he's gonna hang over the sandwich. That's more of like a Popeyes type deal, right?
Okay.
But Chick-fil-A, theirs would just sit kind of perfectly.
God's chicken.
Yeah, it just sit perfectly on the bun, just like this.
That's right.
I like them kind of flat. And this one's got a lot. That's not even chicken. That's just peeling. See how perfect that sits there?
This one would be a nice one,
Okay,
too.
we'll roll with this one too. All right. So that's kind of the way I like my chicken.
All right.
These are just big.
All right, so you can go ahead and detach your well, actually, first, we got to put the pickles on there.
All right, let's do some pickle work. How many would you recommend per chicken sandwich?
I'm big on pickles, but 3. I feel like 3 per sandwich would be a good filler. As
Okay.
long as they, cover the surface of the chicken. You want pickle in every single bite.
Pickle in every single bite. All right. I was doing that first to drain some of the juice,
Okay.
but then I realized, that's part of what makes a chicken sandwich great.
So I am going to have you take out that bay leaf right there.
Are they not edible?
Those are not edible. They're just there for the flavor.
What if one hangs on the bottom of the pickle and we don't see it?
Well, I'm not going to say it's not edible. It's just the texture of it is just probably not what you want to chew on when you're eating your chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
not like lettuce.
I agree.
All right, so you want to spread those out around the sandwiches.
Okay. I don't like double layer pickles. If I chew into something, you know what I'm saying, it's too thick.
Yeah.
I like it very evenly dispersed as well.
Yeah, I agree. So we're going to go ahead and have you detach those buns from there.
I'm gonna use this. I think it might go a little better. Maybe not. I don't like the way that looks.
And as you finish them, I'm going to have you set them up here on our nice cutting board.
Last year we made hamburger sliders.
Right, and it was National Bacon Day, so we used a little bacon in those.
It was really good.
And we made the mac and cheese that everybody keeps talking about.
Yep, mac and cheese is really good too. So if you're just joining us, we're not a cooking show. We're a camp that has a lot of great food. That's one of the great qualities and what a lot of people are talking about with our camp is the food. Brittany is our culinary director here. She handles all the food here. So your kids, when they come to our camp, are taken care of in a very special way. But if you're joining us today, right now, we want to tell you about our Camp-a-thon. So right here behind me is a bunch of boxes those numbers actually represent amounts that you can donate to us today. So if $1 is what fits your need, man, take that $1. Matter of fact, won't somebody just go ahead and take that $1 right now? All you got to do is pull out your cell phone, 704-703-2126, text the word donate, and a link's going to come back to you. And go ahead, can we just, everybody, can I just get an amen? Can we get the $1 box off the screen? Let's take care of the $1. So maybe you're like, hey, Jay, I really don't want to give $1. We'll give 10. Whoop, 10's already taken. Sorry about that. Maybe it's 62. Just take the $62 box. But right now, if we can get everybody to come together and donate, we can raise almost $40,000 today. And that will help us increase the quality of food, increase the scholarship amounts that we can give out, and the capital needs that we have to start our new camp, our new day camp called Crowder Springs this summer, which is going to happen, but we want to make it great. We don't want to just do it to do it. We want to make it absolutely phenomenal. So when kids come and their mouths drops and wow, and they're getting in the car telling their mom and dad how awesome camp is, and the food was so good too. Those are all things we want to do. So what's for dessert? I'm just kidding.
If you guys really know me, you know I'm not big on dessert. I do not like baking. I don't have the patience to bake, so no dessert today.
That's why we measure by pinches, right?
That's right.
All right. I think when a group comes into the dining hall, they're sitting there and get their food. I think one of the biggest things as a camp that we give away, and some people aren't going to understand this, is time. Kids are sitting around the table, they're making friendships that last forever. Group leaders are able to pour into their life and get to know them. I always say this in our leaders meeting, but 1 week of camp is like 6 months of relationship building for these groups. So it's very important that we continue to give away time and for them to do it. Now, surely with only 4 or 5 people in the kitchen and then yourself, but we have some volunteers, surely there's some other type of little army that we have that helps make this food go to plates. And how do they get their teas refilled? And man, who supplies the ice?
So I'd say our interns play a very large role in making meals happen each and every day at camp. Without interns, some days I don't think I would personally make it if I didn't have them. It's just always nice to see them come in. They always are in good spirits. They're dancing, they're singing. I mean, during retreats, you should literally see them. They put on a show for the retreat groups, doing all of our camp dances and stuff. Now, interns are amazing.
But these interns, they're not college students that applied for an internship here, right?
Right.
What are they?
They're literally like high school volunteers who literally just love Christ. They love camp, and they come here, and some of them want to spend the entire summer here.
Yeah.
And they come and they volunteer, and they do this out of the kindness of their hearts, and that I really do appreciate. So all you interns out there, thank you so much, because you
hoop it up for the interns, people. Hoop it up for the interns.
That's right.
So literally, parents, here's a parent alert from another parent. Listen to this, because nobody else has this around here in the metro area. Your kids, your high school students can apply to be in our intern program and come to camp for free. And, wait a minute, Jay, are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm not kidding you. Free, and learn how to develop a servant's heart.
That's right.
Come on. Get in there right now, clean your room up. We're always dealing with that as parents, and when they get a servant's heart, they're still going to do that too. But man, what an awesome program. So we got all these little high school students come in, they're being discipled by our intern mentors and things like that. They're learning how to serve, be the hands and feet of Jesus.
Right.
And man, it makes the dining hall go a whole lot better.
That's right.
Because of so many serving. How many interns you think you met last summer?
I actually met a lot of new interns last summer. I don't know. I feel like every week I met at least 3 or 4 new interns as the summer went along.
Later on in today's program, we're going to be talking to one that comes from all the way from Jacksonville, North Carolina. Okay. And her name's Ashlyn, and she actually served for, I think, 2 or 3 weeks at a time.
She was great. I actually remember her being on the line at one point, and she was just so good at what she was doing. I was like, you know what? You're my favorite. It made everybody else jealous around, but she was great.
Yeah, and we have some guys that stayed a few weeks in a row, and they they really find the ownership of that and jump in there. So if you're a parent of a high school student, CrowdersCamps.com, you can find the intern, the intern button somewhere along the way on that website and be able to get them to apply. I remember I went and picked up a cake last year from a lady named Courtney, and her son was there. He's a high schooler, and she came out and was like, hey, he needs to be an intern. How can he be an intern? It was that easy just to go online and do the apply. And then our intern director, Evan, he will basically give them a phone call, find out a little more information about them, and boom, they're coming to serve with us. And it absolutely is life changing for them. So, Brittany, all this work, the hot summers, the hot kitchen, it's literally about feeding kids so they can hear the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I believe that is your motivation. And if you're joining us right now, we are all about igniting sparks of the gospel in this generation now and beyond, to see their lives changed. And those sparks are all spiritual change and also leadership and morals. There's a lot of different things that a landmark moment like a camp does in a kid's life. And food gives them the fuel to be able to go out. We're going to talk about wrecks later on. We have some stupid, crazy wrecks here at Crowder's Camps, and our goal is to make them feel like they're going to die, but then they're not going to die. That's kind of our goal, but that breaks down those walls and gets them out of their comfort zone. So we basically feed. This whole thing's about feeding kids so they can hear the gospel. So if you're joining us for the first time, make sure that you click on CrowdersCamps.com, or you can text in your phone 704-703-2126 and hit the word donate. And guess what? That $1 box is absolutely gone. Woo! Yes. Thank you, Josh, for giving that for that $1 box. And you know what? Let's just say right now, if you're joining us, these right here are not just numbers. They represent a dollar amount. So right now, let's take away the $45 amount, or maybe you got $100 that you can give to our ministry to help us scholarship kids and get our new camp going in Crowder Springs. Let's go ahead and take care of some of these boxes right now. So just go ahead and text that number, text donate to that number, and the link's going to come to you. You can get in your car and drive on over here to 130 Camp Rotary Road. It's not too far. Come right here. I would love to talk to you right here on the set. Or you can mail your donation too. If you can't get here and you don't like doing stuff online, you can mail a check to P.O. Box 1. But if you do that, we would absolutely love for you to call us and tell us you're going to do that. And so we got somebody manning the phones right now, 704-915-1096. We would love to have that phone call and just see why you want to give. Hey, I want to give $100. Why? What does camp mean to you? We love to hear those stories. So Josh, thanks for taking care of that dollar amount. So we also, one of the special things we're going to do today is a raffle. We're going to have a raffle. Hey, there's Hannah again. But I did say raffle.
Oh my goodness,
I did. Hannah, tell them about a raffle, because everybody's like, do you guys like the Dolphins now? And I'm like, no. We are not a Dolphins camping. We're not Panthers neither. We did not.
I am a Panthers fan. I'm a do-or-die Panthers fan. They may not be doing good right now, but I'm still a Panthers fan.
I am too, but I'm hurt.
I guess loyalty. I guess that's
right.
I am too. I am too, but I'm hurt. Okay. I'm hurt.
Okay.
It's hurt me. All right. So Hannah, tell us about these.
All right. So, if you give today, you're going to be entered into different raffles. So if you give 25 to 200, you'll be entered into a drawing to get one of these really cool pullovers. It says, I give a camp. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
All right. If you give $201 to $500, you'll be entered into a raffle to get a private Shoots party in January. Shoots is our winter snowless tubing.
Which is cool. So cool.
Super cool. If you give $105 to $999, you will be entered into a raffle to get a family aerial park adventure for 10 people, which is super cool. Aerial park is probably my favorite thing.
Facilitated by our expert facilitators.
Oh, yeah. And then, if you give $1,000 or above, you will be entered into a raffle to win 3 family member camp spots to come join us in the summer.
Yeah, so it's as easy as that to jump in there. And also with this, you get a free pullover.
Oh yeah, you get one of these too.
Can't
They're
forget
just
that.
super cool.
We may need to write that on the box so we don't forget it anymore. So there's all kinds of fun, and that raffle is going to be done tonight about 15 till 8. We got also something very special happening at 7 o'clock tonight. So put us on your smart TV and let us just roll with you all day long. QVC's old anyway. Tonight you need a DVR Survivor, okay? And don't be watching anything about Spider-Man because you're going to get spoilers, okay? So there's no reason doing that neither. So just DVR all your special programs and put us on your smart TV in your living room and just let it roll all day long to see what God does through this Camp-a-thon for this ministry today. So again, get your phone out, 704-703-2126. Text the word donate. A link's going to come to you, and let's start getting some of these little boxes out. We're about to do a giving update in just a second, so we're going to probably see some of these guys knocked out, which I'm super excited. Today, you're going to see a rec walkthrough. We're going to see at 7 p.m. our premiere of our mini movie that people say is the funniest thing we've ever done. It's called, get it ready, The Aerial Park. All right, that's at 7 o'clock tonight. We're going to be eating popcorn right here, so make sure you run to your refrigerator or cabinet. Popcorn is not in refrigerator. Run to your cabinet, grab some popcorn, and be here at 7 o'clock to watch The Aerial Park with us, live premiere. We're going to be having testimonies from some of our summer staff. We're going to be having testimonies from some of our givers. So it's just going to be a cool, incredible day. All right, so let's go now and make sure one of these sandwiches doesn't disappear.
I got you. I'll put it up for you.
Actually, I don't trust Jacob. I don't trust Jacob at all. I'm going to put it over here. Today, go ahead, boys, move the table. Today, we would not be here without givers. Our mission is about the gospel of Jesus Christ and seeing sparks ignited in this generation so that they can live a life in the gospel, for Jesus. So by helping us today, that helps feed that need. So we have a few champions that's been in our life here. They're different size champions. Some are very large donors, some are very small donors. But even the small donor makes a difference. Just like Josh just took that $1 box. That's made a difference to our Adopt a Box, which I'm sure is going to be updated in just a second. But the different champions have different moments, right? So let me tell you, this is Emily right here. She's one of our CLU girls.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Emily. There's a moment a long time ago, Emily, where we did not have any medical supplies whatsoever. So we literally started our first year camp, and we didn't even have an AED. A lot of us, like myself, I came from youth ministry into camp ministry, so I didn't know all the little ins and outs. Hey, we need AEDs, we need this and that and that. Well, this lady, her name was Melissa, she had an organization called Mended Hearts. She saw that need, and $600 year one was a lot of money. We started this whole thing, as you'll learn later if you stay with us, with just faith and a hope to get it started. She saw that need, and she went herself and raised $600 just to be able to buy an AED. And it was a great miracle. So can we just give God praise for that one miracle moment that God had here? So again, there's different sizes and shapes of champions. We're about to announce some champions in just a second. But before we do, I want to introduce to you guys one of the biggest champions that Crowder's Camp's ever had. His name's Fred McGee. He has been with me since day one, and he has given close to almost $1 million to our camp to see buildings being built. We were in a tent for 3 years. He helped build this building that we're in now. And honestly, without Fred McGee, we would not be the camp that we are today. So this is a clip from last year's interview with me and him when I had hair. So check this out. It's only a minute and 19 seconds, and we're going to come right back, and we're going to announce some of the gifts that's been given. Okay, so check out this Fred McGee.
I'm Fred McGee from Dallas, North Carolina. And now, after becoming involved with youth ministry at our church, I began to see the effectiveness of youth ministry. Later on, I wanted to build a youth camp because making a difference in the world, I think that's the best way is to share the gospel of Jesus Christ. There's no better way to make a difference in the world. At that age, they will listen to what you have to say, and you've got a chance by sharing the gospel with them to make a difference in their lives in changing the world. By changing people, that's the only way it can be done. If they are really changed through the experience they have at camp, it will last their entire life.
So, man, Fred McGee, thank you so much. I doubt he's watching because he deals with me through letters and phone calls. But Fred McGee, I heart you, man. I love you. And hopefully one day when the Lord chooses to take you home, I get to speak at your funeral. I'm going to talk for like 3 hours about the impact that you've had in people's lives. So if you're just joining us, this is Emily. She's my giving update sidekick today. If you're just joining us, all you got to do is text 704-703-2126, the word donate. You'll get a link and help us adopt a box. Every one of these numbers represent a dollar amount. And let's just start taking some off. And now we've got some we're going to take off. So go ahead, Emily. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, we want to go ahead and give a huge shout out to some of the people that have already donated. So first we have Sarah, who adopted box 10. Super helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, woo. Next up is box 25, which was adopted by Lauren. Huge shout out to her.
Thank you, Lauren.
And last but not least, for the current update, we have box 50 that was adopted by Joy, which is super helpful. Thank you so much. And we have some more donations. They're coming in super, super quick. We have more donations that we'll update you guys on later.
Yeah, Joy, thank you for that gift. I love you so much. You're so sweet. Now, me and Brittany talked about earlier about some intern stuff. We have some intern testimonies that we're going to share. These are students that pour their heart out here at this camp, and Emily's going to share that with you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here with us today for the Camp-a-thon. Whether you're just coming now or whether you've been here for a while, we really appreciate you just making us a part of your day. Thank you for just being with us. We love the Camp-a-thon because not only is it a way for us to just kind of propel our ministry forward, but it's a great opportunity to just praise God for everything he's done this year. So that's what we're gonna do with some intern testimonies. If you weren't here a little earlier when we talked about the intern program, just a little background on that is our interns are high school volunteers. They help out here during summer camp weeks, during fall retreats, during the shoots. They're here all the time, and we are just beyond thankful for the ministry they have. There's really two main facets to the intern program. It's leadership training for the interns as they're serving week in, week out, just really being an example to the other campers that are here. But it's also a chance for us to disciple the interns. So they're both pouring out and being poured into by our staff. So we see that really reflected in a couple of the testimonies that they've shared. The first testimony really shows just that leadership and that feeling of being an example. So one of our interns shares and says, "I love making relationships with the campers. As interns, we reflect the fun of camp in a great way. The campers see us all over the place, dancing to music, singing our hearts out, and never are we ashamed of what we believe in. One time, a group of girls told me that they were going to intern during the next summer because of the way we were so confident in the gospel. We weren't ashamed to lift our hands and sing. They loved that about us, and they wanted to be like us. It was a good reminder." So that's the type of leadership training that we really want campers to have. We want them to stand strong in their faith and just realize that they can be an example to those around them. But we also love the fact that we see interns growing in their relationship with Christ. So this is what one intern shared with us. They said, "I gave my life to Christ at Crowder's. My parents raised me to believe God is this angry God who is disappointed in me, and it made me turn away from the church and God because of it. Coming to Crowder's has helped me realize God loves me and wants the best for me. He will never let me down and will never leave." And that's the type of testimonies we love to hear. We love to see God just making himself so real to people here at camp. That's why we do what we do. It's for the sake of the gospel. So again, we love our interns. Thank you so much, interns, for sharing, being a part of our ministry here. Thank you for both pouring out into our campers and just letting us minister to you. But The intern program is not the only opportunity to serve here at Crowder's. Jay, I know that there's some other opportunities here. Would you share about one that just started this year?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you so much, interns, for your testimonies. And if you're paying attention right now and you're online and you've interned, go to Facebook Live, put some comments in the chat. On Instagram, you can comment on any graphic we have. And just tell us what camps mean to you and meant to you in like 2 or 3 sentences. We want to share these things all day long. But we also want to share a new ministry we have. Come on in, JJ. This is Jacob Justice. I call him JJ because it makes me feel like Santa Claus on Santa Claus 2. Hey, JJ, you remember seeing that? Remember seeing Santa Claus 2?
I know I've seen it, but I can't
Have you not
remember
watched
the
any Christmas
specifics.
movies yet?
I have watched a
Come on,
couple,
man.
probably.
Santa Claus 2. The guy, he gives
I
him
watched the first one. Like
he gives
a
him a
couple
cross
weeks
with toss, and it's like, there you go, JJ.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
whenever
it's
he's
good.
like making
Yeah,
all the
yeah, it's good.
adults' dreams come true.
Yeah, so Jacob's in charge of our summer staff, does an amazing job with that program, and we just started a new program called Camp Leadership University.
Also known as Clue.
Also known as Clue. Tell us a little bit about
If you're
that program.
Short on time, I have to abbreviate real quick.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, yeah, CLU, Camp Leadership University, is centered around college students, just like summer staff. And summer staff is the end. So basically, we'll talk more about how college ministry works here at Crowder's later on. But basically, these college students have all these different directions they can go with their lives. And that summer is the time where they can do anything they want, and they choose to come here and give a summer away serving. And somehow, you know, it doesn't make sense in our culture to give up free time, give up a summer in service.
Yeah.
But it makes sense because that's what Jesus said would happen, is we get transformed.
Yeah.
We experience life like we've never experienced before when we give up, sacrifice, and serve others instead. And college students experience that, and then a lot of times they're just so wrecked through the experience they've had serving here that they realize they don't necessarily want to continue what they're doing, what they were doing in school. Maybe they just need a gap year. They need more time. They want to continue investing where they've been, and we want to continue pouring into them.
Yeah.
So it's basically a gap year program for college students to continue serving at camp for retreat groups. We continue discipling them with classes. I don't teach the classes. That's Jay and Nate Flowers. They handle that, so I don't know exactly what goes into that.
It's like doctorate program stuff.
Yeah.
And
They're pretty much getting a, what do you call it? Seminary degree.
They pretty much are.
But anyway, through that, and then they did that for the first part of the year, and now we've moved on to like a specific mentorship. So we have 4 of them, and one of them is assigned to different full-time staff member to shadow behind them and get directly poured into.
Yeah, so if you're just now joining us, what we're talking about, we talked earlier about interns, they're high school students. We also have a program for middle school students now. And this more or less is ministry for college students. So your donations today, they don't just go for 6th through 12th graders. They go through for middle schoolers, high schoolers, and college students. And literally this program has lit a fire in us for discipleship of the college age students. And they're so great. Our Clue program has just been such a blessing, not only to have extra hands around, but just to us. I mean, I think it's fired us up in a lot of different ways as well.
You know, what's today? Wednesday. Last night, in a Bible study, we were talking about the verse where Jesus says to sell all your possessions and give it away to the poor. And like, that verse terrifies me as an American, you know, where everything is centered around that. And, you know, you argue whether it's metaphorical or if Jesus literally means to do that, like 100%.
Yeah.
And I think these college kids that have stayed year-round, and even the ones during the summer, they've tasted the truth in that. I mean, they may not have literally sold their possessions, but they've given up the opportunity costs of anything else they could do in the 2 months that they don't have classes, whether it's vacation with family, catching up with friends from high school that they haven't seen, or even stuff like mission trips or working a job to pay off student debt. They are giving away that time and dedicating it, and they're experiencing true life. And to the extent where handfuls of them are going to start staying throughout the year to get more.
I'm hoping to see all of them pour in more and more long-term with us. So hey, listen, if you join us, we're talking about our new program called Camp Leadership University, and it is incredible college ministry stuff. And by helping us, by donating here, you help us accomplish that mission. So over the next couple hours, you're going to be seeing testimonies from 4 of our Camp Leadership University kids, and it's going to start in just a second with Lauren. But check out this clip on how you can be a part of this journey and give right here at the Camp-a-thon. Hey guys, thanks for joining us here at the Camp-a-thon. We're asking you today to join us and help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Through camps and retreats, we have the potential to reach over 13,000 people per year, and it's all because of the generosity of people like you and your year-end giving. So will you give? Maybe just adopt a box. There's easy ways to give. You can go to crowderscamps.com and give online. You can mail your year-end gift to P.O. Box 1, Lowell, North Carolina 28098, or just come by and see us at 130 Camp Rotary Road. Thank you so much for participating this year in the Camp-a-thon, and your gifts will go to impact this next generation for Christ. Work with.
Solid.
This. Now recording.
Well, hi, my name is Lauren Cunningham. I am 19 years old, and this is my first year at Crowders. I was born in Charlotte, North Carolina, but I was raised for my entire life in Huntersville, North Carolina. So I'm definitely a Carolina girl, and I'm happy to be in a little mountain town now. I'm currently studying applied ministry at Liberty University. It's an online program, which actually worked out super great to be able to do this program and school at the same time. I really, really love my major. I was previously wildlife conservation at NC State, so I will always also be Go Pack, but right now I'm currently affiliated with Liberty University, and I'm loving it. I'm so thankful for that transition. Some of the hobbies that I do, I'm a really big nerd. So I love science, and I love theater, and I love animals. So you couldn't get much nerdier than that, but I really love all of those things, and I just really love being outside and being with people. With my testimony, it kind of starts out like a lot of people do. I was blessed to be born into a household where both of my parents were strong Christians, and that has its benefits, but it also has its drawbacks. I was like the poster child for my church's children's ministry. I loved it, and I'm so, so thankful for my church's children's ministry. It made me fall in love with my leaders there. I wanted to be exactly like them. I wanted to know what they knew, and I wanted to act the way that they acted, and I had a really strong group of friends, even since like 2nd grade in the children's ministry. So I grew up wanting to go to church and loving Sundays, and I could answer all your Bible questions, and I had all of that head knowledge, and I was baptized when I was 8, but my relationship with Jesus did not begin until much, much later. I was just missing that kind of understanding. I thought that if I could answer your questions and if I could spit off facts, that I was a pretty good Christian, and if I was volunteering and involved in the church and being kind, that was all there was to it. But once I reached high school, I kind of realized that you cannot do this on your own. We have to be so dependent on the Lord, and there's such a big difference when you are operating in your own will and when you were trying to operate in the Lord's will. And so I found myself just constantly striving, not just for perfection, but to meet these impossible standards that I had set for myself. I thought if I had only obtained this specific thing, then I would feel good and I would feel accomplished and I would have this sense of worth, but it was just like chasing the wind. I was never getting it. And as soon as I learned that that is leaving me empty, and I was absolutely miserable, when I remember singing This Is Amazing Grace in my congregation one Sunday, and it just kind of clicked that none of that matters, that once you actually internalize the gospel and you know who you are and who you can become through your identity in Jesus, just having that mission and finding that joy and identity, that was life-changing. And so I found my purpose, and it wasn't about myself, it was about something greater, and I found a unified team, and it really just became who I am. And then what the Lord's doing in my life now, like I mentioned previously, I used to be at NC State University, kind of figuring out what I wanted my career to be and what I wanted to pursue for school. Like a lot of other teenagers, was so stressful. I had no idea what I wanted to do, and I was so scared that I was gonna make a mistake. But even since like my freshman year, I was kind of deciding between wildlife conservation and my call to ministry. I really, really loved children's ministry, and I thought I wanted to pursue that. But after having conversations with other people in my life, they explained to me that I could have the best of both worlds. I could do wildlife conservation, and I could still volunteer on Sunday mornings and kind of get my fill for both of those. And I said that I was praying about it, but it was really just a one-sided conversation. I was saying what I wanted, and then I was not even paying attention to what the Lord was kind of prompting on my heart. And so I followed what I wanted. I went to NC State University. I picked wildlife conservation as my major, and I'm one semester in, and I am just completely wrecked. I am brought down to my lowest valley, and I have no other option than to fully surrender to the Lord. I had to get to that point where it was like, not what I want, Lord, but your will be done. And then it just it came not easy, but it became simple. And so the Lord would just kind of prompt things and place things, and I just kind of had to have that faith and that trust and be like, okay, Lord, we're taking this step, and he would just affirm every single one. And my life has become so much more joyful as I've kind of operated in that. And I remember when I got my call to ministry, I had such a hard week, and I was sitting there watching The Chosen, and my heart had been seasoned by the word in that season. And I was just really receptive to the Spirit. And so there's this scene where Jesus is looking at Matthew, the tax collector, and it's when he's calling him, and he says, Matthew, son of Alphaeus, follow me. And I just felt the Holy Spirit talking to me directly in that scene, and that was when I kind of knew that my life needed to go a different direction, because I had been following my own thing, but there was something that was so much greater, and so much greater than I could have ever imagined. So following that path has just been just crazy and fun and awesome, and I am so glad to be at Liberty University now, pursuing applied ministry, which is where I believe that the Lord is calling my life to go. So I am so excited to be where I am. All of my weird habits since working at camp are all involved around food for some reason. I have picked up really weird food preferences, so I'm gonna do a little list. Lucky Charms. I hated them before coming to camp, but then once I started working at camp, I basically ate them every single day. Same with gummy bears. If I ever had to choose candy, I would never choose gummy bears. I thought they were so bland. But then I came to camp, and everybody knew that gummy bears were my thing. Same with mango chunks. I know that sounds weird, but chunked mango is so much better than just peeling it. Oh, it's so good. Just try it. Don't hate it until you try it. And then also tomato. I love tomato on everything that Brittany cooks. She's such a great chef. But I never really liked raw tomato before, and now I put it on basically everything. So that's kind of what I've picked up since camp. You know you work at camp when it is a Thursday night at 1 a.m. and you realize that you are still wearing your lifeguard swimsuit. I would have such a crazy day, and I would have lifeguarded at 12 o'clock that afternoon, but I would just go from shift to shift to shift and be doing so many cool, crazy, fun things that it would be the time where I'm going to bed, and I realized I never changed out of my swimsuit. My favorite snack at Bucks, I have two. My favorite actual food is the peanut M&Ms. After every lifeguarding shift, I would always come in because I would be working in Bucks right after that, and it would be sweet and salty and small and just simple. So I would eat that. But my favorite drink at Bucks is the white chocolate cream cappuccino. It is so underrated. It does not get ordered a lot, but this is my recommendation to you. If you ever come to camp, get the white chocolate cream cappuccino. It's the best. I was actually a camper here in 2019. I came with my church, but at that time we called it Mega Camp. I didn't even know that it was called Crowder's Ridge, so when I was trying to look for this place, it was really hard to find because there's no Mega Camp. But I came as a camper in 2019, and I was scheduled to come back 2020 because I just graduated from high school, but that obviously got canceled because of COVID. And then 2021, here I am working. So that's how I found out about Crowder's. My instinct is always to say no because I've never really had the traditional camp counselor experience, but I've actually been involved in camps Since I was 14, over all of the summers, I've worked at musical theater camps, being stage manager for tech, administration, costumes, props. I led the devotions for a large group at my church's art camp, and I was also a small group leader there. I led craft rooms as an assistant, and I actually got the pleasure of creating a camp when I was the children's ministry intern at Lake Forest Church. I created a camp for 3rd through 5th grade boys. It ended up getting canceled because of COVID, but that's my camp experience. I actually didn't really make the decision to come work here. It was just something where I was in conversation with the Holy Spirit, and it was kind of just a prompting of like, what if I did apply to Crowder's? Like, what if I just looked and the application was still open, and I sent in my application, I heard the next day, and then I had an interview the next day, and then I got the job. And so it was just me kind of stepping out in faith, because I assumed that's where the Lord was leading me, and He affirmed every step, so it just kind of fell into place. I kind of expected that the summer staff experience would be like the movies. I didn't know exactly what my position was going to entail, and so I knew there was a lakefront, I knew there was high ropes, I knew there was a dining hall, but I could have never imagined kind of like the spiritual reformation that goes on around here. What surprised me the most about working here was kind of the level of intensity. Also at staff camp, one of the things that was said was that this was going to be one of the hardest jobs that you've ever had. And that sounds kind of scary. When I first heard it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is summer camp. This is not going to be the hardest job. But you get here, and I mean, there are days where you are working 17 hours, but it's literally the most enjoyable. It is one of the hardest jobs, but it is also one of the most rewarding, one of the most growing jobs. It is just such a blessing to be able to be a part of. A day in the life of a summer staffer, I'm going to go from my own experience because I can't speak for everyone. So if you are an intern mentor, it looks like waking up and you actually sleep with whatever gender of intern mentor you are. So I was the girls' intern mentor. You wake up with them, you make sure everybody gets to their breakfast shift. So you serve in the dining hall, you clean up. You have free time activities. So I was a lifeguard, so I would be working down at the waterfront. I also helped run lemonade runs, so I had my station for that. I also got to work in Bucks, so I got to be a little barista in Bucks, which was really, really fun. You also, if it's a program camp, you get to run tech, so I was on camera some nights. If you're the intern mentor, you also are in charge of their spiritual discipleship, so that looks like leading Bible studies, getting into really great conversations with them, possibly doing worship. You also get to go to some of the sessions for the groups, and then you're just kind of serving at every meal shift and just helping out wherever it's needed. You see a need and you meet a need. My favorite thing to do at camp, I have a few. I loved being able to see the interns worship when we would be able to go to sessions. They were so free there and joyful, and it was amazing just to see them kind of having that intimate moment with their Father. But I also, everybody knows, I'm the waterfront girl. I love the waterfront, everything to do with it. I love lifeguarding, I love the cleanup, I love the maintenance, I love the kids down there that you get to have intentional conversations with. I just love everything about the waterfront. It's really hard to explain the type of relationships that you're able to form with everyone here, whether that be summer staff, lead staff, or interns. There's like no earthly explanation unless you're involved in one of these types of things, just because you are so unified. Everyone is on the same mission, and the lead staff here, they are just such crazy cool models of what it looks like to bring Jesus to your job. And not even if you're working in ministry, just having the type of Christ-like leadership that's rooted in the gospel. I had never experienced that type of protection, encouragement. And then with summer staff, it was the type of kind of dynamic where if you were separated from someone for 3 hours, you already missed them. It was the kind of environment where you love being around everyone as a family 24/7, and there wasn't really a lot of drama, so it was just something that wasn't like any other type of environment. And then the interns, they made me fall in love with the high school age group. They are so awesome. They're like my babies, but they're also like my friends and my little siblings. It's just so cool to see them grow in their relationship with the Lord. After working in the camp environment, one of the skills that I think I'm starting to develop a little bit more is just the statement that God gets the glory. No matter where you are, your posture of heart should be that God gets the glory and you get to serve Him. And that is something that if you don't understand it, it's really hard to work in this type of environment. But if you do work here, you're gonna learn it. And that applies to everything. That applies to if you are leading worship, God gets the glory. Or if you are filling a napkin canister, you are giving God the glory. That should be the mission of our lives. And this is one of those environments where in every single action you do, you can have that mindset. And it's so amazing to see how that kind of posture just blossoms into the Lord moving in crazy ways. God used this summer to just make so many things real to me, just my dependence on Him, but also just clarity around certain things like the Holy Spirit. Our director, Jay Oliver, did a really deep dive into the Holy Spirit, and so I feel like just surrendering my day to the Holy Spirit, learning more about who He is and the power that I have through Him and with Him, I feel like my relationship with the Lord has just grown in that specific arena, just in crazy ways. I think working at a summer camp like this really helped me for future things in life because I have learned that when I don't have strength, it's because I can't do it. If I have this mindset of I can't do something, that's right. I can only do things if I'm relying on the strength of the Lord. I can only get through my day if I'm relying on the joy of the Lord. And when you learn how to get to that place of obedience where you are fully relying on the Father for things instead of relying on your own strength and your own efforts, it just changes your outlook and it changes the way that you're able to see opportunities. If you are even considering working at a summer camp, do it. Do it. You have so many summers in this kind of college-aged period, so why not just give one and fully surrender it to the Lord and sacrifice it and just see what He does? I promise you, you will not regret it. Even if you don't intend on working in camp ministry, this is something where you are pouring out, but people are also pouring into you, and they might not even know it. That goes for campers, interns, summer staff, and lead staff. You have so many people pouring into you, and you're able to pour out, and so you grow leaps and bounds. So if you are even considering it, please, please do it. Just give it a chance. It is truly life-changing. For Camp Leadership University, it was another example of the Lord prompting me to something, me asking like, okay, is this the step to take? And He just affirmed every part of it. It's really awesome since I'm doing an online program at Liberty University. It's such a cool thing to be able to be getting work experience, an internship, getting paid, but also still doing a school type of program. So I just thought that this was a perfect fit and it was the perfect time for it, and I assume the Lord did too. And so here I am. In Clue, we kind of have different sections of what we're learning. So on Thursdays, we start out our days with Jay Oliver, and he teaches us, we're really doing a deep dive through discipleship. Not only are we being discipled, but we're learning how to make disciples. And so it's been really cool to see our conversations in that just because the growth is insane. And then the next part of our day is with Nate Flowers. We call him Professor Nate. He's also kind of the leader of our program, and he's teaching us how to be effective leaders. And that's gospel-centered. That is a daring, responsible, effective leader that is considering the needs of other people and learning with emotional intelligence and spiritual knowledge kind of how to be the best team for everybody. And that's been really cool. And then the second half of our day is just learning a lot about camp ministry. So going off with specific lead staff members and learning what they do, the motivations behind their ministry, where they see it going, kind of their day-to-day. And then on weekends, we get to learn how to be point of contact for a retreat group. So it's a lot of learning different types of things, so you never get bored here. Camp in the summer and camp in the off season are like night and day. They are not similar at all. They are both awesome and they are both so much fun, but they are so different. Camp in the off season, it's a lot more relational. So you're networking with groups that come. You're getting to have really awesome, lengthy conversations with interns. You're getting to see a lot more of the operational side of camp. Whereas in the summer, you kind of have a specific role, and you might also get to be point of contact, but you have somewhere where you know you're serving, and you are serving all day, every day, and it's awesome. It's a great opportunity. It's just the speeds of the two are so different. I remember my first retreat, it was like, oh my goodness, I feel like I should be doing something right now. Like, how do I have this much time where I can kind of have that intentional discipleship time? But they both have benefits. For a retreat group, if you're a point of contact, you are literally just meeting every single need that they have. Anything that they're struggling with, any extra resource they need, any kind of question they have, you are the person that they're going to go to. And so no weekend is the same. Some groups need a little more help than others because they might be more familiar with the camp or have more resources. So it is different every single weekend. My favorite part of the CLE program is just Thursday in general. I've always loved Thursdays, but Clue is just the cherry on top. Just getting to be with everyone. We don't get to do that every day, but you get to be with lead staff, you get to be with all the Clue members, and so that's just awesome fellowship. But then we're also learning, and the things that we're learning, I'm so hungry to know more about, and so it's really great to be able to dive deeper into that content and be able to discuss it, just because that's a place where I really learn a lot more than just by myself, is having that conversation. And since I'm in online school, I don't get to collaborate a lot, so having this type of setting is really refreshing. And I love who I work with, and I love who we work for, and just our mission. So being able to be all together and learn more about what makes this place Crowders is just something that I look forward to every week. So the program that Jay Oliver is helping me start is called In the Midst. It is based off of the ESV translation of Psalm 46:5, which says, God is in the midst of her, she shall not be moved, God will help her when morning dawns. And basically it's going to be a high school girls student ministry. We are having our first conference this coming March. It'll be March 4th through the 6th. We have some amazing speakers coming in, some amazing worship leaders, but it's just going to be a weekend full of fellowship and learning about our identity through the Holy Spirit and through Jesus, instead of trying to figure out what this culture says, but knowing the mission, the joy, the power, the wisdom that we're given because of the Holy Spirit. And so I'm really, really excited about that, but we will also be launching as our own ministry, so having a website with devotional material and a bunch of other concepts that I'm looking forward to announcing soon. But something that I've learned just from being a part of In the Midst is there are multiple times throughout the Gospels where Jesus says, you of little faith, why did you doubt? And that has just called me out over and over again throughout this season, because I have found myself so many times doubting, like, Lord, I cannot do this. I am not the one to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where you're wanting to take this. Like, I just have no idea. And I'm filled with so much doubt, and over again, I've just been reminded that if I think I can't do it, it's because I can't. But God can, and so I have to be obedient, and I have to be willing to be a vessel to let His power and His mission and His purposes come through, because there is nothing that I can do that is more worthy than His agenda. And so I really want to continue to operate in His will. So I've just been learning that I just need to trust Him and let Him do His thing. In the next semester of Clue, I am just looking forward to learning more about day camp. It's such a little baby of an idea, and it's launching so quickly, and so I'm so excited just to get my hands dirty and learn about the curriculum, learn about the ins and outs, and make an impact, because it's so cool, this type of leadership opportunity that we get to do. And so I'm just really excited to be a part of Crowders throughout the week. Instead of just Clue, we're getting a real taste of what Crowders looks like for the lead staff as well, so I'm excited to learn more about that. Some of the responsibilities that I'm going to have next summer are kind of being the onstage person for the camp, so not necessarily giving the devotion or the large group talk, but I will kind of be like the entertainer and the wrangler, but I also get to support the summer staff over at day camp, which I'm so excited about, because I know what it's like and I will know this program in and out, and so I'm so excited to be able to be their support system, but also just to learn more about them and then become a team so that we can really serve these kids and make sure that everything's running smoothly, and I'll be explaining all of the events and training the people who are kind of working with us, so I'm really looking forward to it. Camp is so important in the lives of kids and teens, because we say here camp is a relational incubator, but that's not just kids with other kids or students with other students. That goes on so many levels. It's a relational incubator for them and the Lord. It's a relational incubator for them and their leader, and then also their peers. And a day in camp is like an entire month in the outside environment. So much can happen, and there's so much vulnerability in this type of environment. And so kids are able to really focus in on what they believe, and they're able to make these relationships that are going to support them and help them find out a little bit more about who Jesus Christ is. My name is Lauren Cunningham. Thank you so much for tuning in to Camp-a-thon. God bless you.
You just joined us. Welcome to the Camp-a-thon. We're here all day long trying to show you guys how we ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond. So, Lauren, you're part of our CLU program, Camp Leadership University, and you just shared a lot. But people are in and out on the feed constantly. So, what's camp really mean to you?
For me, camp has always kind of been a part of my life. Even before Crowders, I worked at musical theater camps, or I worked at my own church's summer camps. And so it's just been a time where I'm able to kind of give back those moments that were really pivotal in my faith, because I think everybody's familiar with the spiritual high that you can get at camp. And so kind of one of the passions that the Lord has instilled within me is, I think we've even said it at Clue before, kind of making it a launching pad. Mm-hmm. So not making it a spiritual high, because then the only direction that you have to go is down, but making it like a step in the right direction. Yeah. And so that was such important moments in my faith growing up. And so camp here is just where I get to kind of let the Lord use me as a vessel in whichever way he wants, and help kids kind of make sure that that's continuing in their lives rather than just an experience that they have at camp.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're out there and you just join in, you're like, well, camp's about, floats and swimming and swim lessons, and you probably watch too many movies. No, camp is that. Camp's about fun and recreations and things like that. But it's also, for me, and for this ministry here that we're asking you to support today, it's about landmark moments. Like through all those things you just mentioned as you growing up, they were moments where you had some type of life change happen, or something happened and it helped change you. That's what our camps do for people. I think, you mentioned your video is a spiritual incubator. Mm-hmm. When they come here for camp, they're here for a week. They get so much of the Word of God, which, the Bible clearly promises us. That God's Word will not return void. So all the seeds that we're able to cast, while these kids are here. Now, you was on our summer staff last summer, so, you served for, 10 weeks straight. How was that? How was that?
That experience, I had no idea what to expect, honestly. I had been to camp 1 year before, and I really just felt like the Lord had placed this camp on my heart to pursue it, and he kind of opened the door for it. But just the summer staff experience, I'm going to be honest, if you're relying on your own strength and your own energy, it is tiring, man. Yeah. But as soon as you kind of learn, and you're put in a great environment to learn this, but as soon as you learn how to rely on the Lord for strength, wisdom, the words to say, joy, and just respect to everyone around you, it just changes your life. And that's something where it's one of those jobs where no matter where you go, you're taking something with you that you've learned that has really helped you grow in your faith. It's not just something that impacts you for the 10 weeks. You have a bunch of friends and then you leave and you go exactly back to how you were before. It's one of those things that you are getting skills that you have for a lifetime, and the community does last. I mean, we have friends in here who have also been on our summer staff, so it was a crazy experience, but I'm so thankful for it. And just
crazy, she said.
Yeah, it was just crazy. It was wild.
Hey, why serve on our summer staff? Because it's crazy. It's crazy. That's a good definition. Okay, it is crazy. Camp ministry is crazy. So if you're joining us for the first time right now, this is some hardcore college ministry right here. These college kids come to us. They're here for 10 weeks. They literally learn how to do everything really fast. They had to jump into a spiritual mold and live that way for 10 weeks. And we prayed that we gave them so much solid information to try and disciple them through the summer that they would go back to their college campus or wherever the workforce or wherever God leads them to go and be that Christian that they're called to be, the same one they were at camp. That's the ultimate goal. So thank you, Lauren, for your I keep saying testimony. It was more like an interview testimony. But thank you so much for that, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Fist bump. Proud of you. Proud of you. All right, so if you're joining us right now here, this is how to give. Come on in, Hannah. So we got a raffle going on. We got us a raffle going on here. So we're taking a riffle.
A riffle raffle.
A riffle raffle going on.
Raffle.
We are giving away these a few little things. I'm not going to spoil Hannah's joy.
This is my favorite part.
It's very, very far. So you tell us
Hold
about
up
it.
my boxes. All right. So if you give $25 to $200, you'll be entered into a raffle to win one of these super cool I Give a Camp pullovers.
I give a camp. That's what you're giving today. Giving the camp as a scholarship.
Giving a camp. And then moving on, if you give $201 to $500, you'll be entered into a raffle to win a private shoots party in January.
Which is our...
It is our snowless winter tubing.
It's going
a
great.
lot of fun.
Matter of fact, the shoots are sold out for the rest of the sessions for this year. Never, ever in our history has it been that way, but they're all sold out. So this is a great opportunity. If you want tickets, jump in this bracket here, and the drawing is going to be about 15 till 8 tonight.
Awesome. And then if you give $501 to $999.
Yeah, 999.
You'll be entered into a drawing to win a family aerial park adventure for 10 people. Our aerial course is a lot of fun, and
yeah, it's gonna be great. And it's facilitated by our trained facilitators, so you don't go out there by yourself and harness yourself up.
That would be dangerous, very dangerous.
It would be dangerous.
If you give 1,000 or above, you will be entered into a drawing to win 3 camp spots to come join us for the summer, and a little cherry sprinkle on top, an awesome pullover.
Yep, that's the cherry on top. So if you're just joining us, this is how you can give. You can text to 704-703-2126, the word donate, and then a link's going to come back to you, and that's where you can give. You can also mail a gift if you don't do any type of social media, but yet you're watching me. You can still mail a gift. I don't have my card with me. You can mail a gift. We're taking gifts all the way up to December 31st to P.O. Box 1, Lord, North Carolina. Checks can be made out to Crowder's Camps. Or you can call us right now. We would love to talk to you. Matter of fact, I got my handy-dandy phone right back here. After your call is screened, it's going to come to me. I'd love to put you on the air. So 704-915-1096. And, of course, online at crowderscamps.com. Okay, so great leaders lead well. And we have a board of directors here that are absolutely phenomenal. Last year, we did a few interviews with those guys. So I want to introduce one of our board members right now. His name is Ronnie Bowers. He serves this camp very, very well. And this is a short clip of his experience here at camp and why he chooses to serve. So don't go away because we'll be right back with some very, very interesting stuff. But check this out from Ronnie Bowers. All right, Camp-a-thoners, we're back for another session. Remember, by giving through us today here on the Camp-a-thon, you can adopt a box, check out any number between 1 and 300 and the big numbers on the bottom. Find a number that God's laid on your heart and give through us so we can impact this generation now for Christ through Crowder's Camps. Today, we have a very special guest on this segment, Reverend Ronnie Bowers from Flint Groves Baptist Church. He's just not a pastor in the community. He is my pastor, my friend, and also president of the board of directors here at Crowder's Camp. So he knows everything about us and what we do. And, man, thank you for coming and sharing at the Camp-a-thon today.
Well, thank you for letting me come. It's an exciting time for you, I'm sure.
It is extremely exciting. So, you've been a part of Crowder's Camp since the existence of camp. You've been on the board ever since we started. In a nutshell, Ronnie, why is camp important to you? Why do you choose to invest in camp?
Well, I think one of the things we've talked about, especially as pastors, is losing the next generation. And one of the problems is I think sometimes our kids are so busy everywhere else and running that there really has to be a time where those kids kind of get away from everything, kind of unplug from everything, and we get a chance to just kind of see them, with all that stripped away, with an opportunity just to mentor them, to share the gospel with them, to disciple them. And I think in these settings like here at Crowder's Ridge, it's one of those places that's it's just special. Those kids get away from all of life, and for just a few days, we kind of get to see who they really are. And as a result, we get to meet them where they are and leave them in a different way. So when they walk out of here, man, they've experienced something they've never experienced before.
So that's a miracle in itself, all that. So you being obedient, all that, and then you came on as our president of our board of directors. You have helped me make a ton of decisions about the camp. And how would you say, keeping the gospel first in camp? Don't you think? Would you say that would be our main priority, evangelism, here at the camp?
Absolutely. One of the things that I, after the first season, which the first getting it open the first day, I was thinking that we were talking just before it opened. If you'll remember, I said, "What do you do if we don't get it open?" We leave town. So but I think it was at the end of that time, we came out as a church.
Yes, you did.
And once we came out, there was the wall that you put up the very first year with all the people who had given their life to Christ.
Yeah.
And I walked by there, and I walked by it real fast the first time. And then I thought, what is that? And then I remember you telling me about the wall. And so I walked over, and I just started looking at that, and I just started thinking, wow. This just wasn't some, dream that was just about having fun and just about having your great music and great speakers. It really was about taking some young people, because we're always talking about, man, this next generation, what kind of condition are we going to be in? Well, the truth is, I think we're going to be good if places like this continue to stay open, but also at the same time keep the gospel at the center of what they're doing. The truth is, I still think God is waiting to do a great new work and to begin a revival. And who knows? Most of the revivals that have almost always started with young people in moments where they're just like this, set away, set apart, and all of that other stuff is stripped away. And when it's just left, it's them and the gospel and the love of Jesus Christ for their life. And I think if we continue to do that, God's going to bless it no matter what's happening. It's amazing to me that even though it's been, I know, an excruciating, painful year to try to keep the doors open, but at the same time, it's a great reminder that if you're faithful, God's faithful.
Yeah. Man, I love Ronnie Bowers. Thank you, Ronnie. If you're watching, pouring your time and talents into this ministry. And my mic's going crazy on me right now because I'm sitting on it. So let me move it right quick. We got Emily joining me here now. We're going to go to the next thing, which is our giving reading. And before she reads, this is not all. So if you're joining us right now for the first time, we are trying to raise money to ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond with the gospel of Jesus Christ. And we need all the help we can get. And we're looking for all these little small amounts. Now, if God lays a $5,000 amount on your heart, we'll take it, right? But we're just trying to accomplish a goal today and get all these boxes adopted. And just in less than 1 hour, we started, well, we're working on 2 hours now. But all these came in really, really fast. And we've been doing this for 2 hours. We're going all the way to 8 p.m. tonight. And look at all the green boxes back there that have been taken. So thank you. Come on, guys. Can we get some praise up? So she's got a few giving updates she's going to read right now. So go ahead, Emily, and read those out.
Yeah. First off, we want to give a huge shout out to Ashley, who adopted box 15. Super helpful.
Thank you, Ashley.
Next, we want to give out the shout out to Aggie, who adopted box 40, a donation of $40.
Thank you, Aggie.
And last but not least, we want to shout out Brian, who adopted box 200. It's donations like yours, donations like that really help make this camp possible.
Thank you so much. Brian Ramsey, if you're watching, 2 years in a row, man, you've given. Thank you so much for your gifts to this ministry and what they mean to us. I just want to share another God moment that's happened here at the camp. I remember our first years of getting things up and going. There were moments where people would find out what we're doing and literally just drive through the camp. And one of those guys' names was Teak Pearson. I remember Dickie Spargo brought him over, drove him around, and he's like, well, what's your needs? And we were just doing the plumbing in the bunkhouse, and everything our first year costed either $10,000 or $15,000. That was just a round number where everybody was $10,000. It's going to be $15,000. So that plumbing was $10,000, and I remember Teak that day writing a check for $10,000 to cover the plumbing. Then there was another time where we hosted some type of day event, or I think a school was here for my daughter's school at that time, and there was a man named Jimmy Klein. He pulls up, and he was a big car salesman, manager of a car dealership, Scott Clark Toyota in Charlotte. And Jimmy's like, well, man, what are you doing? And I told him what we was doing. He said, well, what do you need? And I said, man, we need everything. I mean, we need life jackets. That was a big thing at that moment, and Jimmy literally went to the water sports store and brought us back 20 life jackets. Unfortunately, we're going to be talking about COVID in just a minute, but unfortunately, Jimmy died a few weeks ago due to COVID complications. So to the Klein family, our heart goes out to you guys as you go through all this with the passing of Jimmy. But right now, if you're joining us, this is not all about COVID. Don't be scared, but we do have a segment coming up. But I just want to tell you how to give and help us fill these boxes is 704-703-2126. Text the word donate. You'll get a link, and then you can go in and give any amount. Even hey, I want to give $21, but the box 21 is already taken. Just give you $21, and we'll put it where in a few other boxes that match up. You can also mail your gift in. You can bring your gift over. 130 Camp Rotary Road, Gastonia. Come on by. We'd love to put you on the show. And you can also go to our website at crowderscamps.com. Okay? Now, there's a special. This is Emily. She's involved in our COU program, a college ministry, but we have a ton of high school students involved in our intern program. So if you're a parent, make sure you hear this. Our intern program is for high school students, and it's totally free. They get to come and learn how to develop a servant's attitude to life, not just camp ministry, but to go out in their community and serve. So we're going to take it over to Evan for an intern testimony right now.
Yo, what is up, Camp-a-thoners? My name is Evan Denton. I am the intern director for Crowder's Camps, and I've been here for the past 2 years, first as a summer staffer, then moved on to lead staff. But just want to tell you some awesome things about Crowder's Camps and just a little bit about our retreats for high school students. As Jay mentioned earlier, the intern program is for a high school student. It's completely free. It is something that we get to do as a lead staff and as a summer staff to just get to pour into their lives. It's basically just to get to disciple them and to create servants' hearts for them to be able to go out into their communities and their churches and to serve. One of the main things that's really been touched in my life is that even though they are at a young age, they just continue to be the heartbeat of camp. Honestly, like they make things run so smoothly for us, and it's just one of the things that I've become mostly passionate about at camp. So one of the cool things is that we wanted to do, as Emily shared earlier, is that I want to share another intern testimony today. So this is one of the testimonies that they said. So they were saying, like, one night when I was at a service while I was interning, Mr. J was calling a group of people to pray for a certain group of people dealing with certain things, and this could be a variety of things. This was either involving depression, anxiety, thoughts of suicide, anything of those things, which is why we are a camp ministry to be there, to meet them where they are, to see a need and meet a need for them, because they need to hear the gospel of Christ, which is what changes their lives. So as they continued, they said that after the band started, they were playing a very powerful song, and all of a sudden that they felt the Lord's presence so strongly that it was as if he was standing in the room with us. And I remember this night very, very clearly. They said that all they could think to do was just to bow down and to worship him for his just complete and utter majesty and how just beautiful he is and just how amazing that he is. And he said after reflecting on what had happened, he felt like that they were leading, God was in their lives, meeting their needs right then and there, because God is in the business of making miracles. And we are so just very thankful for you tuning in today. So we're just very thankful for your support as a camp, and it's just a ministry in general as well. So just wanted to say thank you and adopt a box, and we're just so very thankful for you, and we appreciate you for tuning in.
Thank you, Evan, for that testimony from one of our interns. Again, parents, it's a high school ministry program. They come and serve every single week not every single week. They get to pick a week during camp. They get to pick a fall retreat to come and serve at and literally be the backbone of our camp ministry. Right now, we're going to go into a time where we talk about the year that camp almost didn't happen. And this year probably, I always said the first year of our camp was our worst year because how hard it was to get it going. But the year of 2020 was probably the worst year. So I'm going to ask Emily Gwynn to come on up here with me. Emily Gwynn in the house to come on up here with me. She's probably in the back somewhere. Somebody go get her. Because we're going to start from the get-go and kind of talk about all the things that happened during COVID and how that affected us as a ministry. Because today, our Camp-a-thon is to raise funds for scholarships, which 2020 we had no funds to give scholarships and potentially didn't even have a camp to run. And also for capital needs of Crowder Springs. Come on up, Emily. You can grab this mic right here. Right here. Welcome to the show, Emily Gwynn. Everybody welcome Emily Gwynn to the show. Welcome, Emily Gwynn. So the first thing, talking about the year that camp almost did not happen. She was with me the whole entire time when all this was going on. So we had some huge decisions to make when it came to, we've already sold out. So all these groups, churches that already made deposits and things like that. Do you have, correct me if I'm, how much was the credits that we had to give back, we had to offer to the churches? Do you remember right off the top of your head, just to guess?
It was close to $500,000.
Close to $500,000. So what we did, we immediately send out a letter to all these groups saying, hey, we're going to spread your deposit across 2 years. So last year, I think we were able to eat up almost $300,000 of those credits. So we got another $175,000, $200,000 to eat off this year, which makes it even more important for you to go and adopt a box so that we do have, when Emily gets that email from that family, hey, we really can't afford to come to camp. Is there any help that we can give? We can have the most confidence of saying, yes, get them a camp, because we believe that every kid deserves a week at camp. So I remember the fear that we all had. You know, most of us were working at home. We had no idea. We kept on getting information from the health department. I think draft one, we were shut down. We wasn't essential a place, so we were shut down.
Yeah, there were so many updates. It went from us being shut down to just the capacity that we could run at was always changing, and then the capacity, but the guidelines that we could run under were changing, and then there was just the issue of, everyone's different comfort levels. Even when we were able to run, there were churches that still weren't able to come back yet because of where they were at as far as the church with policy. So everything was changing from the government side and from the side of all of our churches, and it was just kind of a jigsaw puzzle the whole time. Yeah,
so our first group in 2020 was not until the 1st of June or the second week in June. And so we had just installed the aerial park at Crowder Springs. We were all going through training. And I remember that something happened, and we knew that we were going to be able to do camp. And it was rainy and cold. We all had on wet masks, and we was all going through this training outside. And I remember we filmed this video, and the name of this video is Camp-a-thon. And it felt so good to be able to show this video to the world, to be able to say, hey, we're going to do camp this summer. It's not going to look like it has in the past, but we're going to do camp this summer. So check out this video. It's called Camp-a-thon. I love it.
Hey, social media, we have read, investigated, and seen the guidelines from the CDC and our local health department, and we're open. This summer, we're having day camps and overnight camps, and abiding by those guidelines, we believe that we're going to see sparks ignite for life change that will last forever for your kids and students. We're having 3-day camps. Yes, 3-day camps, and they're opening this weekend for registration, ages 10 through 13. We're also having 4 overnight camps that has some space available for your group to attend but you can check our website out for that. And also one more overnight camp for kids at the very beginning of August. So if your event or camp was canceled this summer, we want you to contact us about Crowders One Day, a special event that you can do with your group. So all this information and those guidelines for keeping your kids safe this summer are at crowderscamps.com. So check it out and we'll see you at camp.
That was a scary time. I mean, no doubt it was a scary time, and we had a lot of money we owed groups. We knew we didn't have that coming in. We had nothing coming in at that time. Some of us were even on unemployment. It was very scary. So we had to go in, once we got those guidelines, we had to go in and pretty much reboot everything. It was actually your first summer here. And you had not even really saw what we do. And then that summer was like mass chaos because based on numbers, based on the guidelines, people dropping with hardly any notice. We did what? We started Crowders One Day. Tell them a little bit about Crowders One Day.
Yeah, the One Day was actually a really great program, especially for churches that were more in the local area. They wanted to do an event, but they didn't want to deal with overnight lodging and having kids indoors very much, especially back when we were still learning about COVID. There was no vaccine. They didn't want their kids indoors or spending the night. So we made a one-day program that kind of involved all of the best of camp, but in a single day. So we would have churches come in. They would do their own services, so it would be exactly how they wanted it. They'd do their own worship, their own speaker, but we would do the activities. So we would typically give them one big activity in the morning, which a lot of groups, it would be something like the aerial park. We'd start over at Crowder Springs. We'd do the aerial park, the zip line, get their kids excited for the day, come back, do a quick lunch. Then in the afternoon, we'd do another big activity. Usually it was something like giant swing or leap of faith. Again, trying to get them really excited for the day. During the afternoon, they'd have some free time, usually go down to the waterfront, maybe play some games in downtown. There's always kids playing gaga ball anytime kids are here. Yeah. So they were able to hang out across property, really staying outdoors almost the entire time, which was great for this period of time.
Yeah, a major support from some locals.
Yeah.
Parkwood, Steel Creek. Those were two big ones that I remember. And some small ones as well. I think the Point or another church in Belmont, they jumped onto the One Day. Without the support of the local churches here in the area, we wouldn't have had anybody. It was literally, hey, if your event was canceled, come to this. Everybody was trying to stir up the pot and create something great so that kids could experience the gospel. And if you give today, you're giving to help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond. And every dollar it's given is either going to go towards scholarships or it's going to go to help create the infrastructure and guts that we need for our day camp next summer at our new camp location called Crowder Springs, which is right down the road. But we not only rebooted our program to do Crowders One Day, but we did day camps instead of overnight camps. We kept on pushing our overnight camps as far back in the summer as possible. As we did that, more cancellations happened. As a youth pastor, they had to decide if they were going to put their job on the line by taking kids to camp. In 2020, I'm going to show you a video in a minute that's got a small word mix-up in it because in 2020, we had 0 camper COVID cases. 0 camper COVID cases. We did have 2 summer staff people that got COVID. We isolated them and took them over to the landfill and buried them really fast. Just kidding. We just sent them home. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Some of the college students were like, but we had 2 summer staffs that got COVID, and I just really feel like God's protection was on our ministry, and He took care of us. He brought in exactly what was needed for us to get through that summer and have a fruitful summer as well. The smallest attendance for an overnight camp we've ever had in the history for students. Anyway, I think our one of them we had 75 kids, and one of them we had about 150 kids at it. So we rebooted this program, and then summer ended. No retreat groups. Normally we go straight from the summer to, man, we got schools coming in, we got fall retreats, we got all this, and nothing. zero income, nothing. But more than anything, really wasn't about the money. It was about the ministry. We wanted to do something. So we took our camp ball, threw it up in the air, and punted again, and rebooted our whole entire program to a program that was called Recess. Check this promo out.
Hey, social media. Hey, I need your parents to listen up right now. Crowder's Camps has a new program called Recess. It's a virtual learning day camp for kids 1st through 5th grade and 6th through 8th grade. Recess is full of recess, zip lines, aerial parks, games, giant swings, water, swim instruction, outdoor education, and most of all, no couches are included. Whoop, whoop. We want to provide your kid with a day out of the house and an adventure of a lifetime. Plus, study hall to keep up with all their learning. We have a daily and weekly options for your kids to come and experience Recess. So go to, all you parents, check it out. Google right now, crowderscamps.com.
So you're wondering why I shaved my head, and COVID did it, because that was some nice hair right there, I believe. So we rebooted our program again due to COVID, and now in the school systems, did this Monday, Tuesday, we were in school, Wednesday you're out of school, Thursday and Friday you're in, and nobody knew what they was doing. So all these parents really needed something to come alongside them. So we started Recess, and before you know it, we had 20 kids every single day. And so tell us your experience about Recess, and just be truthfully and honest. You can be truthfully and honest.
It was really cool to see just the way, our team worked together to try something that we'd never done before. It was in some ways like a day camp to a degree. It was like a day camp with study hall, so that was definitely something we were not. It was just something we never tried.
And then we had to make sure we could do math still.
Right. There were definitely some times I was like, I need to brush up on a couple of my skills. It's been a little while.
It was crazy.
I remember using whatever I could find in the room, like little pom-poms to try to explain some math, math skills to some kid. And I'm like, it's been a while.
Yeah.
But no, it was actually really cool. Even for us, we talk about campers getting out of their comfort zone when they come to camp. Well, this was us getting out of our comfort zone with camp. Going into a program like Recess, we've never done it before. We don't really know, there's a different demographic too, because these are younger kids than we deal with in the majority of our camp weeks. But it was really cool to see just the way God blessed that too. Mm-hmm. We had opportunities to share the gospel with these kids. We had a morning devotion time with them where we were just telling them about how much God loves them, even in the midst of the world that had gotten so scary in that last year. So it was really amazing.
Looking back now, it's almost like we was on a mission trip. We really didn't know what was happening from day to day, and it was just a very unique time in our ministry. But if you're just joining us for the first time, we're talking about the year that camp almost didn't happen, and the year rebooting everything we knew as a camp ministry. And if you want to be a part of a ministry that has some drive in it, you want to be a part of this one, because we could have easily went to the house and not did anything, but we wanted to make sure they were kids' lives that were going to be changed, and sparks would ignite in their hearts here on this camp. So by supporting what we do, you help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. And behind me, you guys pull up the box. Behind me, you're going to see in a second all the different boxes that we're asking people to adopt. Many of them are being taken up right now, but just check out the $22 box. Would you consider right now going and texting 704-703-2126? Text the word donate, and would you give that $22, and let's go ahead and get that box off the screen. As you can tell, many people are already giving today, and we're just trying to fill up as many boxes as possible, because every single one of those dollar amounts represent a scholarship that we can give, or a need that needs to happen for our day camp to be successful. This is Crowder's Ridge is our overnight camp. Crowder Springs is going to be our day camp facility for the next couple of years until we get the big buildings built on that. So that's going to help us out a lot. So make sure you're part of that. And when you give, that also puts you a part of our raffle. Hey,
raffle? Oh my goodness.
Raffle,
a raffle?
Yes,
Oh.
a raffle. What you got here? Let's
Let
show
me
them
tell
what
you
we're
about
gonna
this
do.
raffle, Jay. If you would hold my boxes up. So if you give an amount from $25 to $200, you will be entered into a raffle to win one of these super cool pullovers.
Nice
They say
pullover,
I
yep.
give a camp. They're
Yep.
really cool. And if you give anywhere from $201 to $500, you will be entered into a drawing to win a private shoots party.
Which is really cool. What is the shoots?
So the shoots is our snowless winter tubing.
Which is cool.
It's really cool.
And it's going all the way to January 1st. And all the sessions are sold out right now. So if you want to bring your family to it, this is one way you can get in. And we're going to raffle these off at 15 till 8 tonight.
All right, next one. If you
Sorry,
give
it's my job.
501, this is your job now.
Yes.
Jay.
Okay. I'm sorry.
501 to 999, you will be entered into a drawing to win a family aerial park adventure for 10 people over at Springs on our super cool aerial course facilitated by our very helpful staff here.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Jacob, for that. All right. And the
And
last
then,
one.
last but not least, if you give 1,000 or over, you will be entered into a drawing to win 3 camp spots to join us this summer. And on top of that, one of these cool pullovers that say I give a camp.
Yep. And that's what we want you to do. We want you to give a camp right now to some kid because we believe that every kid deserves a week of camp. So thanks for paying attention to us. Right now, we're talking about the year that almost did not happen. Camp almost did not happen in 2020. So we went through the summer rebooting every single program we had. Then we went through the fall. We did recess. And we knew that some retreat groups were coming back. So recess ended about October the 10th, I think it was. But then people started counseling us again. So we did something that we never thought we would do. We did a trail. The trail. And Grace, come on over here. Go ahead, play the video. Check out this video of the trail. Yes, we did a trail.
Yes, we did.
I mean, nothing was working out. No groups were coming. COVID was still going. And my man Grayson right here, worship leader at Home Church in Denver, North Carolina, he was with us then. He was the left side of my brain during the trail. Tell him what you experienced. I mean, it wasn't a haunted trail.
No, and that's one thing we want to make very clear. Since we are a ministry, it's kind of balancing that haunted Halloween feel, but without the ghosts and goblins and stuff. And the biggest assistance we had with that was the fact that it was in the middle of the woods at night.
It was.
Which I went and looked one time just by myself. I was like, hey, let me get the code. I'm just gonna look there. I couldn't walk through it. It pitch black.
It was scary.
It's pretty scary, and that was probably the best element we had going with that.
Plus, we're pretty sure we saw a bear over there on the cameras that one time. So we go and we spend all this time. We try not to spend a lot of money. We're literally over there building stuff, using borrowed burlap. We make this cool little experience. We do it for a couple weekends. It went okay, but again, it wasn't what we're called to do. It wasn't what we're called to do, but we were just trying to, again, get people on this campus, get them back at it. Now, you remember the summer of 2020, and we had a group here that was destined and was not going to turn back for any reason. That was least of these at the Carolinas.
Absolutely.
And the reason why they wanted to do camp so bad is because who they serve, foster kids.
Yes.
which turns out to be probably one of our biggest highlights of 2020, to see the audacity and the courage that Susanna Kavanaugh and all them have. I want to show you guys a quick recap video of the foster kids that were here with Lisa These Are Carolinas. But before we see it, again, every dime that you give to this ministry helps us to be able to give them a better deal as they reach foster kids. Andy Stanley said one time, partner, don't pioneer. There's no reason for us to try to pioneer hey, we're going to allow foster kids to come to our camp whenever Lisa These Are the Carolinas is already doing a camp called the Bridge Camp. And they do a very good job getting the volunteers, and we host and facilitate that camp for them. So when you take and you go and you fill that $22 box up, you also, that money loosens up another stash of money from scholarships, and we're able to help Lisa These Are the Carolinas minister to, I don't remember how many they brought to the kids camp, but normally they bring close to 150 kids.
It's pretty full, and it was so much that, I mean, they came back a second time that summer just because
they did.
They were so affected, and our staff was so affected. I mean, that bond created that summer was.
So they came twice during COVID summer, which is truly impressive of their willingness to see foster kids smile. Now, also, if you're wondering, well, I don't know if I want to support you guys because you're in Gaston County. Well, we during those weeks of foster camp, we had kids from Rutherford County, Cleveland County, York County, and Gaston County, and Mecklenburg as well. So our reach goes even farther because we partner with great partners. But check out this recap video from the foster camp.
Hey social media, let me introduce you to the new addition to Crowder's Camps. Hey, so if you want to be a part of what we're doing this summer, go to crowderscamps.com. Check out our one-day or our day camps. They are off the hook.
It's incredible. But this next video I want to show you guys is the worst video that I've ever made in my whole entire life. You know, we're talking about the year that camp almost didn't happen, and this is the worst video I think I've ever made in my life, because it was honestly what COVID took from us was almost to the point where I'm not going to use the word devastating, but I hate the ministry time lost. And kids being isolated in their rooms and time away. I mean, I know we had to, but it stinks. But this is the worst end of the summer update I think I've ever done in my whole entire life. Check this out and see what you think. It's terrible. It's really bad. I don't even think they want to play it. You don't. Okay, we're not going to play it. All right. So, speaking of courage, Lisa These Are the Carolinas, they were here last year and did an interview with me, and we took a little clip from that. Also, I mean, listen, I'm not selfish at all. We're asking you to give today here, but LisaTheseAreCarolina.com or .org. It's one of those things. Let's just go ahead and go to the Lots video. But Lisa These Are Carolinas, if you Google that, if your passion is foster kids, go help foster kids because they do an amazing job. But this is a clip from an interview from me and Suzanne Kavanaugh, their executive director, last year at a Camp-a-thon. It doesn't last very long, so I'll be right back. Check this out.
Kids they love this camp. And back to the volunteer, if you want to tell a child for the first time, I love you, you're special, come to our camp.
Yeah.
I could tell you story after story of these little girls and these little boys looking into our counselor's eyes going, nobody's ever told me that.
Yeah.
And
I think our staff, we try to prep our staff for your camp time too, because it is different. It's a very different time, not difficult time. It's a very different time of just sensitivity, of making sure you connect with kids more than you've ever connected with them before, so they feel that joy and that support from another individual. Because that's one thing that camp does for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're in foster care or you come from the suburbs. It builds lasting, lifelong relationships and friendships. And I think your kids were able to look into our college staff and change their hearts too.
Oh, I know we did, because a shout out to your staff. We served several local children's homes, and weekends later, your staff on their free time, they were going to serve at that children's home. So, yeah, I think we really connected with your staff, especially I think some of your staff, they told me they were going to become foster parents later in life. So awesome. I think we touched more than just the kids' hearts at camp this year.
What a great, just thinking out of the box here, what a great, you guys are doing this for the kids, ministering for the kids, but what a great seed you're planting all those college students too. Because what we've seen over the years is there's a huge entitlement that gets set in that age group's heart. And they come to camp and that entitlement's still there, but it starts to be broken down. Mm-hmm. And so what a great seed that at least of these of the Carolinas gets to sow into those 30 college staff's hearts of being that person that the hands and feet of Jesus.
We're raising up future foster parents.
Yeah.
Every time we have an event where volunteers can come in, I feel like there's some folks that are going to leave here and become foster parents because they were introduced to children in foster care and they never even had thought about doing anything for this population, but then they see their hearts. And once you, like David Platt says, once you see the heart or see the eyes or look into the eyes of an orphan, you can't not do something. And I feel like every time we have camp and every time we have Christmas and every time we do anything where outside people and volunteers can come in, it's only going to help in the future for children in foster care. Yeah. Having those foster parents call me days later after camp, I don't know what y'all did, but her counselor says she's talking to them now and she's talking to us, and we've never seen her smile as much as she smiled here. And it's just those stories, and they're overwhelming, the amount of those stories that come out. And then the kids that do come up to you and say, I never knew that people loved me or cared about me until camp. And I mean, the list goes on and on. I could talk about stories from camp because that is probably the one time that we get so much time with these kids. I mean, camp, even as a child, camp is your life changes at camp because there's so much concentrated time, I guess, and spending the night and all of that. And so these kids have just never had anybody, aside from if they're in a new foster home or whatever, but investing in them like this and telling them you're important, you care. All of the messages that we do are geared for that population of there's a father that loves you, and that's very hard for them. I mean, that's hard for me to understand, and I have a good daddy, but that's hard for kids to understand when maybe their daddy hasn't loved them the way they should, or whatever the case may be. So those stories, I mean, I just feel like what happens at Bridge Camp, Selena and I, a lot of times we'll sit in the very back of this barn and just weeping, watching the kids respond to the counselors, to the worship. It is a special place. And we always want to recreate camp moments, but you can't. You got to come back every year to get those camp moments. And if you haven't volunteered, talk to one of our volunteers, because camp will absolutely change you for the good. One of my staff members won't even come in the barn when Chris Howell's speaking because she just can't. It's just such a special time, and she comes undone every time she's in here. Yeah. But Chris Howell is a talented guy that comes in and has had a similar backstory, and so he just resonates with these kids, and they really just want to know that somebody cares. They want somebody to sit beside them and cry and just tell them it'll be okay, that there is somebody that loves them, and no matter what the circumstance that they are in that moment, it will get better. God does love you. And it's a hard place for us to be. It's emotionally hard. I say it's an easy mission trip. It is emotionally the hardest thing you'll ever do. And you have to be prepared for that, because you will emotionally become undone. If you've never been exposed to children that have been through because they've been through some stuff that I can't even imagine.
Right.
You have to be ready for that emotionally, but they need us as Christians and believers. We got to step up, because that's what God's called us to do, is to be here for these kids and to kind of speak into their lives and fill in the gaps for them. So camp's just really special. And
is really special, especially when you fill it full of kids and you see their lives start to kind of be what they thought was their life being broke down, and God start to move. It's just amazing. So on behalf of Crowder's Camps to the least of these of Carolina, bravo, and what you guys do. And again, if foster kids your thing, go over there, at least of these of Carolina, give to them. Because they use, I think they just handed out like 300 something Christmas bags to 300 foster kids, gave them Christmas toys. It's great. So we have a ton of partners like that we deal with at Crowder's Camps. And here's another God moment for you guys. We, during COVID, we had to figure out a way to, there's no infrastructure. It was no infrastructure at Crowder Springs. There was no bathrooms. Matter of fact, we had 2 porta-johns last year and the tree hit them. Do y'all remember that morning? Or was that the year before? Yeah, I'm sorry. 2020 is like a blur to me. It's like I lost the whole entire year. But I went over there one morning early, and there were literally 8 trees down everywhere, and 1 tree was on top of a porta-john. Good aim. But we needed a bus to get kids from over here at Crowder's Ridge to Crowder Springs. So Lisa of the East Carolinas called one of their donors, Jim Lanier, and Jim gave us enough money to buy a school bus. And on that school bus is a bunch of handprints from the foster kids that came with Lisa of the East Carolinas. So thank you for those God moments where God just prevailed and made it happen for us, because it's like that. And I believe that's happening today. I look at some of the Facebook comments. David Lukowitz, old buddy of mine and pastor of the Bridge Church, he took that $22 box. He said, Jay, that's mine. His kids took some of the other ones. Thank you, Bridge Church in Hendersonville, North Carolina. If you're having troubles with any of the buttons on there, look around the donut button. The donate button's on there like 5 times now. You can see it on the left side of your screen. You can scroll up, and it's up there as well. So Emily, take it away. And let's share some great things. Boy, look at all that green that's happening. It's like Ashbrook over here. The green wave is happening. Go ahead, Emily, share some of the updates.
There certainly is a lot of green back there. We have a lot of people adopting boxes, so much so that we've even had to split some of our donations into several boxes, one of them including one being in honor of Peggy, and that donation was split into box 170, 30, yes. 55, 45, 150, 38, and 12.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. We also had another anonymous donation, Adopt Box 54.
Come on.
It's $54.
54 is gone.
Yeah. Lumiverse Technologies, Adopted Box 250. Super grateful for that.
Nice.
And then one more anonymous donation, Adopted Box sent $400 and Adopted Box 300 and 100.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We have one more donation for you guys right now, and it was also anonymous, and that box took 80 and 20.
Thank you for that $100 gift. Yeah, so throw the boxes back up there if you don't mind. Whoever's running the boxes. All right, so right now, a lot of the smaller ones are getting done. The teenagers aren't home yet. They won't be home for about another 45 minutes. So let's us adults focus on some of these bigger boxes. So, hey, Jay, I really don't want to give $60 because I haven't bought all my gifts yet for Christmas. Then give $30 and we'll get somebody else to give $30 and match you. But if we could take care of some of these boxes that are $95, $115, that'd be awesome. But if you can't give it all, just give whatever amount. Say, God, what amount should I give? And I promise you it's going to go towards scholarships or helping us get Crowder Springs ready for this summer. It's going to go to ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. And we can't do ministry without you. We can't do ministry without you. We need you so that we can do ministry for all these kids that want to come to camp. We believe that every kid deserves a week of camp. All right, so now you're about to. So we've talked about CLU. Emily's in CLU, or Camp Leadership University. This is a great interview of these guys to see kind of the inside scoop of what happens here, being on summer staff. But then these guys are with us in a year-round program called Camp Leadership University. So now we're going to get an opportunity to take a look at a young man named Zach. So check out Zach's interview with CLU.
Okay. All right. Are we ready? Are we rolling? I'm just not paying attention.
Okay, so my name's Zach. I'm from Mount Holly, North Carolina. For hobbies and interests, I am a welder. I took 3 classes in high school welding. And I was also a 3-season athlete consisting of soccer, swimming, and track and field. I was a Boy Scout from, Wolf Cub up until Life Scout. Unfortunately, never getting my Eagle. I am a youth leader for my home church, Connections. And I think that's just about everything about me. So I grew up in my elementary years. I started in the church, and our church had a little bit of a falling out. Some issues with the pastor, some drama going on with that. So my mom took us out of the church, and I was out of the church up until around 8th grade, where I finally started getting back into it. But I never really got quite a grip on what it meant. I knew what I needed to do to be like a good person, per se, but I didn't know how that tied in with everything. So coming here this year, initially I was thinking of going into the Marines, and I thought I wanted a place to relax a little bit and further my faith with the Lord before I went into it. But in the first couple weeks of being here, I finally understood what it really meant to tie everything together that I knew. Because I knew everything, or most of what I needed. I just needed the ways to piece it together. I don't think I've picked up on any weird habits, but I keep checking for a watch even when I don't wear it. Before this summer started, never wore a watch, never checked my wrist for the time. But with how much I've been using it over the summer, now I instinctively go to my wrist for the time, even though, like today, I'm not wearing one. You find a way to manage to work on 5 hours of sleep. Or less. Favorite snack at Bugs? I typically get the cookies and cream Hershey. So we were at the Whitewater Center for, it was some sort of music festival. And we were off in the grass away from the music, and we were playing signs, and we finally convinced Jacob to get in the middle. He was in there for about 20 minutes, could not find the sign, and so he got very mad and rage quit, saying that he would never play signs again, and he still hasn't played again, so I think he's keeping true to that. So signs is where a group of people sit in a circle with one person being in the middle. One person will start off with the sign, and the goal is to pass the sign around without the person in the middle noticing. So typically behind their back or while their attention is on someone else, you'll pass it around with the person in the middle trying to figure out where it is. I first heard about Crowders because my church came here in 2018, I believe. It was my first year here as a camper. And while my church hadn't been back since then, I was looking for summer jobs that I would have fun at, that I knew something about, and this was one of the first places that came to mind. I have not worked at a camp before here, but I have done like child care before with swim lessons at the YMCA. I wanted something new because the job I was at, monotonous, and I wanted something new. And when I got the acceptance of working out here at a camp where I would get to have fun and messing around, I just had to take it. I would say people's ability to work together here. That's always kind of been a thing that's been a little rougher at my other jobs, but people seem to team up a lot better here to get the common goal done. So, starting off, waking up fairly early in the morning, depending on the group. Getting to the lodge, making sure breakfast is ready for the group, serving. Then we typically spend a couple hours either working with groups on helping them run some activities or running bugs while their kids come to get snacks up until lunchtime. Then we take care of that, serving them. And then we typically get more into the bigger games then, and also free time activities, which are probably my favorites to run. Getting those wrapped up, everything put away, taking care of dinner, and then kind of having the night to goof off a little bit and help run bugs. Yeah, I do think I was kind of selective on who I got to know, but I definitely got to build some pretty strong friendships here, especially with a couple of the lead staff and interns that are around quite a bit. Learning to be flexible with scheduling. I am I need a schedule of exactly when things are supposed to happen, and that doesn't always stick around here. But then also, especially now with the CLUE program, I've definitely been getting a little more training in maintenance stuff, such as plumbing. God's used this summer just to kind of change how I see things. I've tried to get better about how I handle situations that don't exactly go in my favor or exactly how I planned them, and also just helping me to break out of the shell of some of the more annoying traits that I used to have. I feel like the outlook that you have to, because you've got to keep an attitude to help bring a smile to the campers, and if you can keep that attitude through the rest of your life, it's not only going to improve the work life for the people around you, but also for you because of what you're doing. I would say take that opportunity, no matter where it is. Every camp is different, but they all have the general goals, like the central goals are all the same. So I heard about Camp Leadership University kind of late. Most of the people had already known about it when I finally heard about it. So I kind of just caught it through people talking about applying for it and wondering who was going to pick in. But I decided I wanted to stay because this camp experience that I've had the past summer was one of the best little sections of my life with working. It was something I enjoyed, and my mom constantly preaches, pick a job where it's not going to feel like work. And I love working here, and I love the stuff that they've been training me to work on. So we've been working on some leadership development skills, trying to help us understand how to appropriately address confrontations and problems within a workplace environment, so as to use it to the benefit of a team instead of it hurting. And also I've been learning the maintenance standpoint of this place as to what it takes to keep everything running. It is a lot slower paced in the off season, but at the same time, it's enjoyable to have it slower so that we can get to be a little more personal with the interns that come and help us. So for point of contact on the weekends, we typically take Friday nights to check in the group. We're typically running around making sure to be there for if they need any help locating cabins, if any of the cabins are locked, making sure that we're available if any problems arise. Going into Saturdays, we're typically just kind of on standby just in case something doesn't go right. But we're also making sure that probably like 30 minutes to an hour ahead that everything's set up as it should be. And then going into Sundays, we work to help getting the people out of their cabins, so making sure that the road's clear and that everything's put up so that they can leave on time, and then making sure to clean up camp afterwards. I've liked the rotations that we've done, where we get to kind of see into the life of, or the work schedule of all of our lead staff, just getting an understanding of what all they do during the day and kind of getting to appreciate what all they do. So I haven't had anything officially set yet, but I'm working on getting a program up and running for students, middle school and high school, to come and just have some physical activity to do on the weekends. So I'll be trying to get it on Sunday afternoons to where kids can just come and maybe do high ropes, kickball, just any activities to get them up and moving. I'm looking forward to being trained in high ropes. With the groups that I've helped run it with, the smile on the kids' faces when they get over the fear of doing like the leap of faith or the giant swing. It's just great to see those smiles, and I can't wait to get trained to help run that. So in my second summer, I'm hoping to be a facilitator for high ropes, whether that be for our aerial course at Springs or at our high ropes over here at Ridge. I'm not sure, kind of hoping on Ridge, but I'm also hoping to be kind of a more personal side of the operations crew, so I'll be helping fixing stuff, but I'll also be running around the camp, helping mentor with the interns, helping to lead the summer staffers in the jobs they've got to do, so just kind of pulling an all-rounder almost. Well, I just know from my personal experiences with summer camps, there's an escape from the home life that they're in. Whether it's good or bad, it's always great to get an escape from there so that they can branch out in who they are. And I think especially with us being a church-centered camp, that the development that they would get from being here is just that much more important. Thanks for watching. I'm Zach, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Camp-a-thon.
And he's live in person. This is Zach. Good job, Zach. Zach's in our COU program. If you're just now chiming in, this is the Camp-a-thon, and we're just highlighting some things that God's doing and has done in our ministry. Zach, you've been here with us for a while. You was here on summer staff through our 10 weeks, and then you've been here through our COU program. What do you love about camp, man?
I just love the experience that I get to have with the students, that I can see them enjoying everything that we have to offer, and that I get to be a part of that and get to try and make that experience better, because I just know the experiences of home life can weigh you down, can get monotonous, so seeing them being able to branch out and be more in tune with who they are is just a great experience.
Yeah. So if you're a parent of a kid in elementary school or middle school or high school, this is the place for you. This is Gaston County's Camp Hidden Secret. That there's a camp right here in Gaston County for your kids in the metro area that your kids can come to. That's affordable, and it's got a ton of caring people there. And by adopting a box today, you help us. If you don't have kids, you help us scholarship kids to be able to come to camp, and you help us to get another camp started. This one's don't have any room for kids, so we're trying to build another one, which Zach's going to be a part of that. You've been part of the zip line, the aerial park at Crowder Springs, and you enjoy running ropes?
Yeah, ropes is one of my favorite things to do, just because of that bond you get to have with the kids when they're getting up there, because most kids have some degree of a fear of heights, and for you to talk them through going up for, say, our leap of faith. They're climbing a totem pole that's 25, 30 feet in the air, and that's nerve-wracking for a kid. So
yeah, it's nerve-wracking for me.
Being there to encourage them on their way up and letting them know that you've got them on their way down, it's just really great.
Yeah, so why y'all invest in stuff like that? Telephone poles and ropes? Because it breaks down those walls, and all these kids come into camp, they have this baggage and Band-Aids all over them, you know, from heart hurts and stuff like that, family situations, etc. And by doing extreme stuff like that with them, it opens their hearts up to be able to hear something that encourages them, for them to develop better morals, to become the leader that God's created them to be, or to join into a relationship with Jesus Christ. So we're here to ignite sparks for this generation now and beyond for the gospel. And by you guys participating at the Camp-a-thon today, it allows us to do that. Our ministry doesn't just span for kids. It expands to middle school kids, elementary, high school, college age kids through our summer staff program, and it's amazing. So right now we got a testimony from one of those high school or intern students or college students that we want to share. So Emily's going to share that with you guys. Check this out. It's really cool.
All right, everyone, once again, thank you for being here with us with the Camp-a-thon. We are just so excited to share with you what God is doing here. So a lot of times when we think about spiritual growth at camp, we might think about a worship service where everyone's worshiping, singing, has their hands raised, or when the speaker's preaching and sharing God's word. And those are amazing moments at camp. And that's why we're here, and that's super important to everything that we do. But we also find with camp that some of the times that help campers grow, it's not necessarily the speaker preaching or the band playing. Sometimes it's camper to camper. Sometimes it's intern to intern. And seeing those relationships built, not just on the large scale, but the small scale, is an amazing part of camp and what we want to see happen here. So the next couple intern testimonies I have are about things just like that. It's about them coming together as a group and just edifying and encouraging each other in their faith. So one of our interns shares, I have so many amazing memories from camp. I interned for 2 weeks this past summer, and I'd say those were probably the best 2 weeks, maybe ever. As an intern, on some days, we were able to get free time, and one of my favorite things I got to do in my free time was Bible studies. I got to sit down, whether it was on the jump tower at the waterfront, on the picnic tables in downtown, swings at the fire pit, or in our dorm on the bunk beds, and I just got to talk about the Lord with some amazing people. One day, me and one of my closest friends and fellow interns went to the jump tower and decided to do a Bible study. That day, my fellow intern showed me how they did their Bible journals and praise, and it was just so cool to learn how to do that. So I think studying with my friends has been one of my favorite memories. And that's so exciting for us to hear as staff. That is not just about the times we're pouring into interns, but to see the interns discipling each other and to just see all the layers of ministry going on. We have another intern who just shares, sitting down at the waterfront with all the interns and having very meaningful conversations, asking deep questions and giving testimonies, and realizing I am not the only one going through most of the things I go through. So we love camp ministry. We love it for the gospel getting shared. We love it for the community that it develops. It's not just for our campers and interns, though. It's also for summer staff, CLU, everyone who is here, and our lead staff as well. The relationships we develop also just help us grow in our walk with the Lord. So, Jay, I know you have another testimony from one of our CLU to share.
Yeah. Before we get to that, though, it takes a army of people to do ministry and great leaders, and we just have a great staff here. Matter of fact, I see some comments from even past summer staff that are not in this building, but Kaylee Klein. Everybody remembers Kaylee Klein. Kaylee Klein says, "Go Crowders!" She says, "Love you, Lauren," as well, and she says, "Amen" to something. I don't know what she said amen for, but Amanda Potter said, I don't know what VOI for your information means. But anyway, Nathan Vest, Brittany says he loves Secret Spices, and also Briar Cosard. Am I supposed to know him? Her? She's an intern. Oh, okay, I do know Briar. Okay, all right. It says Brittany makes the best food. Love the mac and cheese. All right, mac and cheese definitely is a hit there. So thank you guys for coming. So if you're watching with us, listen, we're here to do something incredible, and that is to ignite sparks in this generation. If your sparks have been ignited any way, shape, or form through coming to this camp, I would love for you to go on our social media platforms. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. We're on MySpace. I'm just kidding. We're not on MySpace. We could be on MySpace if we could activate the camp. Nate, can we make that happen? Can we go to MySpace? Comment 3 sentence worth. I would love to share that on the air. We're 3 hours into this, and we have 5 more to go. And I need your comments. Okay, so if your kids' life's been changed here, comment. Send us something. If you don't have any of those things, and you're happening just to watch this on a neighbor's phone in an Uber, okay, pick up your phone, call us. You can Google Crowder's Camps and get the number 704-915-1096. Somebody's going to answer the phone, and then they're going to send you out here to me. I would love to talk to you about it because we need your encouragement of what we're doing, and we can give praise and glory to God for that. Now, before we get into anything else, I want to share some more God moments, okay? I wrote down several God moments, and this is a huge one. Matter of fact, we're in this God moment right now. So in 2015, we had a tent. It wasn't even ours, it was rented. Water came in everywhere, ruined all kinds of equipment. We took a shot back and got the water up, and as you walked on the event floor, and mud would squirt through the holes of the event flooring. So the next year, I knew something had to change if we was going to keep the churches that came to our camp coming. So we got the plans made for a building that we was going to call the barn. And we went ahead and we didn't have enough money to put the building up, so we went ahead and bought the metal, and we did the concrete floor. The metal stayed parked in our back parking lot for almost 3 years. And we took another tent, a tent we bought, big nice tent, and put it on this foundation right here. Thousands of lives have been changed on this concrete floor. And some of those lives are in this room right now. But let me tell you the story that happened. So I was walking to the barn, the tent one day, and a friend of mine, Lenny Moore, was walking with me. He nudged me. He said, "Man, what's it going to take to get that building up?" And I said, "Man, it's money. It's money." And I didn't say it in a bad way. I was saying, "Man, we just need money to get it." I was really blowing it off. "Man, it's just money. We're waiting on money." So he said, "Let me see what I can do about that." And at that time, he was on staff at a church called First Baptist Church, Jacksonville, North Carolina. So he went back to his church. And I didn't know this until recently. But Lenny didn't ask the church to do this. Lenny himself raised the money. He went to particular people in his church, and they raised enough money to upfront us $137,000 of camp fees paid for 200 campers for the next 2 years, and gave us a check for $137,000. Later on that year, a foundation local here in Gaston County, David Belt Cannon Foundation, gave us another $175,000 towards this building, and we were able to get this building up, and literally it changed the trajectory of this ministry. We was able to start doing winter retreats and all kinds of stuff, and it was really a God thing. So I want to show you a video right now of the barn getting built. And the video's title is "The Barn Will Rise." Check this out.
Hey, social media, guess what? She is growing. Check it out. The barn is being put up slowly but surely. This is day 2 of construction. Thank you for your support in the shoots, because tonight's session is sold out. So check out tickets for tomorrow, or even the next day, or New Year's Eve, or even January, all the way through February 19th. Thank you for your support. Isn't she beautiful? Check it out. The barn will rise. Have a great day.
Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? All right, now y'all didn't tune in for that. I get that. So it was so exciting because we just started the Shoots fundraiser, which, if you don't know, is our winter snow tubing with no snow. Yeah, it works too. And so we was raising money off of the Shoots. The barn was going up, and then the shoot season got over, and then guess what? There was a barn. Check this video out.
Hey, social media, guess what? Because of your support, a few months ago we asked you, and because of your support in the winter shoots, there's the barn. She's looking great. Thank you so much for supporting Crowder's Ridge and the winter shoots. We've raised over $60,000 and had more than 4,000 participants. And guess what? It's not over. You can still get your shoots tickets all the way to February 19th, but in March we're having 4 special nights, because this summer when a kid gives their life to Christ, we want to be able to hand them a leather-bound, nice Bible. So we're purchasing 275 Bibles, and we need to raise $3,500 to do it. So these special 4 nights are going to go, all the proceeds will go towards raising money for the Bibles. Or you can go to our website and give just to this project. But go find out more information online at crowdersridge.com. And thank you for your support and what God's doing right here at Crowders Ridge.
And because of support, we've seen hundreds and thousands of lives changed in this building, so thank you. So let me tell you how to give and what you're giving for. You're giving for scholarships for campers to come to camp, and you're giving for capital improvements to help us build correctly a new camp facility called Crowder Springs. Emily, come on up. And this is how you can give. You can text 704-703-2123. Text the word donate, and a link's going to come back to you, and you can go and fill one of these boxes. So as you can tell here, we got some $40 boxes, we got some $100 boxes, we got some $150 boxes. I really would like to see some of those $130-something boxes filled in the next 10 minutes. So if you could give those, that can give more space for younger people to get, because we deal with a lot of young people and they don't have careers yet. That's going to give Abby an opportunity to go ask her mama for the debit card and give $29, because they're going to get home in exactly 20 minutes. All the teenagers are going to be home. So all you adults, if you could go, Jay, I don't have $119. Well, give $50 towards that $119 box. You can just put it in the comments. Hey, this is for that $119 box. Well, let's get rid of those $150, $119 boxes. We need your help to ignite sparks in the next generation and this generation now for the gospel of Jesus Christ. So you can text to give. You can call 704-915-1096. We'll take your information over the phone. You can mail a check in if you don't have any of those options to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098, or you can get in your car and drive on over here right now, 130 Camp Rodeo Road. We'd love to meet you in person. I'll drag you on the set and put you on here, all right? It's going to be great. But Emily, I hear we got some updates because I see a lot of green. The green wave is happening. So tell us what we got.
Jay, I think we have almost as much green on here as a forest during summer. A lot of green going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of green going on. Good job.
So I'm going to go ahead and update you guys on some of the boxes that have already been adopted. First, we want to thank Bill and Smokey for adopting box 130 and box 70.
Bill and Smokey. Yes. 130 and 70, yes.
Next, we want to thank Carly for adopting box 14.
Thank you, Carly.
Hey-o. Third, we're going to go ahead and thank David for adopting boxes 185 and box 42.
David Lukowitz.
All right, next we're going to thank Kimberly for adopting box 3, 5, 6, 11, 13, 17, and 32.
Whoa. Thank you, Miss Flowers.
Next, we've got Scott, and he adopted boxes 500, 275, 16, and 9.
There, Scott. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Awesome. There's more than that. It takes time to write them down. So make sure you go right now. Text 704-703-2126. The word donate, and you'll get your link. Help us adopt a box so you can help us scholarship and do some capital upgrades so we can reach this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Emily. Next up on the show is the co-star. The co-star to the funniest, this is what I've been told, to the funniest video we've ever done in our whole entire ministry. And it's airing tonight at 7 p.m. We're going to have popcorn. So listen, you need to put Survivor on your DVD RW and to watch this new premiere, the world premiere of the Aerial Park. All right, at 7 p.m. tonight. Don't miss it. But this is Hannah, the co-star to the Aerial Park, ladies and gentlemen. We got to bring the boxes too, girl. We do two things at once here at Crowder's Camps. She's also in charge of the raffle, okay? So as you give today, here's your boxes. As you give, you're also going to be a part of this. So Hannah, go for it.
All right, so we're going to enter you guys as you're adopting boxes into a raffle. And our first section that you could win is, if you give $25 to $200, you could win one of these awesome I Give a Camp pullovers.
Boom.
Bam. They're really cool. Super comfortable. Also, if you give $201 to $500, you could win a private shoots party. The shoots are our winter snowless tubing. and they're a lot of fun, and all of our current sessions are full.
Sold out.
Completely sold out.
Sold out.
So that's pretty
Sold
good.
out. I just like
Sold out.
Sold
Sold out.
I just thought it was
Sold
good
out.
to say it, sold out. Because we will also want to be sold out for Jesus. Box drop.
That was good. All right, and if you give 501 to 999, you will be entered into a drawing to get a family adventure on the aerial course for up to 10 people.
Mm-hmm. And if you give 501 to $999.50, you get harnesses while you do it.
Those are important.
I'm just joking. It's a joke.
like
That's a joke,
harnesses.
guys.
It's a joke.
Send me a laughy emoji or something, would you? So aerial park, and then finally,
If you give 1,000 and up, you will get you will be entered into a drawing to get 3 spots into camp this summer and a pullover. Says I give a camp.
So when somebody gives this kind of money, you got a heart for ministry, and what we're giving you, how we can pay that forward to use for you to give it even more. So when you give us the money, we're going to use it for scholarships. We're going to use it for capital things to build up Crowder Springs, our day camp. But then you get these 3 passes where you get to go to any family you want. It might be grandchildren, might be cousins, whatever. But you get to send 3 kids to our camp this summer, whether it be students or elementary, and see their lives change for the gospel. So thank you so much for your gifts. So you can do that by either texting 704-703-2126, the word donate. You'll get your link. You can mail it, P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina, 28098. You can go online at crowderscamps.com, figure out how to do it there, or you can pick up a phone call and call us right now, 704-915-1096. Okay, so we need your gifts. So this is Hannah. She's part of our CLU program, Camp Leadership University, and that also goes in, not only do we do elementary ministry, we do middle school ministry, we do high school ministry, and we do college ministry too, which is Hannah and the CLU kids, I called you kids, teens, young adults. Is that better? Young adults. So now, you not only is she the co-star of the aerial park at 7 p.m. tonight, but she's also got an interview that we're about to show you. So don't go away. We'll be back in exactly 15 minutes and 53 minutes. 15 minutes and 53 seconds. So don't go anywhere, but check out Hannah's experience here at Crowder's Camps and how your gifts go to impact this generation now and beyond.
Great.
I looked at the whole thing about
Hi, so I'm Hannah. A little bit about me. I'm the 3rd out of 4 kids. I have 2 older brothers and a younger sister. I was born in upstate New York, but we moved down here when I was really young, so I guess I've pretty much lived here my whole life. A little bit about myself, some hobbies I have. I do photography, horseback riding, and hiking, like anything outside. Love the outside world, getting out in nature. A little bit about my testimony. So I was raised in a Christian household, but never really had my own faith. Like growing up, it was a list of boxes just to check off to be a good Christian. And so as I got older and as life started getting harder in my teen years, it really got hard to hold on to that faith that wasn't actually my own. It was my parents' faith I was living out, and just making sure I was doing everything by the book to be this perfect kid, and so really just finding my own faith was hard, and definitely going through a lot of life struggles. In 2018, I went to a summer camp with my youth group, and just wasn't really about it at that time. But I remember the speaker on the last night, he started talking about feeling the Holy Spirit and having God in your life, and I was just kind of sitting there praying, and I was like, God, where are you? Why have I not felt you in my life? And the speaker was saying about how we had to open our hearts to the Holy Spirit and be filled by Him, and I was like, I don't think I've ever done that, genuinely have done that. And so I remember just sitting there on the ground, just starting to pray and be like, God, I open my heart to you, fill me with your Spirit. and I remember just like feeling this overwhelming weight, and just like this rush of like wind going, and it was really cool. I got baptized that night, and then ever since, like, life hasn't been easy, but I now have that firm foundation to stand on of like, God's got me and He's with me in my fight.
What's the weirdest habit you've developed since working at camp?
The weirdest habit I have developed since working at camp, I cannot walk past a piece of trash on the ground without picking it up. It does not matter where I am, I can't. Like, I physically cannot walk past trash without having to go pick it up. Which isn't necessarily a bad habit. Like, you know, keep the environment clean. But definitely, no matter where I am, I have to pick up the trash. Ooh, you know, you work at camp when, how about this, you allow a 15-year-old to bleach and dye your hair red. Okay, my go-to snack in Bucks, a Snickers bar, and then either a cotton candy cappuccino or a Sprite, or a cold brew with chocolate cold foam. It's the go-to. Ooh, there's so many. Funniest summer fail. So during staff camp, a summer staffer that shall remain unnamed was just walking on the risers with a slushie, and she just fell. Grace didn't trip on anything, nothing was there, and she fell down all 4 risers. So gracefully though, trying to save the slushie on her way down. Slushie went everywhere, but it's fine. I first heard about Crowders. My first experience with Crowders was a Christmas party with my youth group. They came in December to do the snow tubing shoots, and that was like my first experience with Crowders, and then I ended up going to camp the following summer. I first considered working at camp my freshman year of college. So I had come to camp twice as a camper, and after my last summer as a camper, I was like, I really love Crowders. Like, I just fallen in love with the place. I was like, I don't want camp to end. And so I remember like going back and forth with this decision to like work here, and I remember when they posted about like summer staff applications open, I was like, do I want to work at camp? Do I not? And I just kept like going back and forth on it, and then there was one day I was just working on some homework, and I kept just thinking about it. I said, you know what, I'm just gonna apply. And so I just went and I applied, and I was like, if I get the job, then it's God's will. If not, it's not. So I'm not really sure if I really had like an expectation for it, just because like working at a camp wasn't something I had done before. So I think like I didn't have like this preset vision in my mind of what it was going to look like. But yeah. The biggest surprises with working here, I don't think I quite realized like how much goes into running a summer camp. Like, you think it's just like this big fun thing, and it is, but there are so many like little pieces that like the staff like goes through to like put together to make this amazing camp experience for the campers. And like I never realized how many like tiny intricate pieces there were. A day in the life of the summer staffer. Ooh. You get up early before all the campers, and you go to the lodge to help serve breakfast and get ready, and then if it's program camp, you get to the barn to do whatever your barn job is. It could be running lights or sound or presenter or running cameras, or maybe you're on stage doing something, and then you have lunch, and then that gets to the fun part where you have recs. Recs are probably my favorite, so you do whatever your job is there. If you're helping with a rec game, if you're a tribal leader, things like that. And you go from there into free time. My personal favorite free time job is the high ropes, and you're just running that, and you're also hanging out with campers doing this too, and just building those relationships and those connections that you can with like the campers. And then you have dinner, and then service, and you have late night, and again that could be like running bucks, hanging out with campers, working one of our missions, which could be the prayer walk, or we do hygiene kits. My favorite thing to do at camp would be the rec games. Those are always like super like high intensity, that's like your chance to like just really like get in there and burn off energy with the kids, and it's always been my favorite, the competition and relationships I've been able to develop. I can confidently say that I have met my best friends at camp, whether they've been on summer staff with me in years past or interns, just like having people that you can connect with and you can pour into and that can pour into you too. And if you're living together for those 3 months that you're here, like you're gonna have issues, but also they're gonna know you better than like most people. And so, yeah, summer staff, I definitely built like great relationships there, and yeah. I have worked here for 2 summers now. I worked in 2020 and then 2021, and what has brought me back is just the experience of like getting to watch God's kingdom grow and like getting to play a part in that and getting to build relationships and pour into kids and students, and just being able to like plant a seed or water a seed that someone else has planted, and just seeing the life change that continually happens like in campers when they come through. It's pretty darn cool. Growth in myself, camp has definitely helped me to grow in my people skills and my confidence. Especially like I served as a travel leader for the 2 years that I've been here, and so you have a group of kids, like you can have up to like 100 kids in your tribe and you're leading them, and so you definitely have to be very like confident and outspoken in that, and that's something that like before coming to camp I wasn't completely, and so that's definitely a way that I've grown. And also God has definitely used camp to help grow me like in my walk with Him. Just like getting to see life change and then like feeling it for myself is really cool. I would tell somebody interested in working in camp that they definitely need to serve at a camp at least one summer. Whether it be Crowders or somewhere else, working at a camp is thoroughly life-changing. The amount of like just growth that can happen in one summer is really cool, and so I would definitely say like doesn't have like in your college years you should definitely work at a camp at least one summer. What made me want to stay? So I'd been kind of struggling with what I wanted to do with my future and my life and like school, especially like I was in one major and I wanted to change majors, and I didn't really know like what I wanted out of education or like anything, and so I was really like struggling with those like issues, and I was just like praying about it, and I was like, God, like what is your plan for me? Like, can you show me something? And I remember just like the very next day after like having this like prayer to God, Nate Flowers like announced this program to the summer staff, and I was like, okay. So then I remember talking to my mom. My mom has always been my support system and like who I bounce ideas off of, and so I like called my mom and I was like, what if I did this? Like take a year off of school to go through this program, and just again a lot of like prayer and like just constant consideration and like thought put into it, and yeah. In CLU, I have been learning a lot about discipleship and leadership, how to disciple other Christians in their walk in Christ, and how to continue to grow in my own like walk, and then also just like leadership and like working on a team and running a business is not easy, so learning how to like interact with your coworkers in that way, it's just the differences between camp in the summer and the off season. The biggest difference is in the summer you're like go go go, like one group leaves, another group comes in, you're like constantly like running, and like it's one thing after another, and then it's in the off season it comes to like a halt, and like you only have groups on the weekends, and there's like more like free time too, and it's like such a drastic change. It was like going from hot to like jumping into cold water, but not in like a bad way though. Like it's been very cool to like experience both sides of it. So a typical weekend as a point of contact. The groups normally come in on Fridays, so an hour and a half before they get here, you're going to go around and just like get camp ready and like set. So you're going to turn on the lights, get ready for traffic, and just setting up everything. And then usually interns will get here before the group, so you get them settled and have them know like what their job is going to be. And then the group leader normally comes a little bit earlier than the actual group, like the campers and everything. So you'll get them checked in, make sure that they have all their waivers and that their payment is in, and just get them all checked in, make sure that they don't need anything. You'll help with like traffic when the group comes in, and then you're just mostly like serving meals. Any of our like activities that they do, that's waterfront, high ropes, paintball, anything like that that they need, you're just there to help facilitate. Running bucks, yeah. My favorite part of CLU so far has getting to really like build connections and relationships with the lead staff and having them like pour into us like as the CLU team, and getting to like have those mentors in our life, and like because you're there with them in the summer but you don't see them as much, and so getting to like be here with them throughout the fall and the off season has been really cool to just like really get to know your lead staff and like build those relationships and those connections. So the event or project that I have been working on is Outdoor University. So it is a program for elementary age kids like 3rd to 5th grade, and it's just about getting them like outside in nature in the amazing world that God created, and just teaching them about like different sciences. And so getting ready for that has been really cool. Never really taught before, so like getting ready to like teach kids is a little bit like but it's been really cool learning that and like what all goes into like starting a program like this, like getting registrations and like budgeting and like things like that has just been really cool. So my concentration and focus in CLU is going to be program assistant. So I'll be working with Jacob Justice, who's like our rec coordinator, program director here, and so I'll be helping him with like tribal stuff, like tribal leaders and tribal games and different recs that we're going to do over the summer, helping with like the summer staff and also scheduling. Going into next summer, I see some of like my responsibilities being like planning out and like scheduling summer staff and making sure that they like know where they need to be, helping facilitate some of the rec games and like tribal wars that we'll put on. Yeah. Why is camp important? I would say camp is important because it gets you out of your normal routine. So your normal like day-to-day, you're getting taken out of that comfort zone. You're doing things that are breaking down those barriers that you have in your life and making it like, it's definitely an emotional incubator, as we like to say here. Thank you guys so much for watching Camp-a-thon. I'm Hannah Thompson.
Hannah Thompson, you'll see her in just a second. She's one of our CLU students. If you're joining us right now or joined us through the video, we would love for you to participate in what we're trying to do, which is adopting boxes. And right now, I would love to see some of these $130, $140 boxes. Matter of fact, I'm going to pray right now in my heart that God will lay on one of your hearts to give us $1,000 so we can cover 10 or 8 of those $100 boxes right now in a row. So by giving to Crowder's Camps, you are giving us fire to ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Your money will go to scholarships and upfitting a brand new day camp for this summer called Crowder's Springs. It's right down the road from here. So welcome back to the Camp-a-thon. First of all, we're going to tell you about our raffle. And this is the start of the last interview. Yeah, hi Hannah. So we're giving every dollar you give, we'll give something back at the end of the show.
Right. So starting with $25 to $200, you will be put in a raffle to win one of these super cool pullovers that says "I give a camp."
We give a camp.
We do give a camp. And then from $201 to $500, you will get a private shoots party in January.
That's snow tubing with no snow.
No snow, but it's a lot of fun.
Yep.
And then $501 to $999, you will get a family adventure at our aerial park for 10 people.
Super fun.
Super, super fun. Yeah. All right, and then 1,000 and over, you will be entered into a giveaway for 3 family members to go to camp this summer, and a little sprinkle on top, a pullover.
Yeah, so those three spots can go to somebody in your community. They don't have to be a family member, because I know if you're going to give $1,000, you're doing it out of generosity of your heart, and you really don't care about the camp spots. But we want you to invite somebody you know or in your community. While you're also on here, go to one of our social media platforms and share what God's doing in your life. People are already starting to share what camp means to them. Maybe your kids were impacted while they were here. Maybe your Hannah's mama watching right now, and how that's, I don't know. But just let us know so we can have some communication with you. I've been sharing small little God moments through all the giving updates, and I want to share this one. In late 2018, I had been looking at this for sale sign on property right down the road here for months, and finally somebody tore down the sign. And when they tore down the sign, that brought attention to my eyes, because I was like, oh, did they sell it? Is it still there? So I went and looked in the woods, and somebody had threw it in the woods because they didn't want this land sold. It was a 57-acre property, which is actually bigger than the property that we're on right now. And so I went and called the person, offered him a ridiculously low amount of money, and he took the offer. And he wanted to see it turned into a kids' camp. And that became Crowder Springs. So I went out one day while camp was happening, and I filmed this video. And this is so God giving us a brand new property to be able to offer camp for elementary kids. And by your gifts, we're able to make this thing happen. And it's happening this summer with day camp. 2 weeks are already sold out of the 8 weeks we're doing day camp. And every dollar you give helps us to move towards that mission. So you want to see a drone shot of it? Okay, come on, watch this video.
So here's a good question. Does Gaston County need another summer camp? The answer is yes!
For the past 5 years, Crowder's Ridge has grown to meet the needs of kids and students of all ages, economic backgrounds, and situations. From churches, corporate organizations, foster care kids, and families that can never afford to attend camp. And now, Crowder's Ridge is full to its capacity, and the demand is greater now than ever before. Crowder's Ridge is mainly designed for students 6th through 12th grade, and its capacity has been met during our summer camp sessions. So how can we open up more spaces for kids ages 8 to 12, more foster kids, and kids that can't afford to attend camp? If we don't have any beds, the dining hall is maxed to capacity, and our gathering space is limited. This is a dream that will sound ridiculous until it's a reality. We are going to build a new camp just for kids to help them become something greater than themselves. Welcome to Crowder Springs, a 54-acre year-round camp that will be able to house 300 kids. Here they will be impacted for years to come by caring leaders and a program of excellence. From a water park at the core of the camp to tubing and playing in creeks located on site, kids' lives will be changed. But we need your help. We need donations to make this dream a reality, to open up by the summer of 2020. Why? Because if we don't have a moment to lose, because every moment we lose, we miss capturing the heart, imagination, and excitement of a kid's mind that can be impacted by the power of camp.
Help us, pray for us, as we strive to make waves in kids' lives by building Crowder's Springs. From a $50 gift to a $1 million donation, every kid deserves a week at camp. You can visit buildacamp.com
for a complete vision of the camp and ways that you can give and sponsor a building. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, so that is a dream. Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's happening. I don't know if you noticed in the video, for all you guys watching, but it said open up by 2020. January 31st, we pulled the plug on it because we didn't have funding in place. We had the whole camp sold out for the whole summer. It was just dirt. We ran out of time. We had to cancel. We gave the money back to all those groups that had registered. But needless, we didn't know this, but God was protecting us because 2 months later, COVID broke out, and we would have had that big payment that we would have had to make on the camp, and we wouldn't have been able to handle it. So God looked out for us. We are building it in small stages now, which is going to be real cool because we're starting a day camp if you have kids. If you have kids, now's the time to go and get those kids registered up for day camp, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every single day, right here in Gaston County, feeding them good food, incredible recs. It's going to be great. But that's not what we're here to talk about right now. We're here to talk about the green wave. The green wave that is moving across our adopted box because of generous people just like you. So here's Emily. Emily, tell us some of these giving updates. Come on.
Yeah, we got some more people that have donated, more people that have adopted boxes. So first we have Maddie and Grayson, and they adopted box 51.
Come on. Come on, 51.
Next we have Tim, and he adopted boxes 34 and 66.
Thank you so much. Hey, Tim Root, Liberty Press, Rutherford, North Carolina. They do a good job with your print stuff. If you need something printed, banners, whatever, Liberty Press, Rutherford, North Carolina.
He also added a comment, and Tim says, thanks for being a blessing to my kids over the years and for my grandkids in the future. This is why we do camp.
Yeah, that's good right there. That's good.
Next we have Brittany, who adopted box 21.
Sure, go ahead, Brittany. Brittany Farr. Thank you, Brittany.
And last for right now, we have Lizzie, who adopted boxes 2 and 8. And Lizzie says, I love camp and the experience. The staff is amazing, and I wouldn't be in the walk of my faith without y'all.
Okay, is Lizzie, is she an intern or does she come here to camp? Anybody know? Lizzie Barrett? Is she an intern or is she? All right, so Lizzie, you have made the hot spot right now because this is exactly what I wanted to see happen is students that come to our camp to fall in love with our camp and our vision and then come back and adopt one of these boxes that's up here on this screen. So if you're a camper, you need to go to your parents and say, hey, Mom, you remember that camp I went to, Crowder's Ridge? They're doing a fundraiser, and can we adopt a box? Now, before the screen goes away, look at all these easy numbers. Say, hey, can we give $67 to the camp today? Hey, can we give $120 to the camp? But Lizzie, thank you for being an incredible leader. Matter of fact, Lizzie, I'm going to keep your card, and I'm going to put it up on my wall because this is, I love it. This is great leadership. Thank you so much. Teenagers, listen, go get your mom and dad, bring them into the feed, tell them you want to support us, and let's get these boxes adopted, okay? So, Emily, now you're up. Now we're going to go to her interview. She's with our CLU team, Camp Leadership University. You never know, Lizzie, you might be here one day too. You never know. But now she's going to share her experiences about what she experienced being on summer staff and in our Camp Leadership University video. So this video lasts 18 minutes and 21 seconds, and we'll be back to the regular program. But check out Emily's interview.
I am talking. My name is Emily,
Hey, Ryan,
and
over
I like chicken nuggets. But I don't also really like a lot of other kinds of chicken. I mostly just like chicken. It's a fun fact. So, my name is Emily, and I was raised in Hendersonville, North Carolina. And I am one of 6 kids. I fall in 4th if you're going oldest to youngest. And I really love photography. My mom is also a photographer, so I picked that up from her. I like to play guitar, and I was a cheerleader for a lot of years, so those are kind of like my favorite things to do. And then for my testimony, I was raised in a Christian home, and both my parents are Christians. So as I was growing up, I kind of adopted their faith, but I never really made it my own. So I had a lot of head knowledge, but I didn't have a lot of heart knowledge. And then in 6th grade, I had an event happen that was kind of hard on my life. I really walked away from God, from the church, and I just didn't want anything to do with it. I was really angry at God until about my sophomore year of high school, when my family moved and we started going to a new church, and I really got plugged into the youth group, and we fell in love with it. And through that, I ended up going on a camp retreat weekend with them, and the pastor was talking about taking up your cross and making your faith your own. And that was the night that I got saved, because I realized that I didn't have heart knowledge. I didn't really have Christ in my heart, because I never accepted him, because I was always living my parents' faith and living in that head knowledge. Since then, life's not always been easy. It's been a lot of ups and downs, but having that firm foundation and knowing that I have Christ in my heart and that he's guiding me and that I can trust him has been significant. So since working at camp, the weirdest habit that I've developed is probably, we have a lot of random things that people will say. So one of them is like, is this a prank? Another person said, oh my Lanta a lot. And so things like that I've picked up almost automatically. My favorite Bucks snack? I don't know. I think my favorite is actually a drink, and it's probably going to be the mango dragon fruit with lemonade refreshment. So the funniest summer fail that I experienced was I actually ruined another summer staffer's prank. So he had this whole elaborate prank planned out. He was going to prank our intern mentors. So he was going to prank them by having an intern hide, and he was with another summer staffer that was completely safe, but he was going to have another intern hide and prank the intern mentors, saying that they lost an intern. Well, I didn't know that this was a prank, so I get an angry phone call from the intern mentors, and I knew where this intern was. So I'm getting an angry phone call, where is my intern? And I was like, they're here! And I didn't know, and I have yet to live that moment down. Everyone still holds it over my head. So I first heard about Crowders through one of our other crew members, her name's Hannah. She was my RA in college, and as I became friends with her being my RA, she told me a little bit about camp and her experience here, and that's how I found out. So I had been to a different camp when I was 15, and that was kind of how I learned first about camp, and that's how I learned first about camp ministry as well, and that's really when I fell in love with it. In my fall semester last year, I really felt the Lord calling me to summer camp ministry, and I had no clue what that was going to look like. Didn't have a camp that I was really particularly feeling led to yet, and so I applied to several different camps. Didn't know where the Lord was going to take me, but I was just putting it in his hands and saying, Lord, lead me wherever you want. And several camp doors got closed for me, and at that point I was kind of ready to give up. I didn't understand, because I felt like I was being called to camp ministry, but I hadn't applied to Crowders yet. And then I just felt something tug on my heart saying, you know about Crowders, just apply there. I was like, okay. So I applied to Crowders, and I ended up getting my interview and getting the job right afterwards, and the Lord just placed this overwhelming peace on my heart, and I knew that that's where I was supposed to be. So before coming to Crowders, since I had never even stepped foot on camp until staff camp, I didn't really have many expectations. Since I had talked to Hannah a little bit, I knew that summer staff would help out with recs, our high ropes, waterfront, serving meals, but other than that, I didn't really know what I was going to be doing, so I didn't have very many expectations. The only expectation I'd say that I really did have is that the Lord would move in big ways, because I felt that on my heart. So this was a happy surprise when I got here, is that how much the lead staff and full-time staff members really care about, and how much they really tend to want to pour into summer staff. And I knew that there was going to be some discipleship opportunities from staff camp, but I didn't understand how much they really care about us personally, as well as not just boss-employee relationship, but they genuinely cared about us, and they took the time to show us that and make sure that we were being filled before we were pouring out to others. So a day in the life of summer staff looks different for everybody, and it looks different almost every day. For me personally, I tended to start my day with my quiet time, so I'd wake up early, do my quiet time, and then go into the saloon, which is where we do our rec signups, and then I would help run rec signups and move from there into if I had a meal to serve that day, or helping with hard ropes courses. I didn't help out with waterfront too much, but occasionally I would be down there, as well as helping run our rec activities, our games, and helping out in worship services when needed. Just kind of wherever I was needed, that's where I went. So my absolute favorite thing to do at camp was to run rec signups in the saloon, because I was told at the very beginning of the summer that anything at camp can be intentional ministry, and that was kind of my space for intentional ministry, because I really got to get to know campers, I got to learn their names, where they were from, and speak to them just a little bit in that way. And then I often did specifically our high ropes signups, and because I was often helping with high ropes, I could then later in the day remember their names and be like, hey, it's nice to see you again, ask them about their day, and they would remember me, and so then we got to have that more intentional conversation at ropes as well. So our summer staff this past summer was very intentional right down from day one of staff camp in wanting to get to know one another in a way to build lasting friendships. And we would even hang out in our downtime, even throughout the summer. We were always together, hanging out and just having fun with one another and really getting to know each other. And those friendships have definitely lasted even through the summer. I still talk to most of the summer staff. As for lead staff, it was really cool to get poured into and filled and loved by them, and that relationship was kind of built just by them genuinely caring about me and wanting to make sure that I was getting filled as I was working this summer. For interns, I think the best part about getting to build relationships with interns is they're high schoolers and we're college age, and so there's such a close relationship that we can still relate to them, and we can still be almost in a friend standpoint, but also mentor them spiritually and help them grow in their relationship with Christ. Okay, so you know you work at camp when you spend enough time around people that you start saying the same things as them at the same time and doing the same things. Same wavelength. So I would say the biggest skill that I've gained since working at camp this summer was to learn how to be flexible. Because I started staff camp being the most scheduled, strict in my schedule, didn't like to change my ways kind of person. And in staff camp, every single lead staff member told us, you have to learn to be flexible to work at camp. And I'm sitting there thinking like, oh my gosh, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do this because I don't like my schedule changes. But as you experience it enough, and as you have to understand how to roll with the punches when your schedule does change, you learn how to be more okay with being go with the flow. And so then when changes do come and when you do need to be flexible, it's a lot easier to just then move into it. So one of the biggest ways that God used this summer in my life was at the very beginning of summer. It was the very first week we had a camp here. One of my roommates looked at me and was like, this is what the Lord's been teaching me right now, and I think I'm going to make this like my word for the week. And I was like, I love that idea. And so we made an agreement to do that together all summer. So for each week, we had a new word for all summer. And my very first word was the word brave. And that ended up becoming my word for the entire summer. And that was really the biggest way that that was the biggest thing that God taught me this summer. And so being brave, it was specifically whether it was being brave for him and being brave enough to surrender to his will and where he was leading in my life, or whether it was being brave enough to share the gospel or talk to someone or get out of my comfort zone. This summer really brave was laid on my heart, and being brave for the Lord specifically. So when you are working at camp, you are with summer staff and lead staff, summer staff in particular, 24/7. All of the time you are working with someone else. And so you really learn how to be and how to work in a group environment. And that's important because no matter what you're doing in life, at some point you're going to have to be working with someone else. So no matter what you choose to do with your life, you're going to need to be able to work at least with one other person or in some type of group environment. And camp really prepares you for that, because no matter, you are always working with someone else. You're never working alone. So my biggest thing that I would say to someone who wants to work at camp or is thinking about it is don't think, just do it. Because if you start thinking, you're going to start overthinking. And if you start overthinking, you might talk yourself out of it. Because I almost did that with Crackers. And I would say it's going to be an experience that will change your life. And it's not going to be an easy one, but it's going to be one of the best choices you will ever make, because it was for me. And so don't think, just do it, because you're gonna want to just act, and it's going to be a right decision. So I heard about Camp Leadership University just before it was announced to the rest of summer staff, just because I heard about it in passing. And I really was interested in it, but I didn't know quite what it was yet. And then when I found out like the full scope of what it was going to be, I knew that it was something that the Lord was calling me to do, because I just felt so much peace about it. And I heard about it and I was like, I automatically want to do this. And I was like, but I don't know if this is my will or if this is the Lord's will. So I really just sat and prayed about it for weeks, and I was so confused because I really wanted to, but I wasn't sure. But I also really wanted to I had the opportunity to learn more about ministry and learn more about camp ministry specifically and how to do that. While someone is there to guide me and hold my hand and teach me, I really wanted to seize that opportunity while I could. So for selection for Camp Leadership University, it was, for me, when I heard about it, I inquired further with Nate Flowers, and I was like, what is this? What is this gonna look like? How can I be a part of this? And it became a thing with him and I sitting down and just really discussing where I was in life, why I felt like I wanted to be at CLU, how he thought I was going to be able to be used here, and what he thought it was going to look like. And then it came down to several others who had put in interests or applications, and it came down to selection of who our lead staff really felt like could be grown in this ministry. So we have two of what we call classes at Camp Leadership University. So we have one that is more ministry focused or selectively ministry focused, and it's run by our director. And he really is teaching us how to not only be a disciple and how to allow others to disciple us, but then how to turn around and help the next person in line and how to disciple others as we're letting ourselves be discipled. So not only how to allow ourselves to be filled, but allow ourselves to pour out as well. And then our other class is more leadership focused, more corporate leadership focused, and it's teaching us how to incorporate the gospel in our ministry as we lead others, or as we begin to start to lead, so that we can understand the emotional aspects of leadership, so that we can create an environment with a well-oiled working machine. Camp in the summer and camp in the off-season are very different, but camp in the summer is very go, go, go. You're always moving, you're sprinting from thing to thing. That's not a bad thing, it's a lot of fun, and you're always moving, and you're almost always camper focused as summer staff. However, during fall retreats with CLU, we've been very leader focused, and really making sure that everything is running smoothly with the leaders. It's a lot slower. We only have groups on the weekends, so it's way more intentional with leaders rather than campers, and it's also a bit of a slower pace. But it's awesome and fun to experience both. So every retreat group is different in what they are looking for from us and in what they have planned. So it can look, planning for retreat groups and being point of contact is always changing. But generally what we do is we first meet the group leader and say, hey, this is who we are, this is how we intend to help you this weekend, make sure that everything they need is turned in, and then from there on it's a matter of helping run bucks or serve meals, and then if the group leader needs anything, it's more about making sure that we are providing an environment in which the group leader is happy and is working well, so that they can pour into their campers and focus more on them rather than focus on whatever else is going on in camp. So my favorite part of Clues so far has definitely been getting to know and getting to work with the other Clue members. They're all really great, and so getting to develop our friendships further has been really super fun. And it's also been amazing to get to know lead staff better and get to see more of the ins and outs of each of their personal jobs. So the project that I'm creating is called the Midterm Program, which is a monthly event for middle school age students specifically. And it's supposed to be a game and Bible-based group event to allow middle schoolers to come in and gain fellowship with other believers in an aspect that they might not normally have. So it's not just their church, it's not just their school, it's a little bit of everyone in their community to allow them to really branch out and gain fellowship. So they'll come in, have a little bit of fellowship time, we'll play a game that incorporates the Bible or the lesson or whatever we're talking about that night, and then they'll split out into breakout groups led by our Clue members to really pour into them specifically and disciple them personally. So for spring semester of COU, I'm really looking forward to working with Emily Gwynn. She's the lead staff member that I've been selected to work with in the spring, and I'm also very excited to see the administration side deeper and further on how that will be handled specifically with day camps, and learning more about her role and learning more about how I can help her and help improve that aspect of camp. So next summer, one of the biggest things that I'm going to probably be doing is working with parents of our spring stay camp. And so whether that's checking in campers as they're coming in and out, or communicating with parents about what a kid may need, or what a group may need if it's a group of kids that are coming to Springs, and really making sure that everything on that side of things is taken care of. So personally, in my experience, camp has been extremely influential in my life because I was saved at a retreat camp. And for me, that was my moment when I was by myself learning about Christ, and so I could make my faith my own. That was when I really learned that I was living in my parents' faith because they weren't there. It wasn't just a normal church night. It wasn't just checking a box of being there and doing what I felt like I was supposed to because my parents were watching me. It was rather me on my own learning, this is who I need in my life, this is what I need. And it took that camp experience, that being away from my parents in my own life, to learn and mature in that. I'm Emily, and I appreciate you guys watching Camp-a-thon so much. I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, we're about back. That was Emily's interview video. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Welcome back to the show, the Camp-a-thon. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for not holding your applause. It was a great applause. I love it. If you are a student and you're home from school before you take your nap, hey, you can take a nap while you watch Camp-a-thon, okay? But before you do that, we really will love for you, if your life's been changed, comment on our social media platforms. Send us a couple lines of the life change you experienced here. If you're a parent and you know your kid loves our camp, comment, because we would love to be able to share those things, because we want to be more involved in their lives and know how God changed their life here. Because today is not about just raising money, but it's also about just giving praise and glory to God. God gets the glory, we get to serve Him. That's one of our core values. So if you're home today, if you're a student, God gets the glory, we get to serve Him. One of our core values. If you're home and you've been to camp, why don't you go and get your mom and dad involved in this stream? Ask them to take one of the boxes behind us, adopt a box, $76 box. Let's get rid of the $76 box. That's a great box for you to go ask your parents, hey, can we invest in the camp this year and take care of that $76 box? That'd be a great box, okay? So do that. So Emily is here. She's got some giving updates for us. So go ahead, Emily. Let's hear them.
Yeah, these are some more people that have adopted boxes. We have Vicky and Brian, and they worked together to adopt box 54.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
154, excuse me, 154.
154, not 54, 154.
Then we have Casey, and Casey adopted boxes 125 and 75.
Thank you, Casey. The best family.
Yes. And then we have Amy, and Amy adopted boxes 43 and box 7.
All right, Amy Cunningham, thank you so much.
And those are our giving updates for right now.
All right, so also when you give, you also enter our raffle.
A raffle?
A raffle.
A raffle?
Love the raffle.
All right, let me tell you about our raffle. So, if you adopt and give $25 to $200, you'll be entered into a giveaway to win one of these awesome pullovers.
Yep.
It says I Give a Camp.
I
They're
Give
pretty
a
cool.
Camp.
They're also super soft and comfortable.
Yes, they
And then
are.
if you give $201 to $500, you'll be entered into a raffle to win a private shoots party in January. Our shoots are snowless winter tubing, and right now all of our sessions are completely sold out. That was good.
So if you want to get into a shoot session, give $201 to $500, and we'll give you your own private one. Okay, be really cool.
Awesome. And then
Thanks,
if
man.
you give $501 to $999, you'll be entered into our raffle for a family adventure on our aerial course for up to 10 people.
You're not out there by yourself, of course. We got our facilitators there ready to help you out.
Ready to harness you up. And then, if you give $1,000 or over, which is a super great gift, you will be entered into our raffle for 3 spots for our summer camp this summer and a pullover.
So
Again.
if you're going to give $1,000 more, you got a heart for our ministry and a heart of generosity. Really, these you can give these passes to your family members if you have them, but not. We want to give you something that you can give away as you give away your generosity to us. So we thank you for that. So we're going to do this at 8:15 tonight. 8:15 tonight. Or 15 till 8, excuse me. I told time like Abby does. Sorry, Abby. At 15 till 8 tonight, we're going to have a raffle, so make sure you do that. So let's start taking down the green wave. We want the green wave to happen through the blue, and some more boxes being taken, okay? So there's those. Now, also, we're going to start popping popcorn at about 6:30 tonight because we have the world premiere of the aerial park. Okay, this thing's supposed to be the funniest video Crowder's Camps has ever done before. And right now, there's a cute dog that just came in the studio, so everybody's leaving. So Maddie, bring the dog. Bring the dog, Maddie. Bring the dog. Bring the dog. So tonight at 7 o'clock is the world premiere of the aerial park. Bring him up here, Maddie. Forget about them, all the people touching the dog. Bring the dog. Bring the dog here. Somebody get on that camera because you're going to need to adjust it. Come here, puppy. Puppy, come. Hey, puppy. Puppy, come here. Come here. It's your world premiere. Come here. All right, this dog is for donation for exactly $5,000. $5,000 and you get Maddie's dog. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. What's the dog's name?
Loki.
Loki. Off of Loki and Thor?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Loki. All right, so if you think this dog is cute, we need some boxes adopted, okay? Because see how excited he is? Okay, you can go there. You're square. Give. Every dime you give goes to impact this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ, okay? So we're going to talk about our impact. So I want to invite Nathan Vest and Nate Flowers up to the stage, to the set. These guys. And one reason why these guys are here is because in this segment is because they've been through a lot of what we've been through as a camp. And we're going to more or less just throw back some videos how we've been impacted or something like that. So guys, if you remember, I think our desire is to help the world become a better place. And I can't remember what hurricane it was, but there was a hurricane coming through the Topsail, Wilmington area. We have a lot of churches, Renovation, Catalyst Church, probably a few more that I'm forgetting, but we have a lot of friends on the East Coast in the Wilmington area, and so this video is terrible quality, but
I was 20 years old, and this was the first video I ever made. Do you remember that?
You made this? I apologize.
No,
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean.
It's really bad.
I didn't mean.
All you viewers out there, it's real bad. I'm the one who made it. I can say it.
But I literally came out of the office like, man, listen, the camp's sitting here empty. These people were having to evacuate. let's just open up and see what happens. We did get a couple phone calls, but nobody stayed at the camp. But we at least wanted to. I mean, we
offer it up, yeah.
We have 400 beds. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a 3-minute idea turned into a video, and now we're still talking about it.
Yeah, I mean,
there we go.
For all you guys thinking and contemplating, hey, should I give, should I not? Your gifts go way further than even a scholarship, because when we are able to let go of and not worry about scholarship money, we can do other things to impact the world for the gospel of Jesus Christ. So this is again. Nothing to do here, but when you see it, you might click off, but don't, okay? Because we got more impact coming. Check out this hurricane video.
Hey, social media. We wanted you to know here at Crowder's Ridge that we are praying for you and everyone that's in the pathway of the hurricane, but also we want to be in the path of anybody that needs us here at Crowder's Ridge. So if you're having to evacuate and you're coming through the Charlotte, North Carolina area, I would love for you to give Crowder's Ridge a phone call and see if we have a space available for your family. It is 704-915-1096, or you can go to crowdersridge.com and check out all the contact information there. Share the post. We're open for anybody that needs a place to stay. God bless you, and we're praying for you.
Big deal. there was a ton of people evacuating.
I remember, I think the biggest part that struck me about this video, thinking back about it, was that we have always been, and you guys are a testament to this, that we have always taken what little we have and figure out the best way to stretch it as far as we can for the kingdom of God.
Yeah.
We had a camp here who on a random Thursday was not being used at the time. We said, hey, we're going to stretch it and let God use it. Hey, we've got the second property. Next summer, we're going to stretch and let God use it. I think that's been a testament to really what we've been through.
Yeah.
Really just taking a little bit of what we have.
Yeah. I learned a long time ago in ministry, if you're faithful with the small, God will bless you with the big. And even for you guys out there thinking about giving, that dollar that we asked for the $1 box to fill it got filled. That $21 that you can give will be stretched to the best stewardship that we possibly can to make sure that the gospel's heard by as many people as possible as we can. But I think, honestly, guys, we had to go back and look. Maybe Caleb can go back and look. But I believe that video was shared and viewed more than any video we have. Yeah. That's how serious it was during the particular time of people were worried about loved ones. So it was shared. Even though no one came and stayed here, we still want to be a light to the community.
Well, it's a testament of when you come from, when you have nothing, when you start with nothing, we did here. We had something. The buildings were here, but it had so much work. It was basically, to us, it was almost nothing. As much hard work as we had to put into it. So being able to offer that was just a huge blessing for us to be able to give that, to offer that.
Yeah.
Where we couldn't have done that before.
We couldn't. So, I think there's also a gratitude that our staff puts out because we know where we came from.
Yeah.
He said buildings were here, but they were sheds. They were
the cabins were not.
They were roofs.
They were basically
with 4x4s holding them up.
They were basically screened in buildings.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I believe as a culture of a camp ministry, we also love to partner with people, and we love it when people partner with us. The bunkhouse, which is holds, if I could do some quick math, probably 30% or 35% of the campers here. The first year we had a camp here, there were 98 people in one big old giant room. It looked like a juvenile jail cell.
Can you imagine 98 middle school boys in one room?
I cannot. The smell, just the smell. Luckily, through the generosity of people like you watching and giving towards that $117 box, we were able to totally revamp the whole entire bunkhouse, which holds, again, 30% plus. 30, that's 90. B4 is another 12, that's 102. B5 is another 4, that's 106. That's 106 campers out of 400. My math's not too far off. If it is, maybe I need another job.
You touched on beds for a second. Part of operations is what I do. It's mattresses. So that 117 box right there, that's one mattress for us.
Yeah.
And so we're changing out mattresses. It can go a long way. So for you to give and be generous, it means the world to us. So thank you for those of you who have already given, and those of you that will give. It's a huge blessing for us. For sure.
So if sleeping's your thing, if you love to sleep, won't you just go ahead and take that $117 box and just say, you know what, I'm gonna buy a mattress for a kid, because my man right here, these two guys have different passions, and he has a passion for making sure everything's nice and changed out, and he's changing out mattresses. He's for fundraising and moving the organization along with the vision that I put out. So both of them have great things, but I also love the Glenn Foundation here in Gaston County, because they came, luckily we saw that their name was on the bunkhouse building, and they came alongside of us and gave us a grant 3 years in a row, which is normally they don't do, normally it's 2, and helped us revamp it. But 1 year, they helped provide a brand new roof. So check out this video called The New Roof Thank You.
Hey everybody, this year we want to make a video about a special partnership with the Carrie E. and Lena V. Glenn Foundation. Helen Keller said life's a daring adventure or nothing at all, and that's exactly what this building has done. It's created great adventures for kids to experience at camp, and it's all because of the Glenn Foundation. Over the past 3 years, they've given us a grant every single year, and we've taken that money and built this building almost from the ground up, but it was in very bad shape, and we've created an incredible place for kids to encounter Christ and be able to stay out here at Crowder's Ridge. So here's a special thank you for this year's grant monies that's allowed us to redo the roof into metal, and it looks amazing. Thank you so much, Glenn Foundation, for your support in the Glenn bunkhouse. God bless.
We got to give it up for the Glenn Foundation. Thank you so much.
Right after they gave the money for the roof, the windows that you noticed in that video are half of them they've been completely redone, and then we've got the other half coming up here soon. So the Glenn Foundation's been a great partner. That whole building has been re-updated with the Glenn Foundation.
And we appreciate them. I know as an operations director, I sleep well at night when I hear the rain outside, knowing that I'm not going to get a call from that cabin.
Yeah,
saying the roof's leaking.
Metal roofs here. Every single roof on every cabin needs to be replaced or covered with metal. They really do. They're too old. They're too much of a liability. And you're like, why are you guys talking about roofing? Because if it's a stormy July night and the roof starts leaking and we have to evacuate 10 kids out of a cabin, guess what? Their whole maybe we have to move them into a meeting room because we don't have the room in cabins, and guess what? They're destructed at that point and can't really focus the way they're supposed to focus because their lodging got taken away. So roofs are very important, and so as you think about giving, one roof on a cabin literally runs about $575. That's all. The bunkhouse, of course, was a little more than that. It was about $12,000.
Inflation's about $800.
Yeah, you got to quote back. You got to quote back. Are you serious? They went up $300.
Yeah. The more
Scratch that. It costs about $850 for a roof. But hey, you can send a check to P.O. Box 1 as long as it's postmarked by December 30th. That's a roof. Send $1,000. Let's put on some new roofs for some cabins. But our focus more or less today is if we can get all these blocks filled, we will raise money for scholarships and the capital needs for Crowder Springs that we need. I think as a staff, all of our staff, right now we have an incredible staff team. I think we all love seeing life change. And you guys both have experienced the tent out here. I told the story a little bit earlier about how this used to be a concrete floor and a tent. Now we have a building. That's another God moment. But it was just a tent. And there's been some very powerful moments out here. What's been some powerful moments you guys have experienced?
I remember the first year of camp. There were a lot of people out. You were tossing gravel, putting up plywood in bathrooms. It was the first year, barely making it to camp and get everything ready. I remember the first night of camp. Our worship session barely happened. But I remember standing in the back of the tent, and Ronnie Bowers was there, the president of our board of directors, and we both looked out into the crowd, And we said, wow, this is awesome. And it was a tent with a dirt floor. But guess what? Those students didn't have a problem with it. They worshiped. We had so many people give their life to Christ that year. And I remember saying that, wow, like even God can just use the dirt.
Yeah.
Even God just used the dirt floor. And so I think there have been some of the tent moments were some of the most impactful for me because I was able to rely on God and see what he was going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was so much relying on God at the very beginning for us 7 years ago. Just to get to that first night was like running in quicksand. It's like we were never going to get there. It was so hard, incredibly stressful and hard. And mine was the same night. I remember where I was at. I was out here outside the tent because it was packed and out on the gravel, listening to kids worship.
Yeah.
It was remarkable. And just saying, it wasn't, oh, we did it. It was, God, you did it.
Yeah, you know, that year, I think I can remember that same moment. Is that when we left the service and went down there and Ben led worship from the little stage right there at the edge of the woods? Yeah, I remember that night too. It's a very special night. So this, I'm going to throw back to inside of the tent. And we had a young man named Samuel Harris. Went around and got some great 30-second shots of worship. But this is the atmosphere that if you donate to our ministry, this is the atmosphere that we want kids to just literally be in the whole entire time they're here. So check out this clip. It's called The Stand. So I stay home, eyes high and higher than you know. As you start hearing the voices in the background, it takes you all the way back, you know. And, you know, it's amazing how much God used the tent, and nobody really complained. We didn't have people leaving the camp because we was in a tent. I really think it's because we're so gospel-centered. When we started, like at the end of that video you saw, a thing came up called E-Camps. We didn't actually lose that name until about 2017. But that was the first 10 years of our camp ministry. And believe it or not, both these guys were involved in that as well. But E-Camps all stands for eternal life, evangelism. That's what the E stood for. And we've been continuing doing it. And it starts with our speakers. Some of you might know this if you're in the Christian realm, but Tony Nolan was here. And I was shocked one year that I was able to get him. But Tony Nolan's a great evangelist. Check out this clip of Tony preaching. This is at one of our services at the very end. This is Tony Nolan.
Tonight, God's going to work in our lives. We don't have anything to prove to anybody else, but God's going to look down in here, and he's looking at all of your lives, and he wants to know, do you really believe he is the resurrection king? Do you really know he is the resurrection king? Let's praise God and give him the glory up in this place. By the Spirit I will rise from the ashes of defeat. The resurrected king is resurrecting me. In your name I come alive to declare your victory. The resurrected king is resurrecting me. By your Spirit I will rise from the ashes of defeat. The resurrected king is resurrecting me. Yeah. I can't believe we got him that year. He's great. He became a pastor in Florida. But
It's a great moment.
I mean, how many kids have we seen, you know, raise their hand or stand up and gave their life to Christ? I would say at this point in our ministry that, you know, we're close to probably seeing 5,000 students coming to Jesus. Of course, I ain't got the eternity proof of that, but just sitting in the services watching kids stand up for the past, you know, are we in 7 seasons now? Because COVID took a time on the calendar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
7 seasons.
Feels like we've been doing it. Well, we've been doing it 17. 7 here.
Yeah, 7 here. Yeah. So my favorite place in this whole entire camp is a thrown together wall with a bunch of boards with a couple telephone poles. I think you guys might know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But we call it the life change wall. What do you guys see when you walk around that wall, and what do you think of when you walk around that wall in the middle of downtown?
I mean, I am able to look at that and see the past. For me, because again, we know what we've been through. Mm-hmm. We see the past years of ministry, and to me, I see the faded names. Those names from the first 2 years of camp, when we didn't have the best environment. We didn't have the best anything yet. We were still trying to get there. We were still working so hard, but yet there's a faded name on the wall in downtown because they wrote their name and said, I give my life to Christ this week and I'm going to be changed forever. The faded names, those are the names that really take me for granted. Now, of course, I love all of our kids who are able to come every year, but again, we know what we've been through. We work so hard just to be able to say, here's camp, God, use it. That's what I see.
Yeah. So when I see that wall, I do see the names. Yeah. Ultimate, always.
You want to tear it down? No, I'm just kidding.
No. I remember you coming to me and saying, hey, I want you to do something. When we had all this other stuff to do, and I remember thinking, God, another thing. Okay. And so, but in hindsight, I remember building it. I remember the people who helped me build it.
We didn't probably have the money to order the rock things on the other side, but yet we did it.
We did it. And God used it for sure. And I mean, that's just proof by the names that we see on the wall. It's more than just wood, it's more than just telephone poles, and it's life change.
Yeah.
And that's why we do what we do.
And so there's a few moments in camp where I might be walking to the leaders meeting or something, and I'll look over there and see some kid rewriting their name. You know, because we have so many loyal churches that come year after year. Little Sarah, she's over there rewriting her name. She knows exactly on the wall where she wrote it. I love the traditional part of that, where it's a tradition, you know, and they come back and see their name. They also can remember, hey, I gave my life to Christ here. It makes them, you know, it's no doubt. I gave my life to Christ. I remember 2017 type deal. But it's time to let you guys experience the Salvation Wall. Here's a little video we did in 2017 of the Salvation Wall. It's pretty powerful. Check this out. That refocuses me every single time. Mm-hmm. It does.
And that, I get choked up every time I watch it, just because I don't know where those kids are, and just because they wrote their name on that wall doesn't mean they're saved necessarily. I mean, we've talked about that, but if they're truly saved, there's no amount of UV sunlight that can erase their name.
Yeah, amen, bro. You're preaching now. Awesome. You'll start preaching. Yeah. I thought I was the only one tearing up. I looked over at you. You're tearing up too. You're the hardcore one.
No, I'm checking up. I try to hide it really well.
You're doing a good job. Hey, listen, if you're joining us right now and you think we're three crazy people, we are. We're crazy to see people's lives change for the gospel. And with your help and generosity today, we get the opportunity to fill these boxes up. So if you're a student, you've been to our camp, maybe you even came to kids camp and you're only in 7th grade now, go get your mom and dad, bring them into the Camp-a-thon and say, hey, look, they got some boxes they're trying to adopt. get adopted. One's $56. So every number on this board represents a dollar amount that you're going to give. If we can get these all filled between now and the end of the year, we'll be able to raise around $40,000 to be able to scholarship kids and also some capital needs to help build Crowder's Springs, a new day camp for this summer. So it's very important. You share this on social media. You'll get your parents. We're doing a raffle at the very end of the night, about 15 till 8. And we're also doing a world premiere of a new, the funniest video we ever did. That's what everybody tells me. I've not seen it yet. I'll be the judge, okay? At 7 p.m. tonight, so make sure you get your popcorn together. I know our staff's culture is definitely, hey, we love ministry. We love seeing life change. 2019 was probably our biggest, most successful year to date, and then COVID happened. We're picking back up now, but this is a year, a summer update. I do look like I ran into like a major disease because I lost so much weight in this, and I literally dropped 30 pounds. Disease. I was going to say HIV, but that's not good for the thing. No. Y'all didn't hear that, did you? But I look like I am literally dwindling away. I would have got it through a mosquito, okay?
Basically, you worked out a lot to get rid of it.
Well,
no disease.
It was falling. My mom and dad was sick. They passed away that same year under a ton of stress. Still was a great camp ministry year. But listen to... if you're thinking about giving and you're just not sure yet, listen to these numbers on this video. Roll this video.
Hey, social media, this is your summer update. This summer, we had 4,034 cancellations and we were shut down for 3 months. Ouch. Man, that hurts. Can we take a break? But we bounced back in the midst of COVID-19. This summer we had 1,200 additional registrations because of day camps, one days, and our overnight camps. We've seen hundreds of lives change and over 30 first-time decisions for Christ. We also completed phase 1 of Crowder Springs with a new 480-foot extreme zip and new aerial park, and completed our new bed project, which provides new high-quality wooden bunk.
Yeah, that's live. That's live TV for you. Wrong video. That was our COVID update with thousands of cancellations. We already talked about it. We won't talk about that again. I also think as a culture we like to have a little bit of fun, right? Mm-hmm. I think we're a very fun staff, and I love it whenever an idea comes to y'all, and y'all, it takes y'all a little bit to process it, but normally you process it. You doubted the shoots. Yeah. I remember one day you pulled me into the den and was like, man, I don't think this is going to work. I mean, literally, I remember. You did not think the shoots was going to work.
No, I didn't. And I mean, right then at that time, the barn was being built. We were siphoning a lot of money away to try to get that. And there was just a lot of doubt. And it took the first year for me to be able to say, okay, the shoots are okay. We're good. Mm-hmm. We're good. It took the first year, being honest, but this was some of these fun moments with the shoots maybe outweighed the dragging vinyl through the mud.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But
we did that too.
Your generosity doesn't. We don't take your generosity and have fun with it. We take your generosity and we turn it into creative ways to get people on this campus so they can experience the gospel of Jesus Christ. So this is a video I promised Jacob Justice that I would show him at some point. But this is one of our first advertisements for the shoots, and it's called Trick Slides. Check this out.
Hey guys, welcome back to the shoots. Today we're going to be doing some trick slides. Trick number 1, the high flying Santa Claus. Trick number 2, the angel peace out. Number 3, the frosty scooter. Number 4, the twist and shout.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of fun with that.
I had forgotten about that video.
Yeah, we were putting out everything we could because how in the world do you show people that we have snowless tubing?
Yeah. Whenever you say snowless tubing, people are like, "What? What are you talking about?" But after you explain it,
yeah, and now we have more Facebook reviews and things like that. People comment, "Hey, this is awesome." So more people are seeing it. By our first year, we had to push out so much content to even get people to understand. And we use the Shoots money as part of a fundraiser as well. So, the whole month of December, we're trying to raise funds for scholarships. So if you're just now joining us, you can text 704-703-2126 and text the word donate. You can get a link and help us take one of these boxes and adopt that box. And that money we will use for scholarships and capital needs to help build Crowder Springs, a brand new day camp for elementary kids. So I love also we've had a lot, our whole staff, but we've seen a lot of ownership from our staff too in a lot of different ways. Sometimes we had to sacrifice our bodies. And Grayson Phillips at some point I forget what year, it's probably 2019.
Yeah, it was Thanksgiving 2019.
Yeah, Grayson Phillips,
What a guy.
he sacrificed his body and his testimony.
A little bit of reputation. Sacrificed his reputation a little bit
everything
with this video.
So if you're thinking about donating, we will not put any of your money towards anything like this. But check this video out; it's pretty funny.
I've been preparing for this race for my whole life. They say that passion is the oxygen for the soul, and my passion is right here. All I've ever wanted to do was win, and now is my time. My competition is fierce. I've only raced him once, long ago. I don't even want to look at him. I'm riding this gravy train to victory, baby. Who's the turkey now?
Listen, I hadn't seen this video in years, and I promise you, I was thinking he should say, "Who's the turkey now?" That was great.
Just to give you some clarity, that was one of the last videos that I've made. And
that was great.
We came full circle. Y'all remember that crappy hurricane video? And now,
no,
Grayson the turkey.
That was a good edit. That was good. Hey, praise the Lord for that.
There we go.
All right, so that's kind of creativity we do to try to get kids here, whether it be the Shoots or another event, so that we can present the gospel to them. And by your generosity in adopting one of these boxes, we're able to do that and really see lives change for the gospel of Jesus Christ. There's a couple more. There's nothing like a kids camp. There's nothing like a kids camp.
So much energy. So much.
Unfortunately, we're stuck in a route of student camps. Student camps are cool and all that. Don't get me wrong, students. But there's something about kids camp. So we got this kids camp day 2 recap. And I hope you guys can see the energy that elementary kids get when they come here. Check out this recap.
Whoa.
The energy from that video.
Yeah, that's great. I mean,
Wears me out.
And kids is ultimately where we want to expand to.
Yeah, I mean, right now we have so many student camp opportunities here, which is great. Well, we love our student camps, so much opportunity here, but those elementary age kids really need a place in our summer plan and our ability to reach those kids. So if you're watching right now, just so you know, next year we're going to be launching a day camp program. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but it costs $299 for a kid to come to camp. So right now, just think about it. Would you be willing to give $299 for us to be able to get a kid to camp next summer? That's how much it costs.
Yeah.
And let's see if we can get a 209 person who will say, you know what, I'll put one kid through camp. That's what it costs, and we are excited to be able to expand that way, and we need to. Elementary age kids, especially those 3rd through 5th grade, is kind of where we focus. They need to be able to share the gospel, to be able to learn how to have fun, how to build community with others that's not on an iPad or on Zoom. They need to learn how to be able to interact with leaders and others, people in authority around them, and so we think our camp does so many of those things.
Yeah, that's good. $299. Who give? $299. Go ahead and type in 704-703-2126. Text the word donate, and you'll get a link back that you don't worry about the boxes. You just click on anything that says donate now, and you put that amount in, and your family will be the one scholarship of some kid to be able to come to camp this summer. We try to keep the price as low as we can. But unfortunately, prices are going up everywhere. So this next little video gives you more ways to give. So just check out this giving commercial.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us here at the Camp-a-thon. We're asking you today to join us and help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Through camps and retreats, we have the potential to reach over 13,000 people per year, and it's all because of the generosity of people like you and your year-end giving. So will you give? Maybe just adopt a box. There's easy ways to give. So you can go to crowderscamps.com and give online. You can mail your year-end gift to P.O. Box 1, Lowell, North Carolina 28098, or just come by and see us at 130 Camp Rotary Road. Thank you so much for participating this year in the Camp-a-thon, and your gifts will go to impact this next generation for Christ.
Yep, just like that. There's many different ways to give. We love to have you to participate. And a matter of fact, in just a second, we're going to give another giving update and name some names of some people. But we're going to talk about a very special thing in the life of our camp called Bucks. I don't know if any of you have been to Bucks, but if you have been to Bucks, we want you to go on social media right now on Facebook, Instagram, and start commenting, what do you love about Bucks, okay? And right now, the mastermind, the creative chef, the sushi, the cappuccino master is Nate Flowers. So everybody give Nate Flowers a big round of applause.
I had to change my mic up. Sorry, guys.
So Nate's been with our camp for a very long time. It started whenever I walked into his church youth room. Yep. He was running sound. I spoke that night. We hit it off at the soundboard, and then I invited him to come be a part of our beach camp. And then from there on, he's been at every camp except for two season. One, he was the intern, and 2, he was a lost sheep.
Yeah, lost sheep in the field.
Lost sheep. But other than that, he's been at all 17 seasons of camp that I've ever done. So very grateful to this young man. So make sure you go to the gram right now or Facebook and start commenting, what do you love about Bucks? Because I know our vision for Bucks is just to offer a great camper experience.
It is. So during this section, all of you watching, we're going to talk to our campers a little bit because they love Bucks. We're going to try to give you a sneak peek, but really, campers, all you on Instagram Live, we want to see what's your favorite drink. If you were here this past summer and you had a cappuccino, share it in the comments. Abby's going to help us read some of those out. But we just want to be able to talk a little bit about it. So, Jay, I'm going to grab my apron real quick, and then we'll get started.
Oh, 100%. Grab. I don't want to look fancy, too. There's got to be another one around here, because I just had it.
It's okay.
All right, if you join us, listen, there's a couple ways to give. You're not giving towards Camp-a-thon. This is for the camper experience. You're giving for life change. You're giving for scholarships and capital needs we need for a new camp called Crowder Springs, a day camp. So here's how you give: 704-703-2126. Text the word donate. That will give you a link. Then you can go and help adopt a box. Right now, the $46 adopts this box. $47 adopts that box. Really easy math. Kids, students, if you're there, you've been to camp, you're like, oh, I want a Camp-a-thon right now. Before you want a Camp-a-thon, go get your parents or text them the link at work. So I know they're probably not home yet. Text them the link. Hey, what in the world? Text them the link and say, hey, Mom, Dad, this is a camp I go to. I would like to support them and give them a gift. Okay? All right? Let's go, Nate. Let's do this.
All right, so Bucks is at the heart of camp. If you don't know, and if you have not been around a middle schooler, high schooler, or 3rd through 5th grader anytime soon, they get pretty thirsty, very demanding, and we want to keep kids hydrated. And also, we want kids to have fun. So a big part of the camper experience is Bucks. It's situated right in the center of camp. And so I decided to take a cue from a very large coffee chain that has a green apron.
Okay,
And,
I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, and they have a copyrighted name that I can't say on the stream. It rhymes with Campuchino. And it's blended, and it's frozen. It's got whipped cream on top, maybe whipped cream on the bottom. So we took a cue from there because we realized that this can really add to the camper experience. And not only can it add to the camper experience, we can make kids smile.
Yeah.
They're going to walk around downtown carrying that drink, smiling ear to ear, and that's our goal. And so we want to keep kids hydrated, necessity, keep them safe, but also be able to help them with just having fun and building relationships. So I'm going to start making a drink. Fair warning for all of you out there, Jay has never tasted a cappuccino.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm hearing a crowd favorite was the caramel cappuccino. Some of our COU folks who serve on summer staff,
White chocolate mocha.
They like the white chocolate mocha. The caramel and the white chocolate mocha were both added in July of this past summer.
Well, B. Hicks says he don't know about the cappuccinos, but the strawberry lemonades were to die for.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to make those today, so sorry, B, but still love you. Okay.
He's not prepared for that, B.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not prepared for that. I forgot my lemonade. Okay. So today we are going to jump into cappuccinos. I'm going to show you that. We are actually going to make a caramel cappuccino today. So all of you out there, we're going to show you how it's made. So don't mind my big machine back here. We're going to make it, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and get started. And Jay, you'll just have to be surprised with how it tastes.
I cannot wait to taste them.
Okay, great.
I cannot wait to taste them.
And I'm going to grab our milk. So the cappuccino is a milk-based drink, okay? So we use whole milk, very frothy, nice texture. And we're going to make this with coffee. So I'm going to put a little bit of coffee concentrate in this cup, okay? This is a cold brew concentrate, all natural product.
All natural, huh? Low is it fat-free?
Sure, yeah, sure. I'll let you believe that. All right, we're going to go up here. I'm going to measure out our milk, okay? It's going to form this nice, lovely brown color.
Is it gluten-free?
All of our cappuccinos are gluten-free.
Well,
if you are lactose intolerant, then you can order an oat milk option. So go to the window, order it with oat milk. It won't have whipped cream on it, but that's the only difference, okay?
And no peanuts, right?
No peanuts.
We
do not make Reese cup cappuccinos. We don't do that.
So with the dining hall being peanut-free and Bucks' drinks are peanut-free, we do have some packaged stuff that's got peanuts in it.
Yes, but it's in an enclosed package.
We try to take care of kids.
Yep,
we try to
exactly.
take care of kids that have allergies and things like that.
Cool. So I'm going to grab our pitcher here. So we use a specific machine for this. So we're just going to pour this right in here. All right. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to put our caramel in it. Okay. So right over here. All right. So we got our caramel in here, our coffee in here, our milk in here. And then the last thing is our base. So Jay, let me tell you about our base.
Okay.
Hang on one second. Abby, let's trade places. You come over here. So our base I don't know if you ever try to make a smoothie at home or anything like that you blend.
Maybe twice.
Okay, great. Well, so if you do that and you leave it sitting on the counter for about 2 minutes, you'll see that the ice floats to the top and the liquid goes to the bottom.
Ah.
Well, we don't want that to happen. We want kids to be able to enjoy their full drink before it starts separating.
Okay, hang on. This is a camp that's talking, okay?
This is a camp.
This is a camp. This is the type of level that we're trying to get on. So as you think about right now, if you would like to donate and adopt one of these boxes, this is going so we can give scholarships and capital improvements to a new camp that we're building. But these scholarship kids are going to come and they're going to experience stuff like this at our camp, which is absolutely landmark moments of life change.
So an all-natural product, this is made from a seaweed extract, it's called xanthan gum. It's an active ingredient in all the blended drinks you drink at large coffee houses. We use that as well. It's a base. We call it our liquid base. So I'm going to put some of that in here.
I do not know what xanthan gum is. I really don't. I really don't know.
All right, and then we're just going to blend this up. So don't mind the loud noise.
Loud noise. You know what? I just thought, what if it blew up? Well, that'd be awesome for the show if it just blew up everywhere. We can rewind it and use it forever. Be like.
So, if you can't tell already, we ascribe to excellence here.
Yes.
So we're going to take our 100% compostable cup because we love the earth.
Yes, we love the earth.
We're going to take that, put that right there, and then we are going to get very fancy with it. We take our caramel drizzle, okay, and we put it inside the cup. You could do fun patterns. You could draw heart shapes if you got a camp lover. Just we don't encourage that.
Camp mess is probably a better word.
We're just put that drizzle all on the bottom. The more caramel, the better. If it's middle school.
Ah, that's nice.
Okay, we're going to leave that out. Then we'll go ahead and pour our drink in here. Okay, so it's nice and smooth, but still holds its shape. We've got that ice in there, so we'll pour that in there. And then no good drink is acceptable without the whipped cream. Now, I will tell you, our friends in CLU, Lauren, Emily, Hannah, some of those, I made them practice their whipped cream for 20 minutes before they were able to make a cappuccino. They had to get the perfect swirl, okay? So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to see if you can catch me on this camera. Abby, there we go. Let's see. We're going to get it. We'll see if I can do it perfect on camera.
Wow. Wow.
Right. And then this cappuccino also gets caramel drizzle on the top. We use a hatch pattern. So we go one direction all the way one way, and then back the other. You see that caramel dripping off there? That's the camper experience that we're going for. Everyone, the caramel coffee cappuccino. All right, hey, one of you guys come over here and grab this. Here, someone want this? Anyone want it?
Grayson.
Wait, Jay, you got it.
Yeah, let me try it and I'm going to give it to Grayson.
Okay, well, you're going to get a whipped cream stash. You're welcome. I'm so sorry.
We don't have any spoons?
We may have a spoon in the back. I think you're going to get a whipped cream stash, though. I think it'd be funnier, to be honest.
See if you got... Nah. All right, so if you're just joining us, you're like, what in the world is this? This is our Camp-a-thon. We're raising money, adopting these boxes so that we can impact this generation now and beyond with the gospel of Jesus Christ. Come on in here. Let me see one of these spoons
it's
here.
served with a straw, but Jay is Pansy needs a spoon.
Grayson, I'm just going to take this a little aside right here because there's a reason why I have not tried these. Okay. That's good. That's good.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Well, that's all I got. Okay. Everyone.
No, it's good.
All right.
No, it's good.
Okay, good. Everyone.
I'm just not that guy that goes to Starbucks and orders that. Well, if I go into a coffee place, I want it to burn my mouth. Give it to me black.
Okay.
All right.
We're going to do that. All right, everyone. We're going to give Grayson this cappuccino, our cameraman.
He can't. Don't knock the whipped cream off with the cord.
There we go. All right, we're going to clean up real quick. One of our friends is helping us with the blender, getting it rinsed up real quick. All right, we're going to go into our next drink. Before we get this, can we just have a flashback moment?
Yeah, let's have a flashback moment.
You remember what Buck started as?
A chicken coop.
It was a chicken coop, everyone. Like, I'm not talking about, like, maybe a chicken coop. Like, it was actually had chicken coop wire on the side of Bucks.
I don't know how anything stayed cool.
I don't know either. Oh, Nathan says it got 101 degrees, so there we go. It didn't. Cool.
All right, hey, so while we reset this, for all you guys watching, this is going to give you some B-roll, but let's go ahead and go to the giving commercial. And this is going to give you a little feedback of where we're at as a camp and the different ways that you can give to this ministry. So check this video out. It's real quick.
Okay, just bring me back. Hey guys, thanks for joining us here at the Camp-a-thon. We're asking you today to join us and help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Through camps and retreats, we have the potential to reach over 13,000 people per year, and it's all because of the generosity of people like you and your year-end giving. So will you give? Maybe just adopt a box. There's easy ways to give. You can go to crowderscamps.com and give online. You can mail your year-end gift to P.O. Box 1, Lowell, North Carolina 28098, or just come by and see us at 130 Camp Rotary Road. Thank you so much for participating this year in the Camp-a-thon, and your gifts will go to impact this next generation for Christ.
Right, so we are back. Jay, so I want to show at least one more drink. We'll see how much time we have.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do one more drink. So
that drink was awesome.
I want to show you a kids camp favorite. Can I show you a kids camp favorite?
I love them. Yeah.
All right. So I had a professor in college I had a drink internship. We literally talked about beverages the whole time, and she had a saying about blue drinks.
Okay.
And I determined that every camp that serves middle schoolers needs a blue drink.
Okay. I think.
Everyone enter the cotton candy cappuccino. Okay?
The cotton candy cappuccino.
So we're gonna make a cotton candy cappuccino. It does not have coffee in it, as you can imagine, and it's kind of magical to see it come together. To be honest with you, it's kind of magical. Okay. So let's do it real quick. So I'm gonna get my milk. This is a milk-based drink, all the same. We do have oat milk as an option for our lactose intolerant campers. Okay, so then I'm gonna pour this milk right into our blender. Okay, next we have a magical powder base that we use for the cotton candy. It's actually over here in this jar. It looks white, but as soon as it gets wet, it turns blue. I'll show you, it's magical. We also use the same base that we use in all of our cappuccinos in this as well. So we're gonna get 2 pumps of base. And then we're going to go over here and get our cotton candy.
Cotton candy looks cool. You got super sugar in it.
All right, so now we are going to blend this. All right, so here's that drink. We go there. Let's have a camera take a look. Look at that blue drink. Okay, it's that light blue color. Some people say it kind of tastes like Lucky Charms. All right, so now we're going to get our cup.
I love Lucky Charms. Now, just so you know.
Okay.
Whenever I normally stop by Bucks, back in the good old days, I always got a cherry slushie. So this might be my drink.
Maybe. We still have slushies. We have fruit punch often. Okay? All right, so set that right there. All right, it does get served with whipped cream, but Jay's beating me to the punch. It is a sweet, it's a very sugary rush.
It is.
Remember, my target demographic is a 5th grader. Got it? Okay? Our young middle schoolers, elementary age kids love this drink. All right, let's serve it with whipped cream.
Perfect.
There we go.
That's perfect.
Everyone, the cotton candy cappuccino.
Wow. All right. So if you're tuning in with us, let's see, we got some people on Facebook and YouTube right now. If you're tuning in with us, there's several things you need to know. Number one, we are here to ignite sparks in this generation and the generations to come for the gospel of Jesus Christ. We're trying to raise funds today. As you can tell, we got a green wave happening here where all the green boxes are boxes that are taken, and we need your help to take a box. So if you look right now, there's been a challenge on the table for somebody to give $299 to scholarship a full camper to kids camp this summer, and also another one for $1,000 so we can take care of a lot of these 100 boxes here. So if your kid's been to camp or you've been impacted any way from this ministry, all we can do is ask you give. So there's several ways to give. 704-703-2123 is the easiest way. You text donate, and it's going to come right back a link where you just click on a link, or you can go to crowderscamps.com. We're going to be running this fundraiser all the way to December 31st. So that also means you having to then to give, and you can mail your check to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098. And also just come by and see us. We love hanging out with people.
Yeah, I'll make you a cappuccino.
Yeah, well, he'll make you a cappuccino.
Bring by a gift, I'll make you a cappuccino. Sounds like a deal to me.
That's all you got to do.
Okay.
All right. So we're getting ready to do another giving update. Are you ready, Emily? Come on up, then.
I'm going to take this off for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on up, Emily. How's Emily doing?
Good, good.
All right. Is your mic on?
It should be on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. It's
There
on.
it is.
All right, so tell us what's going on right now.
All right, so we have a couple more giving updates for you guys. A couple more boxes have been taken. So first off, we have box number 65, and with that box, we had a couple different people donate. So Michelle donated $30 towards box 65, and she says, I chaperoned with City Church Kids Camp this past summer. What an awesome thing you guys are doing for these kids and for these adults. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much. Come on, those claps should be louder than anything. Come on.
Avery donated $10 towards box 65.
Avery.
And she says, I can't put into words how much Crowder's Camps has changed my life. The intern program has allowed me to grow my relationship with the Lord while serving Him at the same time. Thank you to all the staff for making this possible.
That's awesome. Avery's incredible. I don't know what school she's chosen to go to, but she is a senior. Huh? Okay, we don't know yet if we got two choices then. I don't want to say it on TV. But yeah, good job, Avery. Love you. You're awesome.
And next, towards box 65, Caitlin donated $25, and says, thankful for the Crowder's Camps and summer staff.
Yeah, thank you, girl. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Kathleen, who adopted box 26, and this is actually my grandma, so thanks, Grandma.
Hey, Grandma, we love grandmas.
And lastly, for this update, we have Evan, who donated $45 and adopted boxes 41 and 4.
Good job, Evan. Good job. So if that makes you want to give and help us, I mean, you saw the green wave happening, just go ahead and get your phone out. Write this number down. Just text to 704-703-2121 the word donate, and that link will come back to you, okay? So all you teenagers that are home, you've been to Crowder's Camps and you loved it, now's a chance for you to go and send this link. Well, you should carry that over there. Send this link to your parents or grandparents and say, hey, this was the camp I went to. I love it. Let's help them, and let's help them adopt a box. So now's your chance. So all you got to do is text to 704-703-2126, the word donate. That link will come to you, and then you can copy it, send it to your grandparents, your mom and dad at work, because they're getting off in 5 minutes from now, and then they'll have that link ready to go. We're really expecting, listen to me, we need our campers to come through for us in the next 3 hours, and that is you. So if you've been to camp here, we need you to come through for us and get this information to your grandparents and your parents to help us accomplish this. Now, once you give, we're going to have a little thing called a raffle. A raffle. We're going to have a little thing called a raffle. A raffle.
A raffle!
A raffle, yes, a raffle. There you are.
Somebody gave me another job.
I was wondering where my
Sorry,
raffle person
yeah,
was.
I'm here. Don't
So
worry. I'm here.
this is a cool deal. Okay, this
It's
is
a
a
really
cool
cool deal.
This first little bracket is a lot of impact money. We can do a lot of stuff with this money.
We can do a lot with $25 to $200, and when you give that, you will be entered into a raffle to win one of these really cool pullovers that are super comfortable, a lot of fun.
Yep, this right here is a good one too.
201 to 500, you will be entered into a raffle to win a private shoots party. The shoots is our winter snowless tubing. It's a lot of fun.
Think about how many boxes can be adopted with just this.
A lot.
I mean, think about it. I mean,
A lot could be.
almost, if somebody gave $500 right now, pretty much this whole entire line right here to probably about here would be all green. Is that you? Is the Lord putting that on your heart right now? $500 puts you in there. Plus, if you win the raffle, you get a shoots party with just your family, as many, I think up to 10 people that you can bring to that shoots party included in that.
And then 501 to 999, you will get a family aerial park adventure for 10 people over at our aerial park at Springs.
Yeah, and that's really cool. It's facilitated by our people. And let's look at how the math lines up. You give $1,000 or $999, it is going to take pretty much all those boxes right there. So not only are you impacting the green wave, but you're impacting our ministry and giving us the resources we need to scholarship and to have those capital needs taken care of at what she calls Springs. The full name is Crowder Springs, and it's going to be a fully functional, world-class, jam-up, excellence day camp starting this summer. And we actually already have 2 weeks sold out already over there. Then our last category.
1,000 or above, you will get 3 slots for this summer to come join us at summer camp, plus a pullover.
Yeah, pullover is icing on the cherry on top.
Yeah, a little cherry sprinkle.
And if you're that family that says, hey, I'm just going to give $1,500 to this ministry right now, we know you're not in it for the camp spots, but what we do want to do is give you an opportunity to maybe give them away. Our whole mission is to ignite sparks, so we want kids that never will be able to afford to come to camp to be able to come to camp. So that opens up a door for you to be more generous by giving spots. So we've had a lot of loyal churches in our ministry here. We've been at this particular location for 7 years, 17 years total involved in camp ministry, and we've had a ton of loyal churches. One of those churches is a church right here. I actually used to serve at Bethlehem Church, which is now called City Church. And Cody does a great job over there. He gives us opportunity to come in and talk to his high school students about our intern program, which parents, if you're watching, is totally free for your high school student to come out here and serve 1 week of camp in the summer or a weekend retreat. They learn how to be a servant. They get everything involved in camp. They get to work the backbone of camp. It's incredible. But City Church, not only do they have interns for us, but they also attend camp. And Cody's absolutely amazing. And I think we have a very quick clip of Cody in my interview from last year. And I would love for you guys to see that. Check this out.
So Cody, from a student pastor's perspective, why is camp so important, you think?
Well, for me, what I've seen over the years, relationship building is something that it takes a while to do, both with students, with one another, within the group setting, as well as with your student leaders, with their kids, and when you come to camp, a lot of times you'll hear that it's like 1 week is worth 6 months of having your regular weekly meetings and coming together. When you eat, sleep, breathe, play, cry, sing for a week long in a place like this, you really advance your student ministry, the community that is within that student ministry. 6 months, a year, you give common stories, you give common experiences to them in a way that, not to negate what you do on a weekly basis, because that is incredibly important. But the week that you get here really removes distraction It provides opportunity for them to develop community, to work together. The camp games that you do here, it's so much fun. Win or lose, it's working together.
Except for the competitive people.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I mean, they go home crying.
They do, or they they're carrying each other out on their shoulders, and you're like, you want to paddle, man.
Yeah.
But really, the development of community within your group is huge, and that's just that part. The other side is when you do remove the distraction and you provide a place for them to be outside of their typical element, their normal element, and it kind of brings everybody onto equal footing. And by the end of the week, you see some kids really making a lot of life change in places like this. And sometimes as a youth pastor, we can get kind of jaded to the fact that every year kids are coming and making these decisions, and sometimes some of the kids make them every year for the time in student ministry. But I'm okay with that, because if they're continually faced with the gospel, if they're continually challenged at where they are, to when they come here, they know that those walls are going to come down and they come face to face with the gospel of Christ. I know for a fact that by the time they leave high school, if we've been here, if we've been doing what we're supposed to do in student ministry, that students have had that opportunity to develop community, to share common experience, and to hear the gospel of Jesus clearly over and over. And those are things that they're going to take into adulthood, that they'll remember back, they'll recall, they'll talk about. And when they come together as friends in college or in adulthood, when they meet up with one another, these are the stories that they're going to tell.
Yeah.
These are the stories that they're going to remember about their high school and middle school years. For me, I guess first and foremost, I'm going to say I have to believe in what Crowders does. I've been to a lot of different camps and experienced a lot of great camp ministries. But for me, it's not just the proximity of our church to this place. If this place wasn't sharing the gospel, if it wasn't effectively communicating truth and providing a safe and wonderful place for our kids, I don't care if it was right next door to our church, we wouldn't go.
Yeah.
And so our students have had an incredible experience here for years. And we've had our children come up through. There's some kids that are in high school now that first came here when they were like in the 5th grade.
Yeah.
And so that's pretty cool. What we like to really encourage is we have our students, as they go through middle school, to experience camp. And you and I talked that we want to have the opportunity that once they got into high school, they get to be camp. And so we've had students that have loved Crowders so much that they've kind of turned around, and instead of just coming to camp, you've given them that opportunity to intern here and to pour into them from a ministry perspective. And I mean, it's kind of self-serving, because a lot of those kids, their connection with the church has grown exponentially, and we've seen them turn around, serve in our children's ministry, serve in our middle school ministry. We've got high schoolers and college students that are serving in the church, that really cut their teeth in ministry, interning here. But for us to have our students here has been such a positive experience, because this has become their place. It's such a unique place that they've got stories about it all year round.
Yeah.
And so it's been really neat to see our group come and look forward to it every year. When's sign up going to happen? When can I go and serve? And to get those calls once they see other kids serving here, to have kids, how can I do that?
Yeah.
It's a really neat thing, and it's been providing some incredible spiritual fruit with our kids for a long time.
Cody's a great friend of mine, and I love City Church and love Cody and love his trust that he trusts us with. I just want to tell you a little bit how your giving impacts. As you're sitting there thinking about giving, how's it going to impact? What's it going to impact? Well, it's going to impact the next generation of church people, of leaders. Your giving helps us to give scholarships. That's first and foremost. We believe that every kid deserves a week of camp. And that's one reason why we're pushing so hard to get Crowder Springs going, which it is going. It's official. It's happening this weekend. Not weekend, this summer. Sorry, it's been a long day. But it's happening this summer, and that's one reason why we're trying to get it built for elementary kids, because Crowder's Ridge doesn't have any room anymore. Crowder Springs is going to be predominantly dedicated towards elementary school age kids. Your giving impacts our camp needs. So instead of just doing things halfway at Crowder Springs to get the day camp going, we want to do it the full way, have them a gaga ball pit and basketball court and all these little amenities that's going to take up their time and cause them to have a great camp experience, which is the third thing that your giving impacts. It impacts the camp experience. From being able to purchase a machine like this one right here behind me that was probably about $1,800. Without that machine, we can't make cappuccinos and have the camp experience that we want to have. We can't have the place deep cleaned right before camp it happens to make it seem like it's brand new. There's many times leaders will come into this place about, man, this place it looks like it's brand new. And that has a lot to do with the excellence of our staff, but it has a lot to do with just the way we keep things clean. We deep clean things before and after the big camp season happens. So your giving impacts a lot of areas. So behind me, you can see the green wave happening. Pick a box. If you're a student, you've been to camp, go holler at grandma and papa and your mom and dad and ask them, hey, can we support this camp? I loved it there. If you're a youth pastor looking, watching the Camp-a-thon, how can your church get involved? We're taking gifts all the way to December 31st. Yeah, we would love to have as many boxes done, taken and donated tonight as possible. But we're taking gifts all the way to December 31st at midnight. That's how long it's going to go. Also on our social media platforms, I see that Kimberly Flowers is very excited about our chairs that she let us use. Thank you, Kimberly. Kimberly, I appreciate that. She also said this is quality content. I don't know if it's because her husband was up here or she just loves camp. I think she likes camp. We got some comments about Campuccinos or fire. That's what that one person said there. I don't know. That was Nathan Best. He really doesn't count. He was probably he was sitting beside you when he sent it. So there's a lot going on. So write this number down, especially if you're going to get off the feed, because adults, I know you're just getting off work. 704-703-2126. And all you do is text the word donate to that number, and a link's going to come to you. Now, students, you can take that link and now forward it to your parents, grandparents, your uncle, your aunt, anybody it means a lot to, youth pastor, and ask them to give to our ministry. But we would love to see you be a part of this Camp-a-thon. It's not just what happens here. It's what happens on every single person's social media that can hear my voice right now. We need you to put it out so we can meet our goal. There's a segment coming up right now called Through the Years. And before we get into that segment, I want to tell you what a word is that's going to come up several times. And that word is e-camps. From 2005 all the way to 2014, there was a camp that I ran. I went out and rented places. It's like people come and rent this place now, and did a camp called e-camps. And it was incredible. God used it in a very special way. But it stopped when we got Crowder's Ridge. So between 2015 and 2017, I had to still use the name a little bit, e-camps. And leaders would come every year and still say, oh, we're going to e-camps. So it's something that just had to phase out. But in 2014, we lost our group rate to the Crown Reef Resort. We was doing camps down there. We was working on our 9th year. It was our 10th year coming here. But in our 9th year, we lost our group rate. Devastated. I mean, I was crying, at my house. Didn't know what I was going to do. Finally, God has put it on my heart, hey, I got to build a camp. I have no money. I have no idea. But I took the step of faith and said, okay, we're going to build a camp. So I went and started looking at land. Couldn't find anything. Again, I had no money. Finally, God laid on my heart to come back to the Girl Scouts camp that I had already visited. And so I went to our camp that summer in 2014 and pitched this camp to those people without even a lease signed. It was all in faith, but I had to make a decision. I either pitch it now or I don't pitch it and lose everybody. So I hope you watching these upcoming videos can see the faith that it took to get us where we are today, but you also can reciprocate that by having faith and make a gift to help us impact all these generations for Christ. Because this is not a one-year thing. This is a forever thing until Jesus comes back. We're going to be impacting the next generation for Christ again and again and again. So this is a younger me inviting youth leaders to participate in a youth pastor discount partnership program to come to this camp that's not even born. It's not even birth. It's not even official. It doesn't even have documents. Check this out, this invite in 2014.
Hey, eCamps Church, this is Jay Oliver. We're less than 10 days away from our church partnership deadline. If you loved eCamps, you're going to love eCamps 2015 at Crowder's Ridge. Make sure you click on the bottom of this email, click the registration link. It takes about 30 seconds, and be a partner with us in 2015. God bless you.
Yeah.
Jay.
Well, this right here was COVID. This is COVID-19.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was COVID. Everything's COVID's from. Hey, you were there.
Yeah, I mean, I looked like a child whenever that video was recorded.
I showed you a video of yourself.
Oh,
Remember
yes. Oh, yeah. Let's not put that video up.
So, I mean, you know, if most leaders found out that I didn't even have the place, now the name was concreted. What's weird about this is I was going to call it Crowder's Camps a long time ago, but I kind of didn't like that name because of David Crowder. David Crowder was even more popular
Very
at that
popular
time.
during that time, yes.
So I didn't want to go and call it Crowder's Camp. Everybody's like, is that David Crowder's camp?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want to do that. So that's where Crowder's Ridge came in. And then Crowder's Ridge, we had to make sure it was on a ridge.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you have to, right?
You know, you can't say Crowder's Mountain Camp when you're not on top of Crowder's Mountain. Of course, you don't have to totally be on top of Crowder's Mountain.
Yeah.
But that video there was a great sign of faith, and God used that video to get us to this point here so we can impact as many kids as possible. And today, we're asking people to join us to get us there, because in that position, in that video right there, I have we talked about great partners earlier, and thanks to Lake Forest Church, Mike and all those guys, they gave me some Dippin' Dot socks. I like them a lot.
He's trying to flex his socks, y'all.
So thanks, Lake Forest. But in that video there, there was a lot of faith, man. A lot of faith. We had no money, no staff. I was the only person there, and I was pretty much a volunteer too at that point. But it took a lot of partners to do this. A lot of partners. So as you're tuning in, would you partner with us? You know, grab a box right here, $110. We'll take out $110 right now. $111. You get it, right? The numbers represent the dollar amount. We need partners, because this camp wouldn't be here without great partners. I mean, I remember even your dad.
Yeah. I mean, my dad came and just built like things around the camp that we needed the first year, because we didn't even think about it.
He went down to the lakefront and built a little
place to put a water cooler.
Yeah, down there up under where the safety room is now.
Yeah, because there was no water down there at the time, and so kids were going to pass out at the waterfront because it was July heat.
Partners. That's what it was all about.
It was just all part. And to think about the faith in that video, I was thinking about the video that you had to advertise our camp the first year without having the camp.
Yep.
Because, I mean, you had to invite people next, but then you had to have some follow through to show people. And you were out cutting trees, cutting your leg open.
Yeah, I did. I cut my leg with a chainsaw. I called a friend of mine, Brett Eddy, who was just on my live a while ago, and said, hey, man, do you have any camp footage that we can borrow from Fuse Camp? And it was at another camp that looked similar to this camp.
Yep.
And we came up with our first 2015 promo video, And some of this footage was not even at our camp because it wasn't done.
Yeah.
I mean, the water was here, but the slides was not in. The cabins were not upfitted yet. So let's take a look at what it looked like in 2015 for a promo video.
You got me living how I wanted all along. Now all my tears are dried away. You got me living how I wanted all along. I feel so alive, alive, inside. I'm breaking through the haze to a brand new day. 'Cause my heart has been revived. I feel so I feel so alive, inside. I'm breaking through the haze to a brand new day. 'Cause my heart has been revived. I feel so alive.
So 2015, 80% of that was Crown Reef, and the other 20% was Long Ridge Camp.
Yeah.
Which I had apologized to him later for using it. He actually saw it and was like, "Man, that's our camp." We had no choice.
Yeah,
we
talk about partners. He said, okay, fine.
Yeah.
After you apologize.
Yeah, it's all about partners. And as you're tuning in right now, I see we got several people watching online. It's all about partners. So you could write this number down, 704-703-2126, and text the word donate to it. You'll get a link and be able to help us take one of these boxes away. How about $127? Take the 127 box right there, get it out of the way. Very easy to give. Nate's done a really good job making it easy to give. What was our theme? Do you remember our theme? For 2015? Why are you cheating for? You're looking at the...
I'm sorry. I think it was 10.
You saw it.
I didn't see it. I remember it was 10 because we talked about the 10 Commandments, and it was our 10th anniversary of camp. Look at that, 10th anniversary of eCamps, and yet it was a brand new facility.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and what's weird, and this is how God works, if you're faithful with the small things, God will give you the big things. I didn't know what happened. Well, I did not know, and I actually told my wife, I don't know what happens after 10 years.
Well, God showed you.
I mean, because we were coming home from Myrtle Beach after staying 40-something days in a camper, which wasn't that bad, because they had a little vacation.
It was a nice camper, and it was the beach.
It was.
There you go.
It wasn't that bad. But we would come home and literally only have like $2,500 in account. And that was to buy a new WordPress theme and
to launch the new website that you had to get next year's camp rolling.
And then hopefully not book a speaker where you had to send in a deposit.
Right, because all that money.
I mean, there was a lot going into that. So 10 was our theme in 2015. It was some incredible content about the 10 Commandments. I thoroughly enjoyed it. 2016, our theme was I am epic.
Yeah, you are.
I wanted to do something that gave kids the audacity to just change the world for the gospel of Jesus Christ. So check out this 1 and 35-second promo for 2016 at our camp.
Start to imagine a life without you I can't understand. Can't believe I lost my way. Tell me that it's not too late. Gravity, come do your thing, 'cause I can't trust these your arms again.
All right, so that was 2015 footage on a 2016 promo video. So that was our first year. I was a camper then. You was a camper then? Yeah. Jacob Justice, one of our staff members, just says, really? Yeah. He just graduated high school and was a camper. Now he's on staff here. That's pretty awesome, by the way. Our theme was I Am Epic. We had event flooring and tent. Still a ton of great partners. Churches. I remember Open Door was here.
Yep.
And the tent didn't bother some people.
No. I mean, some people really leaned into the fact that this is camp. And they were so focused on sharing the gospel that being a little bit sweaty wasn't an issue.
I think, honestly, it could have rained inside the tent on some nights. So much humidity and stuff was up inside the tent that, it looked like a little cloud was forming up there.
But sweat.
It takes partners, ministry. We cannot do ministry alone, and it takes partners to do that. So if you could write this number down or see at the bottom of the screen, 704-703-2126 gets you a text the word donate there, and it gets you a link to help partner with us so we can create amazing camp experiences, offer scholarships to kids that can't afford to come to camp, and have the improvements in camp capital needs taken care of at our new camp facility called Camp Crowder Springs Camp. All right, so we are now at 2017, which was, I believe, one of the largest kids camps we ever did was that year. I don't know why, but it just blew up.
That year we had 2 kids camps.
Okay.
I remember now.
Yeah, okay, I remember that now too.
I remember we had some great partnership churches that brought their whole children's ministry that year, and we had 2 great back-to-back kids camps. I remember that 2017, going into 2017, was my first year on full-time staff. I graduated college and come on full-time. I remember that, and that's a lot of energy.
It is.
Also, our kids camp during that time were in August, and it was the end of the summer. So it was ending on a high note. I mean, it was like energy all summer long, and then you got to kids camp, and they're all like, "Ha! Cotton candy cappuccino." So it was super fun, but that was a good experience. I remember.
Love some kids camp. So our theme for 2017 was I've been talking all day. Y'all got my lips are numb at this point. At 2017 was called Grit. We really wanted them to again have that missional mindset that, hey, I'm gonna grind and love Jesus and do whatever he tells us to do. So check out this kids promo video for 2017. It was amazing. Check this out. Kids camp. Love kids camp.
Kids camp. I'm so excited about it. Next summer, I'm going to spend all summer with kids.
Me too.
And I'm so excited. Everyone, Kids Day Camp is coming.
Kids Day Camp is coming. And because of your generosity, you're helping that happen. Again, 704-703-2126. Text the word donate to that number. A link will come and you can help us adopt a box. It's as simple as $22. Taking the number 22 box, simple as $22. $2. It's just that simple. So help us be a part of what we're doing. There's other ways to give, but we'll talk about them in just a little bit. We're actually doing a raffle at 15 minutes till 8 tonight. So everybody that gives will be put in that raffle, and that is some really good stuff. You get a free polo, a shoots party, aerial park party for your family, and also some free spots. So all that stuff we'll talk about later. Let's get to 2017 student camp. Also grit, a little different feel. Student camp is different than high school camp, right? But I believe every year we see about an average of anywhere from 150 to 200 first-time decisions for the gospel. Mm-hmm. I remember our first year here, it was a ton of decisions.
Yeah, I mean, we were over 300 that year that we knew of. There was nights I remember sitting in the back and trying to count how many people stood up, and not like sneakily sneak their hand, but they stood up in the middle of the tent and said, "I will follow Jesus." I couldn't count.
Yeah,
we tried. And that first year, that was just a testament to God's faith.
Yeah, and then the next years to follow, we had so much loyalty. Mm-hmm. Every church came back for years. COVID really is what broke the mold for some churches not to continue doing camp the way they had been doing camp, just because they're not ready to yet. But we saw a lot of churches come back, so we of course see the number down, but hopefully the discipleship's up.
Right.
In those kids. So let's roll Grit 2017 student camp. Dope.
Yeah.
That was dope. All right, so we're getting to, I've been wanting to get to 2018. 2018, Samuel Harris comes in and he's like, "Hey, I got this idea for a promo video." Samuel Harris flips over his phone or laptop or whatever and shows me a Disney commercial. A Disney commercial.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, all you out there watching this live stream and on our lives and stuff, listen. We want to be like Disney. I'm just going to be totally honest. We want to give out the excellence. We want to have the culture of excellence. We want to present the gospel and not Mickey Mouse ears. But through your generosity, you help us present the gospel in a way of excellence to this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ.
I remember in 2018, whenever he was making this video, it'd be the 2018 promo video. He was making it late 2017. He storyboarded and took that commercial he showed you, and then he came to me and was like, "Hey, Jay likes this idea. I'm going to need to rent like 4 cameras, and we're going to need to do all these crazy things. You'll see in the video. Don't want to spoil it. But we're going to need to do all these things." And then he went and he storyboarded out every like 3 or 4 seconds, and we duplicated a shot to make our camp look like Disney. It was incredible.
It was. So without further ado, we're going to show you our the theme for this year was wild, which was based in the Old Testament, kind of a wilderness type feel. But this is the Disney promo video that came out of that summer from Samuel Harris. Check this out. All right, so hopefully you got a chance to do that. I know we got some viewers right now. That was our Disney promo in 2018. It was amazing. Samuel Harris did a lot of good work with that. And we lost the title, E-Camps.
Yep.
E-Camps finally went away. And again, Samuel's just another one of those idea partners. He used his talents, and we're asking you for your resources. Maybe you can adopt the box behind us. Again, you write this number down, 704-703-2126. Text the word donate to it, and it'll get a link. You'll get a link so you can go and donate whatever amount you would like to donate. So, 2019, we had a lot of landmark moments. We had another kids camp. The theme was cheat codes.
Yeah.
It was probably one of our most creative years ever.
That one was really fun. I designed the graphics that year, and it was a pixel theme, like Mario.
There was so much content to pull from.
Oh, yeah. It was so fun. I remember I had to trick my laptop into pixelating things. Because it didn't want to make graphics that were pixelated look like they're created in the 70s, 60s, 70s. So it was a lot of fun.
It was amazing. Let's go ahead and roll 2019 kids promo.
Let me say this one. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and his only Son. And whoever believes in him will not perish, but have everlasting life.
Yeah, so that was great. I love kids camp again.
Yeah.
There's so much openness there.
Yeah. That year was also the first year that we adopted the Crowder's Camp's name because we were thinking about adding that second location. You were right, as that video was produced, you're right in the middle of God dropping that new property that is now Crowder Springs. Mm-hmm. And so in late 2019, a little bit after that video was recorded, we added the Crowder's Camp's name. So that we can add that second location. And so you'll hear more about that later, but that's a big area of expansion for us.
Yeah, 2019 was by far the largest number-wise year.
Yeah.
I think we had close to 5,800 kids throughout the whole season, warm season. It goes into August a little bit, but it was just a huge year. A lot of landmark moments were created. And let's go ahead and show you. If you're a student watching this, you might see yourself if you came in 2019. Here's the student one. Okay, go ahead and take me back. They did not want to play the 2019. They said it was so good that they did not want to play 2019.
You know, I think that we know how good it was. I mean, that video that we already saw was great.
Yeah, it was. So 2020 happened after 19.
We all know what happened in 2020.
We know what happened.
No one wants us to repeat that.
There's not even a promo video for 2020 at this point. But our theme, we did have camp. It was day camp.
Yep.
We did have a couple overnight camps that were very small, and our theme was called The Walk. It was basically just walking in faith. I think, is that right? The walk?
Yes, that was a walk.
And then we get to 2021 and we're back at it again. Yeah. And our theme was battle. It was really cool. Do we have that video ready to play? All right, check this promo video out for last year's camp. Here we go.
better get used to me. Oh, can't stop moving now, can't stop moving. Oh, got a really good feeling now, got a really good feeling. Oh, can't stop moving now, can't stop moving. I think I'm starting to realize not everything has to be alright. Just keep your head up and hold on tight. Shake off the dirt and throw it right down the line. Go on, get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, go get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, yo. Go on, get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, go get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, yo. Can't stop moving now, can't stop moving. Oh, got a really good feeling now, got a really good feeling. Oh, can't stop moving now, can't stop moving. Oh, can't stop moving now, can't stop moving. Oh, got a really good feeling now, got a really good feeling. Oh, can't stop moving now, can't stop moving now. Got a really good feeling now, got a really good feeling. Got a really good feeling now, got a really good feeling.
At it again, reaching people, seeing people discipleship. It was one of my best summers I've ever had. I think it was because we had such a great summer staff. They kept me motivated and pumped as a skunk to do my job. So would you do me a favor right quick? Would you take a minute and share this post on whatever you're watching on? Will you take it and put it on your social media? Because we really need your help. Because we have a green wave starting right here on this box, on all these boxes. But we need your help. And we need your parents to see this, your grandparents. Every single one of these amounts here represent a dollar amount that we're trying to collect to be able to raise $40,000 for scholarships and for some capital needs for a new camp location called Crowder Springs. So let me just tell you who we are. We're here to ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. And your generosity helps us do that. If you see a box on here that maybe you could afford but it's covered, just give that amount anyway, and we're going to take it and match it with somebody else's to take over this box. Because not only do we do camp ministry, retreats for all kinds of different groups, but you got to look at us as ministry to kids in elementary school, middle school ministry, high school ministry through our intern program, and college ministry through our summer staff program and Camp Leadership University. One of my favorite things in the world is seeing high school students come. So if you're a parent, listen up. See high school students come and serve. They get to come and serve for free, but also they just learn how to be servants. And there's one young lady that we want to introduce you to. Come on over, Evan. Evan's not the young lady, but Evan is my intern director. He coordinates all this with this young lady right here. Hey girl, how you? Hang on, we're going to hook her up right quick. This is Ashlyn. Ashlyn is from Jacksonville, North Carolina. I get all that right, Ashlyn? Everybody's cheering for you right there. Can you hear them? Can you hear them pretty good? Okay, do we need to take a camera and zoom in on her? Or can we get it right here?
Yeah,
I don't know where.
I like that.
No, it disappeared. I know you're looking at the screen. I mean, the sky. We'll try to fix that a little bit. Let's check her audio. Ashlyn, talk for me. Say something. Say something.
Hey.
Say something else. Keep talking. Keep talking. All right, is the volume turned up on this?
Yep.
You sure? Yeah. Check 1, 2. All right, we may need to unplug it then. Ashlyn, say something else. Check. No, pull it out.
All right, we're good.
Put your mic. Say something now, Ashlyn. Check. Is that the speaker right there? Say something else, Ashlyn. Okay, she's very low. Where's the speakers? We gotta find the speakers. Where's Nate Flowers at? We don't need it. Hey, hang on one second. Nate Flowers needs you down here. All right, so listen, this is Ashlyn. I want to ask her some questions, but this young lady is absolutely incredible. Ashlyn, use your fingers. How many weeks did you serve last summer as an intern? 3 weeks. She gave up 3 weeks of her summer last year to come and be a part of what we're doing. And the simple questions are like this, Ashlyn. Hey, let's check that in. Yeah, let's check that in. Keep working, boys. Keep working. Keep working. So she served for 3 weeks last summer. And I simply want to ask her, what did she get out of it and why did she serve? Because she drove, how long did it take you to get here? 4.5 hours?
5 hours.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
we got out
it. Hey. Turn her up, man. So it took you 5 hours. 5 hours to get here. Okay. Why did you do all that?
Well, I actually came as a camper in 2018 and 2019, and I saw the interns then, and I saw how much they were there and helping everyone, and I was like, I want to do that. And so I kind of just looked up the information, and I saw you guys were taking applications, and I applied, and I just went from there.
How much money did you pay to be a part of this program?
Nothing.
Parents.
And cappuccinos.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, so you spent $2,436 in cappuccinos. All right. Parents, listen, from one parent to another parent, this is incredible for your kids. So it's a free program to all high schoolers. Ashlyn, what did you gain from being a part of the intern program?
I really loved how much we connected with everyone, and it showed me just how much I could serve with my heart and how much everything really is such a chain reaction, and just being nice to everyone and doing simple things, it really impacts campers and other people that you work with. And I also kind of gained from working there is learning how to spread evangelism and learning how to show people the gospel, not only with your words but also your actions, and just learning how to use people as a foundation and God as a foundation for you, and just working on yourself too.
You're going to tear me up, girl. You done got other people tearing up in here. Dang, one of them's pregnant. She's going to tear up either way, right? Actually, so you saw the backstage of our camp. I mean, that's like seeing somebody with no makeup on. You know what I'm saying? Why would you tell people they need to give to our ministry? Why do you think so? Why does people need to give?
I think it's such a good thing to give because they never really see how much goes into it and how much you can see people change in a week. But just working, even the waterfront, seeing people jump off the towers, you can see how much they've changed and how much they've grown through God and building these connections with people that you never get to experience ever in your life again. And I think that's so important in giving to the camp so that they can grow and you can see how much people are experiencing.
Yeah, there's so many areas of growth that happens at camp. Whether somebody's shy and they start being relational, or somebody's doesn't think they're a leader and then they start to lead. But then somebody gives their life to Christ and they start to grow spiritually. There's so many different areas that kids get opportunity to grow, and that's why we're trying. Let's go back to this camera right here for a second. That's why tonight we're asking you, stay with us, Ashlyn, be right back. That's why tonight we're asking you to be a part of what we're doing. We've got all these boxes. We're trying to get the number 78, $78, cuts that box off and throws it away forever. Some of you have been working all day long and you just joined us. We've been going at this since 12 o'clock today. Telling people about what all God's done here, and it's as simple as this number right here, 704-703-2126. Text the word donate. A link will come to you, and then you have an opportunity to give to that link. So Ashlyn is one of our stud interns. I knew there was something different about you last summer when I met you, and I saw how intently. How's your journal going? I saw you taking a lot of notes this summer in our Bible studies. You still taking a lot of notes?
Yeah, I love using different colored pens and highlighters all the time and sticky notes.
Yeah.
I even took notes before I came here because I was kind of nervous, honestly.
Oh, it's just a conversation. That's all. Evan, you got any questions for her?
Yeah, I mean, like, what would you say, like, was one of your favorite camp moments, and just how God has been, like, moving in your life since then?
One of my favorite camp moments was probably, like, our small groups. Really, that was, like, the biggest turning point for how much I grew there, was being able to connect with the interns and the mentors and the summer staffers, and just being able to kind of take a break from serving and serve God one-on-one and in a group.
Absolutely. That's good. How has interning helped you be a better person?
It definitely has shown me like so much about knowing other people and taking into account like their feelings, and again, like about the chain reaction, doing certain things for people, it really changes their whole day, their whole life really, and it's shown me to be a bigger person in everywhere in my life, in school, in church, almost anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm going ahead and tell you, God's got big plans for you, girl.
Thank you.
I really believe that. And I can't wait to see you this summer. Hopefully you at least come for 1
I'm
week.
excited.
Yeah. Thanks for being here, Ashlyn. Thanks for being part of the Camp-a-thon. And thank you for being you. You're a great example. How old are you?
I'm 16.
16. Yeah, so you was 15 last summer?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome. Keep it up, girl. God's got big plans for you. Big plans.
Thank you.
See you later. Let's go back to this one, guys. All right, so that's just one changed life out of many, many, many high school students that are part of our intern program here at Crowder's Camps, and hopefully many more is going to happen this summer and be changed. So let's get a giving update. Emily, come on over and let's talk about who's taking what box, when, and where. If you're not connected yet, please, please, please go online right now at crowderscamps.com and grab you a box. We need your help. And by your support to us, we're able to scholarship and get some needs done for our new camp, Crowder Springs. It's going to be a day camp this summer. But these people, they already have. Emily, tell us about them.
All right, so these next few people are actually all family members of current staff members. So the first one, we have Daniel Rogers, who's related to Emily Gwynn. He adopted boxes 168 and 82.
All right. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Michael Flowers, who's related to Nate Flowers. And he adopted a lot of boxes. He adopted 109, 91, 73, 37, 19, and 57.
All right. Yeah. Get them out of here. Get them boxes out of here.
And last for this update is actually my mom, Allie, who adopted box 101.
Right.
And she left a comment saying the Clue Crew rocks, especially Emily. I don't think there's any bias there with the especially Emily, but you know.
Okay. All right. Man, praise the Lord. Come on, let's give it up in the house one more time. All right. Thank you, Emily. So, a lot is going on right now. I know all you guys have DVR'd your Survivor show for tonight because we have the world premiere of the Aerial Park. In 1 hour and 8 minutes, okay, we have this live thing. So we're going to be popping popcorn here in about 38 minutes and eating popcorn and getting ready for this world premiere. I've been told, I don't know this for sure, but it's the funniest video we've ever made, okay? And it's about 18 minutes long, so it's going to world premiere at 7 o'clock tonight, so you do not want to miss that. And then we have the raffle That's happening at 15 minutes till 8. And Hannah's here to tell us about the raffle.
Boxes. Let's talk about a raffle real quick.
Let's do it.
All right, so if you give anywhere from 25 to 200, you will be put in a drawing to win one of these super cool I Give a Camp pullovers.
Yes.
They're super comfy, a lot of fun.
We would give away T-shirts, but I screen printed this myself.
Did you really?
I did.
That's impressive.
From a Walmart iron-on. Okay, moving on.
Anyway, moving on. If you give 201 to 500, you will be entered into a raffle to get a private shoots party in January. The shoots are our winter snowless tubing, and they are completely sold out.
Yep, no tickets are available, so if you want to go down the shoots, you have to get in this raffle. It's your one and last chance.
And then 501 to 999 will get you put in a raffle to win a family aerial park adventure for 10 people.
Facilitated by our crew of trained people.
And then over 1,000 will get you put in a raffle to win 3 spots to our summer camp this summer and a pullover.
This is a good deal. And we know if you give this amount of money, you're not in it for the tickets, you're in it for the ministry. And we just want to give these tickets back to you so you can be more generous and give maybe kids that would never be able to afford to come to camp 3 spots for free. Okay? So thank you for your gifts. So find your box and commit to that. You can text to 704-703-2126, the word donate. Get the link. And then you can donate that way. You can go to crowderscamps.com. You can mail it in to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina, 28098. That address is on the website as well. We'll take all donations up to December 31st at 11:59 to be accounted for tax deduction for this year. Okay, now back to the interns. Okay, there's one young lady that's already stood out in the last 7 years here, and some of you may know her. Her name's Brooklyn. Brooklyn was one of the top, sweetest interns we've ever had work here. She's in college now. She is I believe, a cross-country runner or track runner or something like that. Is that right? Both. She's an incredible athlete. She took the time, gave her the time up to serve people. This is Brooklyn. Video is 4 minutes, 35 seconds long. So if you ever want to know what the intern program and the effects of the intern program that we would have not only now, but when you're in college, check out Brooklyn's story. Be right back in 4 minutes.
So this intern program, what did you experience from this adventure?
I definitely didn't know what to expect when I first came in because I never had a camp experience before. So I kind of just came in, jumped right into it. And I was a little nervous at first, but I also did have a few of my friends with me, so it was less nerve-wracking. But I definitely remember I remember serving and, finishing that weekend, and I didn't even realize that I was, being the hands and feet of Jesus because it was a lot of fun. I guess there's kind of a, not a stigma, but just kind of like a stereotype, I guess, with volunteering. Sometimes people might think, oh, this is really boring, and I just remember I finished that weekend and my mom was like, you served that whole weekend. I was like, yeah, but it didn't even feel like serving just because it was so much fun.
Yeah. So I remember one time you told me that you got in a car and your mom's like, you're glowing.
Yeah.
Like something's different about you.
Mm-hmm.
How did the intern program kind of get you out of the box? Why was it so out of the box for you? I mean, was it just a social thing or what?
I definitely think the intern program helped me socially because, again, before I interned, I was a little bit shy. I wasn't as outgoing as I am now.
You would just run away from people.
Yeah, honestly,
run.
Yep.
Get it?
Oh, funny. I would see people at the store that went to my school, and I'd be like, Mom, let's go that way. I don't know. I was just always a little bit shy, and so the intern program really helped me to make new friends and to kind of branch out of my shell. And whenever we had some free time, we were free to basically do whatever we wanted. So I know I always like to just go up to people, like go up to campers, go up to leaders and just say hi, like, how are you doing? Are you enjoying your experience, blah, blah, blah. And that honestly just helped me so much break out of my shell and go up to new people and meet new people. So
The big time is the summer. You get to come to camp for free for a week, but also through the year on fall retreats and winter retreats, we have girl designated weekends and guy designated weekends where they can come out. And would you say, Brooklyn, that it's a great opportunity to be discipled as well?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I definitely, again, looking back, I didn't even really realize that I had the opportunity to just impact as many people as I did without even realizing it. And so I definitely would say, like, this is a great program to just be mentored and discipled through it, because my relationship with the Lord wouldn't be where it is right now if it wasn't for this program.
How do you think maybe camp helped you prepare for college?
I definitely think without camp, I honestly don't know where I would be in my relationship with God. It really provided me with a firm foundation of, your relationship with God is strong. And I really wanted to keep that up in college. One of my biggest fears going into college was, growing distant with God and not losing my relationship with the Lord, but just growing distant with Him. And I do remember camp, like, it really, every single time I came, I kind of felt refreshed, and I really felt refreshed, actually, in my relationship with God, just because I kept experiencing the Lord in a new way that I didn't really get to, I didn't really get to experience in my everyday life. And I do know college was also a little nerve-wracking for me, because I had to make new friends, and I had to, go up to people and, meet my roommate for the first time. And again, camp was a great way for me to break out of my shell and break out of my comfort zone and, go up to people and try to be the light that the Lord wants me to be in this world, and kind of bring that light to college. And that was a really big goal of mine.
All right, so listen, if you're joining in with us tonight, welcome to the Camp-a-thon. We are trying to raise money so we can scholarship kids and do some capital needs at our new camp facility, Crowder Springs. There's several ways for you to give, and this is our adopt-a box. As you can see, the green is starting to make a wave over the blue, and we need your help. So there's several ways. You can go to crowderscamps.com and figure out how to donate there by hitting a donut, not the donut button, but the donate button. Or you can put in this number, 704-703-2126. Text the word donate, and a link will come straight to your phone. Man, technology. We also have the old school rock and roll stuff. You can call 704-915-1096 and actually get a human on the phone that will love to talk to you and take your donation. But listen, look at this. These numbers represent the amount, $29. $29 goes towards scholarships. $31 goes towards scholarships. We need your help. So over the next 18 minutes and 8 seconds, we're going to go through with our program director, Jacob Justice, on some recs that we did last summer here around camp. Some of it's funny, some of it's cool, some of it's serious, but it's all about the excellence that we do. So you sitting there online right now, watching us on YouTube or Facebook, pray about donating and adopting a box so we can become even better and see thousands of students' lives changed through the gospel of Jesus Christ. So check out this video, and we'll be back in 18 minutes and 8 seconds to see you.
All right, I'm bored.
Wanna play a game?
I guess so. Well, what is there?
Basketball?
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
So maybe not basketball? Okay, not basketball.
No, nothing the same. No.
So what else?
Volleyball?
Volleyball. Don't we need another person?
I think so.
Caleb, do you want to play?
I guess. Here, can you hold this for me?
Yeah.
You can be on my team, Caleb.
My friend Billy will play with me.
Okay, you ready?
Oh. That didn't work.
So volleyball's a no. Gaga ball?
We can give it a shot.
Okay, y'all play. I'm going back to filming.
Caleb.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Gaga ball wasn't such a fun idea.
No. So we played most of everything, and I'm still bored.
Yeah, I really just want to play something new.
Something fresh?
Something spectacular.
Something never before seen.
Perhaps something that you could only play at camp.
Something epic.
Ooh, epic!
Epic.
Did someone say something epic?
Yeah.
Well, have I got good news for you. Follow me.
Okay.
Mom always said not to follow strangers.
Well, I gotta give it a shot. Oh, gosh.
All right, looking back at the camera. At Crowder's Camps, one of our main objectives is to break down boundaries in campers' lives. They oftentimes bring in distractions and baggage from their personal lives, and we want to eliminate that. One awesome way we can do that is we use our resources and our land creatively enough to create a epic atmosphere, a really fun game, so that they're fully immersed in the activity and aren't thinking about anything else. And when they're done, they had fun and they feel like their guard's down a little bit. So one of the cool places we usually do it is the barn, and that's where we're about to go now. Follow me. So, you wanted to play something epic, right? Well, this is an epic challenge that I like to call Battle Barn. Alright, so this version of Battle Barn, there's 3 stations of competition. Competition number 1, the dual rope race, to the left right here. Alright, so you're going to race to the top, climb as fast as you can. Whoever gets the highest, fastest wins, right? Second is the cargo net climb. Kind of a similar thing here, except instead of going straight up, you're going at a little angle to the top middle, trying to ring one of those cowbells. Whoever gets the cowbell first wins. All right? And then the last station is our reverse tug of war. Typically in tug of war, you're pulling the rope and you're trying to get and marking the rope past a certain point. This time, you're going to do everything you can to get a roll of tape in the middle of the rope past the mark on the opposite side of you. Kind of confusing, but I think you'll get the hang of it once we start. So let's hop to it. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready? I guess. 3, 2, 1. I think she won. Yeah! All right, time for the next competition. Ow. That was a pretty fierce showdown, but we got 2 more competitions to go. Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready?
Actually, I have a question.
Well, what is your question?
Where are the mats? Like over there? How come there's not any under here?
Well, actually, there was just a little bit too much blood and vomit on those mats. The FDA actually wouldn't let us use them, so.
Okay, I have another question.
Okay, what's that?
How come we don't have helmet?
Actually, for the same reason.
I'm content.
3, 2, 1, go! Go, go, give it everything you got. Who's gonna lead? Oh, Hannah missed twice. Oh, 3 strikes, she's out. Evan's just hanging there. He's almost there. No one's hit the cowbell yet.
I didn't hit the
Evan
cowbell.
fell.
I hit it.
Hannah won.
I hit it.
And Hannah won again after missing thrice. All right. Name of the game, right here. You're moving this roll of tape past this mark on the rope. You're moving this roll of tape past this mark on the rope. You got it?
Okay.
All right, we're gonna start in 3, 2. Then we have the winner. All right, how did y'all like that game?
That was pretty epic.
Well, I've still got other ones if you want to play.
More?
We've got more. Y'all ready for the next one? More. Another prime location we like to have our tribal battles is at the waterfront. This past summer, we called it Lemonade Run, and it was basically a race between two tribes that started at the waterfront, went all the way through camp, had a lot of obstacles and different variants that made it really cool. To be honest, it's winter right now, so we're not gonna run through that this time, and it's really long. There's a lot of obstacles involved. It takes a lot of manpower, but luckily we captured some footage this past summer, so take a look at this video. Welcome to our rec field, another prime location where we like to have tribal battles. So the one we did this past summer is the one we're about to demonstrate now. Imagine foursquare mixed with flag football and volleyball, all combined, with a little bit of gambling involved. So, you take 4 tribes and you put them in each square. You have a big blow up, some sort of volleyball-esque type thing, and you have them play foursquare. Once a tribe scores on another square, we then pause the game. We have one representative come and roll the dice, and depending on what number it lands on, that's how many campers from that tribe get to go attack the tribe that they scored on square and try to pull their flags until I tell them that round's over. And then we're back to square one and we start another round of foursquare. So, what do you say? Y'all want to try to give that one a go?
I mean, it sounds great, but what if we roll more than one?
Oh yeah, there's only 2 of you. You have to roll a 1, okay? You have to roll a 1. But don't worry, I've got special talents that might be able to help with that.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Oh boy, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh god. Oh no.
All right, so you scored on her. Now you get to roll the dice.
My favorite. All right, here we go.
Your objective is to pull her flag before this whistle is blown. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Go!
No! Yeah. No! Wait, go this way. No! I'm almost there.
We have a winner! Yeah! Boo! There you have it, folks. That is our 3 rec games, more or less. But all your contributions help in many ways, and that's just one of the ways that it helps. What do you say? Y'all looking forward to more games this coming summer?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna take some of my co-workers and some resources that we acquire over the next few months, take some ideas, mix it all together, and we're gonna come up with a handful of more creative, epic tribal battles. Woo woo.
Yeah.
Pound it.
That was great. Good job, Rec Team. Hey guys, if you're joining us right now, thank you and welcome. This is hour number 6 for us. We've been going since 12 o'clock today, live streaming. We'd love for you to go back and watch the whole entire live stream.
Yeah, and also some of these segments will be posted on YouTube after. Not all of them, so you got to tune in. But some of them we'll post on YouTube for you guys to watch after. I don't know about you, Jay, but I just chugged a Red Bull.
I did not chug Red Bull because I'm 45 and could die quickly.
I don't encourage anyone to do that, by the way. It's just hour 6, and I love camp so much, but sorry, my caffeine levels were.
704-703-2126 will be a place where you can text the word donate to, and it will send you back a link so that you can be a part of what we're doing here. Every box is a number, and that number represents a dollar amount that you would give for adopting that box, and and by doing so, that gives us money for scholarships for kids that can't afford to come to camp, and to the ability to do some capital needs for a new camp facility called Crowder Springs, which we're doing a day camp this summer.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
I'm so excited. It's going to be our inaugural summer at Crowder's Springs.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited for that. It's going to be a kids' day camp, 3rd grade through 5th grade. We are excited to host. It'll be about 50 kids at a time. If you're watching and you already know that you want to sign your kid up, registration is actually open. You can go to carterscamps.com. But not only that, but we need some help with our boxes here, because some of these boxes will be able to help us build that camp.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on that one person to give $299 to scholarship one kid to go to camp. You know, another great moment of last summer was we gave all of our summer staff 3 to 4 free golden tickets to go hand out to campers to come to kids camp. And we saw some of them. Wasn't one of the kids named Noah? Yeah, and it wasn't that Noah. Noah's like, I was there, but I wasn't there. But it was just seeing the fruits of kids coming for free. That kid would have never been able to come to camp.
Nope.
But because we did that, that generosity of our camp, to say, hey, we're getting some free kids to come to camp. Help us. You can go online right now at crowderscamps.com. And also hit the donate link and do that. And donations will be open all the way up to midnight at December 31st. We'd love to have you to be a part of that. Thank you so much. We're going to start talking for a few minutes about where we're heading as a ministry, because that might be one thing that, as you're thinking about donating, that you're wondering where, what are we about? What are we looking to do? And as unboring as possible, we want to kind of unleash that to you right now.
And I realize it can be hard to talk about this far out in the future. So to give everyone scope, we are talking about some goals, some directions we have to achieve by 2025. Okay? That's hard to think about that many years out. Like, people were thinking about this, and then 2020 happened, and, well, all plans went out the window.
And 2020 changed the scope of everything, because now nobody's like, I'm not going to plan 5 years out, because COVID could happen again. We could get shut down again, which we got totally shut down, for 5 months. We didn't even step on the campus. This was a ghost town for 5 months. Yeah. So that changed the way people look at strategic planning now, too.
Yeah, and so for these, we have goals, but understand that the level of partnership that we have from people like you watching this stream, for other community organizations, from churches, from other partnerships through Lisa's of the Carolinas and Camp Sunshine, those different partners that we work with in the community will determine how fast we can reach some of the things that we're talking about. And some of these partnerships will help us be able to achieve these goals by 2025 or sooner. Now, I'll say this. If another COVID year happens, man, this is going to, we'll just take down the video and build a new plan.
Exactly.
But we have to be a ministry that's focused on growth.
Yeah.
One of our core values talks about excellence matters. And we believe that we have to have a plan. Even if it could change, even if God could totally wreck it and change our direction, we're going to have a plan. We're going to be an organization that's heavily focused on growth.
Yes. Yeah.
So I want to walk through and just kind of start off with a keystone ministry. And one of the keystone ministries that we have for the whole entire summer is Thriving Summers. This is a key point of our strategic plan. And basically, all of you know, we've been talking all day. Summer is our prime time. It's our Super Bowl. It's when we thrive. We see the most campers every single day. We'll see 400 campers come through, and they rotate every 4 days, like clockwork. So we have very specific goals for our summers. And the first which is building our new facility, Crowder Springs. And the biggest part of that will extend our capacity during the summer.
Yeah, and to give us the ability to have actual elementary kids designated area for camp. Right now, Crowder's Ridge is more built for students, and we're having to kind of put kids in wherever we can put them.
Yeah.
And Crowder Springs is going to allow us to open this amazing day camp facility with an aerial park, a zip line, which is already there. We're not talking about things that we got to build. We're already started to do all that. We're ready for camp this summer.
Yep.
But the end game is to get a full overnight camp, mainly focused towards for kids at Crowder Springs, and not just have day camp going and overnight camp going.
What we learned over the past few years, and especially as the demand from 2020 has started to pick back up, what we learned was that we cannot create more dates for summer groups, right? Summer is only so long. So if a church is coming here to camp or particular people are coming here to camp, we can't create more time. So the only way to do that is to add more space. And the easiest way and the best way, because of what God has done so far in our ministry, is to build that second location.
Yeah.
So the increasing capacity is going to be one of the biggest things we focus on for our summer. We want to be able to see 9,000 campers annually during the months of June and July by 2025.
And that's going to take a lot of work.
That is going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of partners. But we also know that we can't reach that with just this location right now, with our bed count. It's practically impossible. So what we need to do is be able to build that Crowder Springs location.
Well, why don't you increase your bed? I've heard that. Why don't you just say, because if we increase our bed count, then we have to increase our dining hall count, and we have to increase our worship building count, and then we have to increase our sewer system,
So
and
you're
potentially
talking,
even well.
You're talking investments in the millions at that point versus this camp we're going to build as God provides. We're going to be able to build our capacity. So during summers, our biggest goal through 2025 is increasing capacity.
Yeah.
And that's the name of the game right now.
And it's not an increased capacity as in more high schoolers or more middle schoolers. We're trying to go after elementary school age kids because we want to catch them. We want to give them the experience of camp too.
Yeah.
We partner with Camp Sunshine, which is out of the First United Methodist Church here. They bring at one year they was bringing close to 90 kids just picking them up at their house.
Yeah.
And those kids would never be able to attend camp.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, these are kids that their parents don't have transportation at all. Their parents rely on public transportation. And if you don't know, there's not a public system bus that drives to camp. So the Camp Sunshine is a great partner. They just drive these kids to camp, and that's our heart too. And that's why we partner with them, and that's why we're trying to increase our capacity. It's because we want to be able to create more space for those kids, to be able to broaden our scope. So we're going to talk more about Kids Camp later in the strategic plan, but overall, when we look at our summer months, we want to be able to increase the amount of people we reach, and we have to do that by increasing capacity.
Yep.
All right, the next point on our strategic plan is we like to call it refreshing retreats. So if you don't know, summers are prime time, but in the fall, we go into a season where many groups come on the weekends or some throughout the week, depending on what type of organization they are. If it's a church, they come on the weekend. If it's a school group, they may come during the week. But those groups come here, and we are able to host them. We're able to partner with them and be able to have them here at camp and create moments of discipleship. So whenever we talk about retreats, our biggest goal, and I think you probably hinted this earlier, is that we have to return demand to pre-COVID-19 levels.
Yeah.
2019 was a great year. As far as retreats go, we had some weekends with 3 different groups here at a time. We need to be able to return that
Those
demand.
were the good old days.
Yeah. So we've already seen our growth increase during the spring of this coming year. January is already getting booked out.
Yeah.
And that's because of partners, churches who come here, use our space, but then also include our staff to help them, to partner with them. So retreats is all about returning to pre-COVID-19 levels, making sure that we're able to keep our calendar full enough in the off-season to sustain that upward momentum. Because we want to be able to continue running throughout the off-season as strongly and as steadily as we are in the summer.
And everything we're talking about, the refreshing retreats and thriving summers, you got to think about all of the gospel presentations And so it's not just about numbers. I mean, numbers help a lot, right, with everything. But it's about the gospel being presented. It's about discipleship taking place. There's a lot going on. And with partners like you that give towards one of these boxes here, man, you help us get this thing done. And don't forget, write this number down, 704-703-2126. It should be right there on your screen. Yep. All you got to do, text the word donate to that box, and then just write whatever amount God puts on your heart to help us be able to continue to have those thriving summers and refreshing retreats that we're talking about. Those are great, two of the 5 great points of our plan.
The next point that we're talking about is something that I know you're very passionate about, is we want to develop a community of service. Mm-hmm. We just heard from Brooklyn and Ashlyn, a couple of our high school interns. And the biggest way that we want to develop communities of service is create places where these high school students, these interns, are grown and developed here at camp, give them the camp experience that they love and desire, but then also equip them and challenge them to go home and serve their community. And so right now our intern program is very heavily focused on discipleship, growing them in their faith, growing them in their leadership, getting them to take responsibility for their actions and what they're going to do with their life and what God has called for them to do. But we want to be able to move forward. Yeah. And the way that we want to move forward is equipping those high school students to go home to wherever they are and serve.
I bet you if we had a true heart, if we could see true hearts, I bet you 95% of the interns that serve here are like an Ashland that go home and really reproduce that. Mm-hmm. Our intern program, parents, if you're chiming in for the first time, listen, it's a free program. They get to serve some weeks in the summer with us, some weekend retreats. It's absolutely free. And it's mind-blowing of the life change that gets to happen. Even in a video just a while ago, a young lady was talking about how it helped prepare her for college, just from a relational standpoint. Yeah. You know, some people just don't want to talk to other people. So I want to see that program expand to taking camp to the community. Yeah. And them serve.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see our active internship list by 2025 be at a steady 250 high schoolers mobilized for their community, not people that just come for a week at camp and then leave. Yeah. We're talking about people that consistently pour into others around.
And we get involved with the local school system. Yep. And somehow work some of those kids that are trying to find great things for college resumes, which has become increasingly greater. I don't know when you applied at Mercer if you had to do a resume or not. But now
I sent them one anyway. But it wasn't required then.
But see, you're a smart guy. But now people are actually getting paid to do resumes for kids applying to colleges, and to have those. And I'm not saying, hey, well, let's use the resume thing as a chance to get them. No, let's give them something of substance to put on there that's going to be life changing to them. So again, through partners like you and adopting a box, we're able to offer this program for high school students for absolutely free.
It's totally free. No totally strings free. Attached.
Totally free.
In fact, we give stuff to our interns all the time. I'm making them campuccinos all the time. Well, actually, some of them make it for themselves now because they have been here at camp long enough. They got it.
The student becomes the teacher.
Yeah. So we are really wanting to grow our intern program to turn around and impact the communities around them. Our fourth point in our strategic plan is building future leaders. Mm-hmm. And the way that we want to kind of focus that is our college leadership development programs. There's 2 of them right now. During the summer months, we have our summer staff. Those are our college-aged students who come serve here in the summer, and they are able to pour into our campers. We love on them as best we can. It is long hours, long days. You've heard about a lot of their experience through the COU interviews earlier today. But we want to be able to increase the number of our summer staff, not because we need more help, even though there are days when we do. It's really about us being able to disciple college students. Yeah. We are in the thick of college ministry here, whether you realize it or not. We are in the thick of it. And those summer college staff are so important to that for us to be able to reach our mission, to say that we are building leaders of the future, that the summer staff that come out of Crowder's Ridge, out of Crowder Springs, are going to go and they're going to plant churches. They're going to serve in ministries. They're going to go start a business. They're going to go work in corporations and have integrity. All of those things only happen through their experience here in the summer, and we can give them that. So I want to see by 2025, 70, which is a crazy number, active summer staff every single year. And of course that would be across 2 locations.
Yeah.
And so that is such a, you and I did not realize how thick of it we were in college ministry until this summer. It was just kind of a revelation from God. Like,
it may just been the people though.
Well, we did have great teams.
They are great.
They were
this
great.
summer we might be like, oh no, y'all gotta leave, man. Jacob Justice, take them, put them on the bus, and take them back to their colleges.
Yeah.
No, we've been very blessed to have that. And let me just say a little quick story. We had one summer staff person. We basically give them $1,000 and allow them to send out support letters. Some chose not to send out any support letters. Some did. And some really did really well.
Yeah.
Almost raising close to almost $5,000 for their support this summer. So maybe you're watching this and you just have a heart for college students, and maybe you could help our CLU students, or maybe you could help some of our summer staff and just be there for them and help financially support them. There's so many different ways to be involved in what we're doing. And no, we're not a church. We're a nonprofit organization, but there's so many different ways of impact that we have.
The other way that, we talk about the summer, but then we wanted, and part of our heart was to be able to continue reaching those college students in the off season and to build leadership even more, discipleship even more. So the other part of the Building Future Leaders kind of tab of this strategic plan is to our college leadership, Camp Leadership University program that you've heard all day. You've seen a few of them up here, Emily, Hannah, Lauren, and Zach. And so this is our first year of doing this program, but we want to be able to expand that program to be able to offer more people a year-round experience that is like a college, that they can go learn what it's like to work in camp ministry, what it's like to be a disciple of Christ, what it's like to make disciples of Christ, and to learn some of those things. So whenever we talk about college ministry, we don't stop after August.
Yeah,
we're still going.
And we're not going to stop. This has been a life-changing move for us.
It really has.
A camp-changing move. And because of partnerships with people like you, we're able to do great things like that. So if you would tonight, pray about and take action to what your heart feels to maybe adopt one of these boxes behind us. Every number represents a dollar amount, and it's as simple as texting to the number on your screen the word donate. A link will be sent to you. If you can't do that, you can go to crowderscamps.com. We will be taking donations all the way to December 31st, and you can mail those into P.O. Box 1, Lowell, North Carolina. That address should be at crowderscamps.com as well on the very bottom of the website. So this was a lot. There's a lot of... I'm overwhelmed, to be honest with you. I mean, we got some 5 great strategic points, but I'm overwhelmed of the potential. We don't have a ceiling.
There's so much potential. I mean, God could tomorrow raise up another camp, just like he built this camp in what seems like overnight now. Right? We look back and we're like, things happened a lot quicker in hindsight than they did while we were in.
They did.
But God could raise up another camp facility tomorrow, and then another one the next day, right? And it's not even about facilities, but God could bring people. We could be so overbooked with all of our programs that we have to expand. And it's because of partners like you that continue to give that we'll be able to do this. But it's not really about the plans that are on our paper. It's really we just want to be at the heart of God and what he has for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all the people that he has here. I never want to build a plan, put these numbers on a piece of paper, and then not think about the people. Every single number is a person that can have an encounter with Jesus, no matter what program we're in. And so if you hear me shout out these big numbers, like 25,000 people on camp every single year, that's a big number. But I want to see 25,000 people encounter Christ here.
We're not here to be stagnant. We're here to help see people's lives changed. And, you know, it takes partners. And all day long we've talked about partners.
All day.
All day we've talked. We cannot do this alone. We need people to come beside us and undergird the ministry, help give, so that we can see things happen that need to happen. And truly, you know, every time we get a phone call and somebody asks, hey, is there any scholarships available? We have to check the cash flow. I mean, honestly, and we love to take some of this money and loosen that grip a little bit to be able to start saying yes, yes. Especially with starting day camp this summer, there's going to be a ton of kids, parents that's going to call and either need a partial scholarship or full scholarship to be able to come to day camp. And if you're out there and you say, well, they shouldn't come at all, well, you're not going to donate anyway, to be honest with you. They do need that. They need that help. Some people have been crushed.
I mean, I would love to just be able to have the money in hand from people that have donated, to be able to walk up to people and say, hey, you're coming to camp because we know that COVID hit you really hard and you still haven't recovered. And or maybe there's a single mom out there who really struggles, but they want to be able to send their kid to camp, but they don't want to choose between camp and groceries.
Yeah.
And we want to be able to bless people like that. But right now, we need support to help do that. I believe that God's going to raise up people to be able to bless people like that. But we need help to do that.
Yeah, so we're getting ready to go to our giving commercial, and then we're going to come back and we're going to have a giving reading and just announce some people as given. And don't forget, at 7 o'clock, which is exactly 18 minutes and 30 seconds, we're having the world premiere of the Aerial Park. It is a featured film here. They're saying it's the funniest thing we've ever done.
I mean, I think it is. I've been here a while.
I hadn't seen it, though.
I know you might be skeptical.
I might be, because, I mean, you like Freddy Krueger and I like Casper.
I really don't like either of those.
Some people don't know who Freddy Krueger is, and some people don't know who Casper is.
You just showed your age right there. Okay, so let me just say, I think it's hilarious. I've been involved with this ministry since 2014. I think it's the funniest video I've ever seen. And it's all about our aerial park, which is happening at Crowder Springs. Next summer, we're going to be putting 3rd through 5th graders, as they want to, challenge by choice, we're going to be putting them on the aerial park and letting them experience it. And so we threw some hooligans up there, and I think it's going to be a funny video.
All right, so that's happening at 7 o'clock, the premiere of the Aerial Park. So we're going to come back to that, but let's go ahead. These are some simple, easy ways to give. Check out this little commercial, and we'll be right back with a giving update.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us here at the Camp-a-thon. We're asking you today to join us and help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Through camps and retreats, we have the potential to reach over 13,000 people per year, and it's all because of the generosity of people like you and your year-end giving. So will you give? Maybe just adopt a box. There's easy ways to give. You can go to crowderscamps.com and give online. You can mail your year-end gift to P.O. Box 1, Lowell, North Carolina 28098, or just come by and see us at 130 Camp Rotary Road. Thank you so much for participating this year in the Camp-a-thon, and your gifts will go to impact this next generation for Christ.
And a great day. We're in 6 hours and 44 minutes and 32 seconds into the Camp-a-thon. We're going for 8 hours. So in just a minute, we're going to have some special things happen. But right now, we want to celebrate some gifts that's happening. So Emily, take it away, girl. Tell us some good stuff that's happened.
All right, so we've had some more boxes adopted that we're going to update you guys on. So first we have Nave, who adopted box 18, and they say, Crowder's Camps is the best place to be. Love this staff and be sure to give. If you can't, let your family members know.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Come on, give it up. Get that pizza out of your mouth. Or chicken sandwich.
Next, we have 2 staff members here. We have Emily Gwynn, who donated $56.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Emily.
And next we have Jacob Justice, who adopted box 64.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
All right, next we have people who paired to adopt boxes together. So first we have box 198, 199, and 118.
Okay.
And those were paired with Aaron and Mark.
All right, Aaron and Mark, thank you guys so much.
And we also have Felicia, who donated $50 towards box 102.
Okay, thanks, Felicia.
And Nichelle, who donated the other 52 to box 102.
All right, got that one off the chart. Get it off the chart. All right, so listen, lots of good big things happening, because if you give, then at 15 minutes till 8 tonight, we're going to do our raffle. A raffle, yes. Yes, we're going to do a raffle for all kinds of cool stuff.
All kinds of cool stuff. So if you give anywhere from $25 to $200, you'll be entered into a drawing to win one of these super cool pullovers.
They're really cool, and they say, I give a camp.
I give a camp.
And you gave a camp. Thank you so much.
And then if you give anywhere from $201 to $500, you will get a private shoots party in January. The shoots are our winter snowless tubing,
Which are sold out. The only way you're going to get a party at this particular time is to win this raffle. So make sure you give in that bracket.
And then if you give anywhere from $501 to $999, you will get a family aerial park adventure for up to 10 people at our Crowder Springs location, facilitated by our awesome certified staff.
Awesome certified. They not let anybody fall yet.
Nope, not yet. And then anything from 1,000 or above, you will get 3 spots to join us in the summer for summer camp and a pullover.
A free polo. Now, we know if you give over $1,000, you're doing it for generosity and not for the tickets. So we're giving you the tickets anyway so that you can have more generosity and change the world. All right, speaking of changing the world, ain't nothing like a good intern testimony, and I believe this is going to be a good one. So let's go over to Emily and check out this intern testimony.
Hey, so I know we've been talking throughout the day about our intern program. These are our high school volunteers. They come in and help for weeks during the summer. They help during weekends in the retreat season, and they're just a huge part of our ministry. So we have asked them to share what this ministry means to them, and I have a testimony from one. But before we talk about the interns, I want to take a quick moment and also talk about the intern mentors. So intern mentors during the summer are summer's college staff who spend the week with those interns that are here, and they're the ones who are really trying to disciple these interns, and they're helping them in Bucks, they're helping them around camp, so they're helping them with the practical hands-on like work and leadership training, but they're also there to encourage them and counsel them. So we have one of our interns who's given a testimony, and they talk about their intern mentor and just the impact that this mentor had in their life. Our intern says, I remember one night I was sitting at a picnic table after service talking with Lizzie, one of the intern mentors, about how during that service I had completely let go of my need to be perfect. I had understood for the first time that there's absolutely nothing I could do to earn the perfect love that God gives me every day. We talked through this, and she showed me that I was okay, I was a mess, and showed me God's love. And the crazy thing is that earlier that week, my feet had been killing me from walking and standing all day long. And as I walked away from that table, I noticed my feet didn't hurt at all. It was a beautiful physical manifestation of the weight that had been lifted off of my shoulders. That night totally changed my outlook and how I see myself. It totally changed my life. A really cool thing, we actually have a video from Lizzie sharing about her perspective as a staff member being one of those intern mentors. So we're gonna have a quick testimony as well from Lizzie about her summer as an intern mentor.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Lawrence, and I had the most beautiful opportunity this summer to serve as an intern mentor on our summer staff at Crowder's camps. And a little bit about me, I'm a current junior at a college called Randolph-Macon, which is in Virginia, and I'm actually from Northern Virginia, which was a fun little feature of this summer and my experience, because it was my first time being in North Carolina for more than a week. And how does someone sum up the best summer of their life in like a 2-minute video? It's not possible. So hopefully you can just feel my joy and my my flowing, but every aspect of my life has been changed because of Crowder's camps. When you spend 3 months just actively seeking Christ and wanting to know who he is while being the most exhausted you've ever been in your life and serving him, you experience the kingdom. when we look at Jesus' example, he came to serve the world, not to be served. And so the opportunity to serve this summer changed the way that I got to understand who Jesus was and is. Crowder's Camps allows for us to do the best thing that we possibly could ever do as Christians, which is spreading the gospel. The gospel is literally called good news. It's the best thing in the world we could share. And for 3 months this summer, I got to actively pursue sharing the gospel, which, like, that's not even me. Like, we always say God gets the glory, we get to serve him. How crazy is it? How crazy is it that we get to serve the God who created the universe and tell kids and high schoolers and heck, college students and adults, like, I know my life was changed there, that Jesus loves them and the Holy Spirit is stirring in them, and that God, the creator of everything, created them in his image. It is the best thing you could possibly do. I'm at 2 minutes. And I want to keep this short, but just like, if there's anything I could tell you, it's that Jesus loves this place. He loves when we show up and we say, I want you, God. You are the best thing. If there's one thing that now months later, since I was at camp, has taught me, it's that Christ is enough. This summer, I kept praying, like, Jesus, show me that you're enough. Show me that you fulfill every desire, every need, and he does. There was days where I couldn't get out of bed and I was just like, give me joy. And before I know it, I'm dancing in the cafeteria or in Bucks with the sweetest summer staff in the whole world, just like so in love with Jesus. Or I would ask him to give me wisdom when speaking with an intern, which was one of the best opportunities of my life, to get to talk to interns. They will teach you so much about yourself and about who Jesus is. But yeah, Crowders has changed my life. I now look at the world so intentionally, as everywhere is a mission field. Everything we do can be either just something profane that we do every day, or it can be an opportunity to spread the gospel. So yeah, thanks for your time, and just know that I love Crowders and that God is working there. God is moving there. Like, let's go. Like, how crazy and great is it that we can say that, like, yeah, this place, God is moving. That's heaven, baby. That's heaven.
That is Lizzie. We love some Lizzie. All right, so guys, we have popped some popcorn because we're just celebrating what all God's done, but we have a world premiere of a movie in just a second. But before we start, if you saw Jesus oozing from Lizzie, she was one of our college staff this summer. That's the kind of college staff we invest in. We have quite a few of them around us right now, and we will love for you to text to the number below, text the word donate, and donate tonight. Take one of these boxes. As you can see, there's a green wave trying to fill this screen, and we need your help to do that. So you can text any amount, give any amount, and we will fill that. So Caleb, you're up here eating popcorn beside me. I'm eating popcorn. Actually, I tried to, that one don't want to fly at all.
That was terrible.
Hang on. Hang on, I'm really good at this. The wind got that one.
You might as well stop.
You saw it, the wind.
Yeah.
The wind.
We'll go with that.
So Caleb is the director of our premiere movie, The Aerial Park. That's going to come on in exactly 6 minutes and 37 seconds. What does it feel like, man, directing your first mini movie?
Honestly, I still don't know. It was a little bit like, hey, we need to shoot a video. You're the director. Go shoot it. Okay. And I grabbed my camera, went out there, and shot it.
Are you pretty pleased with this work that you've done?
I don't like setting high standards after the fact. It's before the fact. So I think it's pretty good. I'm going to come back down to earth a little bit and get off my high horse.
But is it true?
I will say, we did a pre-screening a couple weeks ago, and there were at least 2 people in the room that almost did spit takes.
Wait, did what?
A spit take. You know, they drink something and then something funny happens and they go.
Okay.
Yeah, they about did that. So I would say it's pretty funny.
Okay, so this mini movie will be on YouTube, on the Crowders Camps YouTube channel. But go ahead and just put Survivor over to the edge tonight, and what's another good medical show? Grey's Anatomy. or something like that, and make sure you watch because it's coming on in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Let's go ahead and bring in the 2 stars of the show, Hannah and JJ, Jacob Justice. The stars of the show are here. And listen, we're having a good time with this, but what you're going to see is actual camp stuff. And because of donations, it's what makes stuff like this possible. The aerial part wasn't for free. It costs money. So you guys, your lives about to change. Yeah. All your lives about to change. I mean, it's not going to change financially, okay? But I mean, your lives will change.
Whenever I go live, it won't be 2 people.
It won't be 2,000. It'll be 2,000 people. Yeah, the video is going to go viral. You guys are probably going to be asked to do a sequel or maybe a three-peat. What do you call them? Trilogy. Yeah, that means I got to spend money and buy new kind of rope something. But I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. Did you guys get some popcorn?
Yeah, I've got popcorn.
Okay, I hope you guys at home are going to go and pop some popcorn right quick because where it's going to happen.
Caleb!
Caleb just messed his popcorn up. All right, so before we get to the debut of The Aerial Park, starring Jacob Justice and Hannah Thompson, directed and cut by Caleb Hayes, funded by Crowder's Camps. Before we get to that, we want to tell you one last thing, that this ministry can't happen without you. And as you watch this next clip, some of it's going to be funny, but we seriously take our safety. Nathan Vest is over all of our adventure rope stuff. We seriously take all that stuff very, very seriously. We go through a ton of in-services and training every single year. And you can imagine kids of all ages, even teenagers, going through this aerial park and literally being scared and of fear of heights and walls being broke down in their hearts because of this attraction. That's why we do things like this. All right. So I don't know how your life's going to change after this, but this I just want to say on film right now, this is property of Crowder's Camps. Okay, and whatever happens, it's going to have to come through us first.
We take
all right?
big checks.
Big checks.
All right. So go make you some popcorn, and we're going to start it a little bit early tonight. I know I said 7 o'clock. But it is 1 minute and 57 seconds till, and I don't want to keep on stalling. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the world premiere of The Aerial Park.
Hey, thanks for watching. We're going to jump now to Hannah and Jacob, who are at our aerial park. The aerial park was our first activity ever built at Crowder Springs, which is our second location, and we're about to have our inaugural summer there next summer with day camp. We're going to give you guys a quick sneak peek what our day campers will be doing next year with a tour of our aerial park, and I think you guys will have a fun time watching this. So stay tuned, I'll catch you guys at the end.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta say action.
Action.
All right, I'm Jacob.
I'm Hannah.
And today we're climb. You're gonna.
You want.
We're gonna do the aerial course.
Yeah.
Here today. So first off, we're gonna get harnessed up. So you're gonna put your right foot in, and then your left foot in the loop, buddy. Jacob, in the loop.
See how there's a R and a picture of a foot? That's where your right foot is gonna go.
Oh, I get it.
And then also, same concept, but an L for left. If you hold out your hand like this and make this, it's an L for left. But if you do it with this hand, it's backwards. So you know that's right. Not right, but not your right hand. But not right. It's not how you spell with an L because it's backwards, so it's not right. So that means it's your right hand.
See, when they say it,
this is gonna be a left L for them.
this is actually backwards.
Take that L.
If you don't know your left from your right yet, here's a cool trick. When I do this to Hannah,
thanks, buddy.
It makes a perfect L, so that must mean it's on my left hand, right? If I do it with this way, she might be able to see a perfect L, but from my perspective and your perspective, the L is backwards. So that's your right hand.
Wow, you're amazing.
Hey. All right, you're just gonna pull it up like it's a pair of pants.
Throw those shoulder straps over your shoulders. Hey, I think we're good.
All right.
Ready?
Wait! I don't think you're done.
Oh
Are
yeah.
we not?
Helmets.
Ah, helmets. Yeah.
Well, that's not quite what I was going for, but
What are you talking
What do you want?
you're rather loose.
Oh, we should probably tighten all the straps.
Not your shoes.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So the easiest way to do it is to get your waist strap situated right around where your belt normally goes if you're wearing pants that are a little loose fitting, okay? So then you're gonna do one side at a time. I'm gonna do both sides. A little on that side, a little on this side.
Nice and
Till it's nice and
compensated.
secure. Feel like my pants aren't gonna fall down. Do the same thing for your legs. Now my pants are really secure. Then the shoulder straps. All right, shall we go over our checks?
I think we
Make sure our equipment is secure. Should we go start from our head and go down?
Yeah,
Okay, that makes
that
sense.
would make the most sense. You start from the head.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Jacob, go ahead and shake your head like you're at a rock concert. Okay, careful. Give yourself whiplash.
What else?
Go ahead and stick 2 fingers underneath your chin strap. That way you can breathe. Can't pull it off your chin. Nice. All right, Jacob, grab those shoulder straps. Not the GoPro shoulder. There you go. Pull them out like you're Superman. Ah! All right. Now pretend you're at IKEA and build a little table underneath. Hands under. Build a little table. IKEA. Take those finger pistols. You're at camp. Put them back in the holsters on the side. Twist them. Chicken wing. Tortillas. All the way down. All the way. Turn them into burritos. Try and pull up. Good and secure.
Wait a second. I've still got my phone in my pocket.
Did you not empty your pockets,
Gotta
your mouth,
empty my
and your
pocket.
bladder?
Well, it's hard to empty my bladder because I ate a lot of cheese sticks today. I'm a little constipated, and that's just the way it is. Hoping this helps.
Please don't have an uh-oh up there.
Okay, whoever's ready.
I'll go first. It's like a ladder. It's your time. Give me your buckle, dude. Yeah, this one. Bam. Look at that. Any day now.
It's kind of nice just to sit here like this. Oh, you can tell I really trust this cable with my own life. Oh my gosh! Okay, once you get up here, you can start taking your harness off.
No.
What?
No.
Oh.
You need your harness on to go through it.
Okay. Whatever you say. Need my harness.
I mean, you can see. So let's see how you do without it.
No, no, no. You already said. Is it even on? Oh!
Oh! Wait. Oh, look, you
There's
can
Caleb.
see. There's Caleb.
What a specimen.
So you can see Caleb from your little camera, and Caleb can you see.
Just look at how
you.
dark his beard is today. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. That's pretty neat. You can't even see Hannah's beard.
Thanks. I was trying.
Action.
Once you get up to the platform, you're gonna take your koala trolley and you're gonna put it on the track. And now you're not coming off. See? But what if I want to get down?
Too bad.
Or what if I get stuck?
Too bad. Can our koalas be friends?
Do they want to be friends? Hang out? Oh,
They're buddies, hanging on a limb. All right, go ahead. Hannah, are you ready?
Sure.
Usher. 'Cause baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. Usher, Usher, Usher.
Can we get rid of Jacob? Can we put that in? Just fire
So
him?
we back in this club
Something.
with our bodies rocking from side to side. Hey there, kids, parents, and donors. So you're here at the start of the aerial part. This is the very first element. There's nothing really to it. It's just a straight log. Often the scariest part can be the first step. But all you gotta do is trust your instincts. I don't even have to look at the log. I just step right on it. And then, once I get my balance, I can just look right at you and not even look at my feet.
That don't impress me much.
And sure, the whole platform wiggles a little bit, but who cares? Sure is a nice day here at Crowder Springs.
Baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again.
Okay. So the next element is the Bermuda Bridge.
It's like the Bermuda
The
Triangle.
Bermuda Triangle, right? Right? Right. No? No.
Well, it's hardly a bridge at all, so maybe it's just the Bermuda.
Maybe it's a Burma. Is it a Burma? It's a Burma
Like a
Bridge.
Burmese
Burma.
mountain dog.
That's Bernese.
Bernese python.
We're going on two complete. Anyway, best way to do this one is you're gonna hold up high and just step on through. It's just like walking. It's like I don't know what. It's like a swing set, but like not. Here we go.
Take that speck out of your eye.
Get the log out of your own eye.
What log?
That one.
All right, kids, I'll teach you the secret to this one. It's all about getting your balance and just taking one step at a time. You're gonna wanna swing your arms at least 2 steps before where your foot last went. It's kind of like, oh, I don't know what it's like. Ooh. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Woo. Whoa. So as I've been saying, the key is to always have each limb on a different rope. You never want to have the same limb or the 2 limbs on the same rope. The reason I know this is because I've watched plenty of Spider-Man movies and I've just kind of studied his form. As you can tell, I'm a professional. I've done my homework. If you want to get really fancy with it, you can skip 2 ropes. See, check it out. Each limb is still on a different rope. Don't try this at home, kids. Mainly because you probably don't have an aerial course at your house. Yeah, take that.
You look exhausted. A little tired.
I've got so much stamina.
Cinema?
Stamina.
Stamina.
That's disgusting!
Oh, sorry, I've been rolling for 20 seconds now.
Oh, action! All right.
Here's the challenge, okay?
Okay.
You as a participant may not even ever realize this, but because you're joining with us live on Camp-a-thon, we're gonna let you in on a little fun secret that we like to do as facilitators. The trick is to try to walk across this section without touching your tether at all. It's really hard and it's a little scary, but if you slip, you can always grab it and then you're fine.
Jacob, I'm scared.
You're fine.
Jacob, I'm scared.
Just try it. It's always just 1 foot at a time.
I'm scared.
Get it like a foot. Don't touch your tether. Don't you do it. There you go. Oh, she touched it.
Don't touch the butt.
He touched the butt. Jacob, put a sock in it.
Where am I putting my sock? Nah. I'm gonna put my sock back on now, if that's okay with you. To really enhance my performance.
Jacob, on this course here, you're gonna need to wear closed-toed shoes. So I'm gonna need you to put your socks and shoes back on, please.
You're right. I don't want the people using this in the future to catch pitted keratolysis from my feet.
You what now?
My pitted keratolysis.
Bless you. No hands.
I'm gonna attempt to do what Hannah Thompson failed to do. Just gotta dip your toe in there. Water's nice and warm. Woo!
How's there water in the sky?
Gotta find your
Just like
inertia.
shake it. Inertia?
I don't know, your knees look weak.
Oh.
Inertia.
A little knocky there.
And then you go.
Shake it.
And you go other foot. Dip your toe in.
Dip it.
Kind of slide it on up. And then you swing your other leg around. Find your inertia. Oh.
What's the definition?
It's all about the inner ears, okay? Okay. Here we go. Third foot engage. Gotta really heighten your senses for this one. The next two are the hardest ones. Go! The battle cries really help find your balance. Here's like why it's pretty important to wear your helmet. At any point, this koala trolley could give you brain damage.
Concussed.
But because I'm wearing my helmet, I'm all good. You ready for my Lance Armstrong?
Wait, we're not on a bike though.
That's Neil Armstrong.
That's Neil Armstrong.
You Doofenshmirtz.
Doofenshmirtz.
All right, what's the strategy here?
Strategy on this one. I don't know.
We look like we got a little rope action, a couple feet above a little cable action. The rope seems to be quite a bit looser than the cable action. So let's see if we can come up with a game plan.
That song gives you a wedgie, I'm gonna lie.
That's a bold strategy.
Bold strategy?
See how it plays out for him. Seems to be doing pretty well.
Just kind of sit here. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know. Oh my god. I'm gonna laugh when he laughs.
Whoa. This is kind of cool. Hope I don't get any rope burn. It kind of hurts a little bit. Yeah. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Hey kids, I know there's a lot of concepts in the Bible that are sometimes hard to understand. Me and Hannah are here with you today to explain one of the concepts with a visual so that you can grasp the concept a little more. It's a little something called stoning.
Stone? Jacob?
So they had a punishment where when someone committed a crime, they would all throw stones at the other person until they died. So here's just a little visual of what that is. All right, action. What's the strategy on this one?
Strategy on this one? I don't know. I'm kind of scared it's gonna break.
Try not to step on the ones that are already broken.
That's a good strategy. No hands?
I just don't think that they would support you very well.
Oh! No! You're right! There's no support there at all!
Don't touch your tether. That's cheating. Again, for this one, it's really important not to step on one of the broken ones. Like I said, it does not support your weight. Woo! Whoa! It's really hard to stand back up. All right.
How come you get to touch your tether?
Because I fell. And really, the only reason you have to wear shoes is because this might give you a splinty on your foot. And because we don't want your pitted keratolysis. The world already has enough of that in my feet. If I had my phone, I'd show you the picture of it, but I had to empty my pockets, my mouth, and my bladder. I don't know which one of those my phone was in, but it was in one of those three.
You don't know which one?
I think it was in my mouth.
Just leave it in your mouth?
I took it out of my mouth. My keys were in my bladder. I took it out.
Okay. So like kidney stones, but keys? Kidney keys?
Creekside ready!
She's gonna do it.
Jacob, that is my job, sir. Creekside ready! Ready! Creekside going! Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh!
That's how you do that. Woo! I've got my pole ready to smack her with. Here she comes. About to make Hannah Thompson into a kebab. Here we go. Nicely done.
Take a nap.
I thought about making you into a kebab, but I decided against it.
You gonna kebab me?
Yeah. Like this, like you were gonna come in hot and it was just gonna impale you. Yep.
I would've been impaled.
So how do you feel about the aerial park?
I feel pretty good. I like the aerial park. It's pretty.
I like turtles.
I like turtles. I like ropes, turtles, and turtles. Turtles.
Whoa, I hope you guys had a great time on the Creekside zip line, finishing up the aerial park there with Jacob and Hannah. Our second activity that we installed a while back at Crowder Springs that we're going to also be using next summer for day camp is our Extreme Zip. It's fast, it's fun, and our day campers are going to love it. So we're going to take a look over there and check out the Extreme Zip.
Jacob?
Are we rolling right now?
We're rolling.
Oh, let me pull those bad boys down. Welcome back to another adventure session with Jacob
And Hannah.
Nice. So I already showed you how to put on the gear. Just gonna do another safety check. You wanna walk us through everything?
All right. So these ones are a little different since you have the backup and the handlebars, but we're just gonna drop that down. All right, you're gonna take those top straps. You're gonna pull them apart like your Superman. Make sure they don't fall off your shoulders. And you're gonna stick your hands underneath. And then you're gonna flip it and build a little tabletop. Make sure you can breathe. Take those finger pistols.
My pecs are almost too massive for this thing.
If you say so, buddy.
Like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
More like...
Or like Jay Oliver. Pretty much the same person, but anyways. This is like me.
That's a rock.
This is like one of my pecs right here. Can't even tell the difference. You can be like Hannah the Sand Thompson.
Sand?
Sand.
I don't like
That's
sand.
even worse than a pebble.
I don't like sand.
I don't like sand.
Okay, finger guns. Stick them in the waist belt. And then flip them forward. And then your fingers should cross just slightly. Pull them out. Nice. Alright, you can take your tortilla, flat hands. Send them through your leg glutes. Maybe. All the way up to your wrists, thumbs and everything. And then you're gonna turn them into burritos. Make tight fists, try and pull up. And now you stay there. You're good.
I can't get my hands out.
Sounds like a personal problem, Jacob.
I can't get them out. All right, you'll have to hook me up because I have no longer any use of my arms. They're staying right here. You might have to get a chainsaw to cut this harness off.
You could just loosen it too.
Yeah.
No, we're
Good
not.
try. I'm telling you, I'm stuck. I'm gonna throw my shoulders out of socket. Call me Emily Myers. 1, 2, 3. 2. All right, kids, don't do your burritos too tight. Here, pull.
I pull? Okay.
Oh. Oh. All right. First thing I'm gonna do as a facilitator is hook in one of these bad boys right there on this bad boy. So now, at least, I'm not, if I fall, I ain't going anywhere. Ugh. You gotta say it just like a dad. That ain't going nowhere. The next thing I'm gonna do is connect this bad boy all the way on this top one.
I think it goes on this. It's the second one though. That one.
1, 2.
No. Count the other way. Count down.
2, 1.
No.
1, 2.
Other way around.
2, 1.
Switch them.
2.
Uh-huh.
1. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and put this other bad boy on first, so that this has something in front of it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my little double glove hand right here and smack Hannah into next week. I'm just kidding. So what I'm gonna do is test this old cable. I'm just gonna start walking, and gradually the cable and gravity and the natural incline of the earth is just gonna pull me right off the feet. Here we go.
All right, Hannah, I want to have you go ahead and come up here.
Okay.
Okay.
What's up? Okay.
So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to need this.
Okay.
And I'm going to clip it in back here. There we go.
I'm
And
not
then
going nowhere.
I'm going to need to see this.
Okay.
And I'm going to put it like
Got it?
so. Zip ready! Zip going!
Go
Alright.
ahead with your bad self.
I'm gonna move that and move it back here. And then move this. I should have done this first, but it doesn't really matter.
It's fine.
And I want to move that right there.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I can go now?
Yep.
Hey, Jacob.
Wow, look at this view.
It's real nice.
It's incredible.
Jacob, do you want to play King of the Hill?
No, I'd rather. Oh! God!
I think you killed him.
Finally. Alright, so this is our True Blue system. This is how you're gonna get off the platform. So it's gonna lower you real nice and slow. So you just, and it's gonna catch you and whoop. You're gonna end up down there like Jacob. But
Am I gonna be dead?
no, you're gonna be safe.
Okay.
True blue of death.
Of not death.
The true blue of death.
Of safety. Anyway, so I'm gonna take this carabiner right here. I'm gonna twist and push, and I'm gonna hook it into your boat loop right here. Not boat loop, but there's so much stuff. There we go. Now you're good, and you're hooked in.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna reach back here, and I'm gonna take these lobster claws that are yours. Don't fall off, please. I'm gonna hook it there. I'm gonna take this one. Now you're not connected up here anymore. All right, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna step to the edge.
Okay.
And then you're just gonna take a big, confident step off.
Okay. Hey.
Hey.
You wanna put that up?
Oh yeah. Hey, grounds person, are you ready?
Yep. A pinata!
Put that down.
I love pinatas.
Okay.
Do a Spider-Man pose. That was pretty good.
Thanks. Thank
You
for
joining
us.
Today. No, let's start over.
Okay, thank
You
for
joining
us
today.
and
What? Thank
you
for
joining
us
today
at
Crowders
Springs
for
the
aerial
course
and
zip
line.
of death.
Thanks so much for watching our tour of the aerial park and zip line with Jacob and Hannah. We're so excited for what God is going to do at Crowder Springs next summer, and we can't wait to have our day campers arrive. To learn more, you can visit crowderscamps.com. See you later.
Who? All right, we're back. What an awesome debut. I'm here with the lead star, JJ, Jacob Justice. That was great. That was a lot of fun you and Hannah had.
And I haven't even ever taken any improv classes.
Well, you don't need none, brother. You do not need none. You know, and that's a good thing about you leading our program here at Crowders and leading our summer staff. And that's kind of where we're coming down to talk about our summer staff. But before we get there, these summer staff, they are taken care of by the generosity of people just like you. So if you're watching this, there's a number below on the screen that says 704-703-2126. It's not too late. We're going all the way to 8 o'clock. And Nathan Best sent out a text message a while ago and said, imagine going 5 more hours. Last year we went 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So this one's been easy compared to going 12 hours. We only went 8 hours this year. But we would love for you to continue. As you see, the green is starting to fill up the screen. That rhymed. The green is starting to fill up the screen, but we need some more help. The $58 box needs to get gone. The $77 box needs to get gone. And all this goes towards scholarshiping kids to come to camp and major capital needs to help get Crowder Springs up and rolling for the next for our day camp coming up really soon. All right, so let's talk about JJ. Let's talk about some summer staff. So we bring in we're hoping to get 30 this year.
Right.
Summer staff. You've been to North Greenville, Liberty,
Anderson University,
Lenore
Ryan, Wingate. Going to Gardner Webb in January.
Okay. Yeah, so
probably missing some. We went to a bunch of them. Did I miss any over there?
Georgia? No, you didn't go to Georgia.
No, Georgia.
Clemson University. That was for a football game, right? But if you're a parent or know somebody that's in college and you believe they would be great to serve here, what a great opportunity, man, to give God, 10 weeks of your summer. And honestly, it's life changing for them.
It really is. It's a lot of fun to do the recreation games. The two videos that we just streamed or that I was in was displaying our rec games that we did this past summer, and that's a lot of fun to do. And so is all the adventure elements that we do. But where my heart is totally passionate about is the college ministry that happens specifically in a camp ministry. College campus ministries are great, and I've had great experiences with that, as I'm sure a lot of our college staff has as well. But there hasn't been a ministry yet like camp ministry that's really impacted me, and that's the reason why I wanted to be on staff here. I've only been here not even a year. I started last February in 2021.
Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, I'm coming up on a year.
I need to meet.
I have to throw a party.
I need to meet with you tomorrow, by the way.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Video was a little too much.
We're gonna get sued. You treat my kid like that? no, we don't. That was a little fudge.
Yeah. Sometimes we have a little too much fun.
That was two trained facilitators doing that. And Caleb running the camera, he was trained to be up there. So we're definitely get very, very serious when it comes to kids being on the area park.
With college ministry, I think one of the reasons camp ministry is so impactful is because for a lot of these kids that are churched, have been churched their whole lives, and they're sitting still in the pews on Sundays, and they don't really understand worship because everybody, like for me, it seemed like a lot of the times it was a forced singing. It wasn't like I didn't really understand what worship was about. You go to camp, and it's like all of a sudden this idea that being a Christian isn't just about rules and being bored. Like being a Christian is fun, and like it's the most fun thing you can actually do.
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
Camp is one of those first times I realized that, and I think a lot of campers realize that, and that's one of our main objectives is to help them realize that. And I think that's one of the main motivations for college staffers to come back is because they realize that. And that's why I try to have a lot of fun. And they all know that the more I make fun of you, the more I probably like you as a college staffer. We all like to pick on each other.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So if you're out there and you're in college and you would love to give it an opportunity, I think one of the best things ever is that the discipleship that takes place within those 10 weeks of them being under the word and worship and, the Christian fellowship that happens, constantly they're together. They're all singing the same tune, if you will.
Well, really, it goes back to one of our core values. Before they even get here, God's already doing something in them, Before they even decide to work here, the Holy Spirit is moving in their hearts. And we try to do everything we can, use the gifts and the resources that God's provide us with to disciple them and, work towards the kingdom of God through that ministry. But really and truly, they have the Holy Spirit working through them before they even get here for training, for staff camp, because they have so many different things that they could do with their summers as a college student.
Yeah.
You think about, I didn't go to college that long ago like some other people in this room, but you get home, you get home for their first summer and you have all these friends that you want to catch up with, really any summer in between. You've got these different job or internship opportunities where, you're thinking about your whole life ahead of you. You've got different family vacations. Maybe you're going to out-of-state school. You hadn't seen your family in almost a year.
Yeah.
And all those things, yet we have, last year we had 15 decide that they wanted to dedicate a summer of their lives in college to spend serving here. And it's not like we're paying them hourly wages either.
Right.
They know coming into it that it's a mission field.
Right.
And that's the reason we have them raise support. And that's another reason why y'all's donations can really help us show love to them when they're here. We can really just try to show them the love and pour into them. When they're here, we disciple them through Bible studies. We have different, every night we have a worship session in the barn, whether it's one of our camps or another church has rented out the camp. They are welcome to be in there. For our camps, they have to be. But it's like pretty much every other worship session, if it wasn't our camps, they were there anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think the other churches got a lot out of that too.
Yeah, I just keep on getting mentally wrecked of how much opportunity we have to change the world here.
Yeah.
I mean, literally every time you turn around, there's a different age bracket that we get to help. And by you giving to the Camp-a-thon, and it's not too late. We're going for another 23 more minutes. You can go right now and text to 704-703-2126. The word donate, make a donation, help us fill some of these blue boxes up and finish the night strong. But giving is going to go all the way to December 31st. So if you even would like to, hey, I don't want to give online, I'd rather just mail a check, you can mail that to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina, 28098, and just make that out to Crowder's Camps, because we are changing one age bracket at a time. You know, elementary kids through day camp, middle school and high school through our regular program camps, and then college age students, which a lot of organizations are failing at really having a great college ministry. And I think we're on the pathway of being really successful with that. And that's an age bracket that needs people to still undergird them and come around them, even though the young men and young women, they still need that love, because I think the next level of what being on summer staff does for someone, it brings a leadership out of them that necessarily can't be drugged out of them in any other situation.
You know where that comes from is when Jesus tells his disciples, any of you who want to be great must be last.
That's good, man.
They really get a taste of that here.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to reject their personal lives for like 11 weeks out of the summer, and they don't get a day off either. I mean, every day they're serving in the dining hall, they're serving in our camp store, they're making sure that the kids have a safe atmosphere, and it's just, you know, any type of contribution to help us show them love, I mean, it's greatly appreciated. Just like giving them their favorite drink, like a Gatorade and a Snickers bar, halfway through the summer, just to show them that we love them, you know?
Yeah, and and it's not just stage stuff that they're, get to do too, but we try to teach them, hey, see a need, meet a need. If you see a piece of trash on the floor, develop an eye of excellence, so that when they do go into a organization of some sort of corporation, they're seeing things that need to be done before others are seeing them, because they don't have that type of experience. Being able to work in a high energy arena, a lot of things going on, being able to handle stress, handle people, which I don't know if y'all know this or not, but people are all around us for the rest of our life. And if we don't learn to work with people, then we're in big trouble. You're not going to get that job that you want.
You said fast-paced handling stress. An image immediately went in my mind of like a late-night Bucks fiasco when there's probably like 100 people on the porch lined up at the window. And they're usually better trained than I am. Whenever the summer was midway through, I would go in there and try to help them out, and it looked like a bomb went off in there.
Yeah.
And they're just the happiest they can be. I mean, just having so much fun. Most stressful situation, I walk in there and I, scratch my head and some hair falls out.
Amen, brother.
I don't even know what's going on, and
Amen.
they're dancing, singing, having a great time.
Yeah, and I think it's also the responsibility that people long to be loved.
Yeah.
And they long to be given leadership. And that's something we're able to give over to the summer staff, not because we're using them as, slaves, but because, that's the role of camp ministry. We equip, we train, and we turn loose. And that's exactly what Jesus did with his disciples. He spent time with them. He equipped them, trained them. He showed them what to do, and then he let them go. He gave them authority. And that's kind of the way we do with our summer staff. But again, it's because of donations and taking these blocks that we're able to do this no-ceiling ministry that we have here in camp ministry. We can build another camp, reach another 13,000 people. We can do different age bracket ministries. We can do this college ministry. And, man, it just creates the one word I've nailed all this down to is landmark moments. There's moments that our summer staff will never forget. They'll be telling their kids about. Hey, I went and served at this camp one time, and this kid spilled this cappuccino on me, and I led him to Jesus. There's all kinds of moments. A kid on the aerial park. You'll never believe what I did today, Mom. A kid. There's people in this room right now that can come in here and show you the spot on the concrete where they gave their life to Jesus. That's a landmark moment. So that's what we ultimately create as a summer camp, and we need you to help us. And again, we have all the way to December 31st, but man, we need all the help we can get to make sure that no kid
one direct need
doesn't
with
have
summer
camp.
staff is just the fact that we're going to be running 2 different locations, so we're going to need almost twice the amount of summer staff. We got to have places for them to stay.
Yeah,
that's a direct need.
Yeah, and I've already asked someone to help us with that need. So again, if you're parents and you have a college student near you, or you have a sister that's got a college student, why don't you pray about pushing them to crowderscamps.com, and there's a tab that says apply, and they can click on that tab and go to summer staff and get a resume in and fill out the application and meet up with old JJ right here and see if they can join us this summer for experience of a lifetime.
Do it.
All right, so this is how you can be a part of what we're doing here. We're in the comments on social media. We love to hear how God has changed your life here. Again, we have about 17 minutes left. I feel like it's New Year's Eve. We're counting down to 8 o'clock. But how can we encourage you? How can we be a part of ministering to you? You know how you can help us. We need these boxes taken up with different amounts. You can see what they are: $59, $96. Some are very small and can be taken care of right now. You simply just click on your text messages, put that number in, put in donate, and that will come right back to you. So check out this giving commercial, and you'll see a little bit of some B-roll of camp in action right now and what your money will go to helping us do.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us here at the Camp-a-thon. We're asking you today to join us and help us ignite sparks in this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Through camps and retreats, we have the potential to reach over 13,000 people per year, and it's all because of the generosity of people like you and your year-end giving. So will you give? Maybe just adopt a box. There's easy ways to give. You can go to crowderscamps.com and give online. You can mail your year-end gift to P.O. Box 1, Lowell, North Carolina 28098, or just come by and see us at 130 Camp Rotary Road. Thank you so much for participating this year in the Camp-a-thon, and your gifts will go to impact this next generation for Christ.
All right, 15 minutes left. Go ahead and click on that link and make your donation. Emily, tell us some more people that have jumped on the green train to give us some donations tonight. Go ahead.
For sure. So first, this is actually a grant that we received today, which is super awesome. It's from Walmart Community Grants, and it's a total of $1,500. So that's amazing.
Yeah, good job. Thank you, Walmart. It's self-checkout. Bloop, bloop. Okay, was that too much? All right, moving right along. Some of y'all don't like self-checkout. All right, I enjoy bagging my own groceries. Bloop.
Oh yeah.
Bloop.
Self-checkout superior.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Walmart.
Okay, so next we have Chris and Shannon in honor of Tuckasegee Baptist Church, and they adopted boxes 95 and 155.
Thank you so much. $250. Pray for the Schufers. They start a new journey as the senior pastor at Hickory Grove Baptist Church in Mount Holly, I think this Sunday. So good luck, Chris, and your wife Shannon in y'all's new adventure as being a pastor. All right.
So exciting. And they also left us a note saying, in honor of a church that changed my life and the direction of my life, we love you.
Good job, man. Good job. That's awesome.
Next, we have Nathan, who adopted box 44.
My man. My man. Thank you, Nathan.
And last for this update, we have Karen, who adopted boxes 23 and 27.
Thanks, Karen. I will never make another Karen joke ever in my life just because of you, Karen. Thank you so much. All right, so now it's time to get to the nitty-gritty. It is time to read this last one.
You don't have to yet.
Oh, okay. I have a tentative total here of the last 8 hours, but I'm really thinking, especially looking right now, I know we got several people on Facebook live right now. I'm sure we do on YouTube. It's the last 13 minutes now, and look, somebody just gave $250, $44, all this. Would you give? If you're a teenager, run inside, take your phone, run in there to your mom and dad, say, Mom, Dad, this place has really impacted my life, and give. Look at this, easy money right here, $22. That's 2 Big Mac combos at McDonald's. Seriously, we spend that literally in a drive-thru at McDonald's. What about a scholarship for a kid? Right there, that $22 plus another $280, $279 that's already been given, and boom, that's a scholarship place for a kid. Easy stuff, $28, $29, $31, $33. These are easy blocks to be done in 10 minutes or less, and it's all up to you. You got to get off the couch right now, and you got to go in there and get your debit card. You got to put that number in, put the word donate, and click send so you can get the link and give. If you can't give tonight, totally understand. Remember, you got all the way to December 31st. But you're going to miss the raffle because we're about to do it right now. We're raffling away.
Oh, raffle?
Hannah, co-star.
Oh, my goodness.
Co-star of the Aerial Park.
The Aerial Park.
If you missed that will be on YouTube. But
I think it's
Hannah,
bigger than Spider-Man.
we got to do it right now. Come on in, Nate, with the boxes. You're a great box holder. You have good fingers. Come on, Hannah, bring the whole thing in here. We'll put it on this chair right here. All right. He's got nice nails, guys. He don't bite his nails.
Okay.
Plus, he does no manual labor at all.
I'm so proud of you.
He does no manual labor at all.
Oh, please.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, so this is the first one.
This is the first one. This is for a camp pullover that says, I give a camp.
I give a camp right here.
Right here.
We will be contacting the winner and getting your address and your size and sending that to you in the next week and a half. Might be at the very first of the year, but we're going to be sending it to you really soon.
All right, I'm going to pull it out and hand it to you,
Drum
Jay.
roll, please. Winner is my main man, Brian Ramsey, who's given 2 years in a row to Camp-a-thon. Brian Ramsey, yeah, you deserve it, buddy. Oh, Brian Ramsey, can you believe that? Good job, Brian Ramsey.
This one is for our private shoots party in January.
And shoots is?
Our winter snowless tubing.
And shoots is? Sold out. So the only way you're going to get a shoots party is to win this raffle right now. And it's going to be in January one night. And here we go. No cheating allowed. Drum roll, please. I don't know why Nathan or Evan. We got several drummers here. None of them brought a snare and sticks. David Lukowitz. David Lukowitz in the Hendersonville, North Carolina.
Let's go.
In the Bridge Church. Man, you just need to bring the whole Bridge Church student ministry down here for the shoots. Easy peasy. Boom. I'll make sure he knows that tonight. David and Brian. All right. So far, I know every single one of these people has won. All right.
All right.
Level 3.
Level 3. This is for a family aerial park adventure for 10 people.
Okay.
Okay.
Scott Manis, my neighbor.
Woo! Let's go, Scott!
All right, Scott. I'll make sure Scott knows he's got this. All right, that's cool. That is super nice. All right, congratulations to all the raffle winners. We are 9 minutes and 18 seconds away from closing down. Still want to give you an opportunity to give because as of right now, everybody get ready to cheer. As of right now, all the green right here represents $7,194 that you have been able to sponsor for us. So believe it or not, that goes a very long way, but it can go even more. And whenever we start sharing the links to this on your social media and just realize, man, some of these are just one trip in a drive-through at a local fast food restaurant, okay? So we did the raffle drawing. Now I want to say to all you guys, there's several ways to give still. This is going to last to December 31st. You can mail in a check to Crowder's Camps at P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina, 28098. That address can be found at the very bottom of our website on the front page there. You can call our office. We can take your information over the phone, or you can come by during regular business hours. We will be closing for a little bit for Christmas, so make sure you call first. And this link, the Camp-a-thon, that you type donate to, 704-703-2126, is going to stay alive all the way to the end of the year. So don't give up yet. If you don't have a way to give tonight, maybe that way will happen for you tomorrow. So I want to thank a couple people right quick, and that couple people is all you people in this room. But where to go? Especially Nate Flowers and Emily Gwen. They work extremely hard on this. And it is ran very smoothly. I want to thank Grayson Phillips up there for volunteering his time and being part. He actually was the brainchild last year, him and Kayla, but I think he had a lot of pull in this last year to make sure it happens. And we do this every single year now. It's our annual thing to do. And I just want to say thank you to all you guys. So this year in 2022, it's going to be a year of great growth when it comes to our day camp starting. So we need your prayers for that. That is 3rd through 6th graders are going to be able to be a part of that. That new camp, if you ever know anything about Gaston County, is right down Linwood Road, adjacent to the golf course. We see golf balls in the creek and stuff all the time over there. That's how close we are to the golf course. But it's going to be an incredible ministry opportunity. We already have 2 of the 8 weeks sold out this summer, and day camp registration is open. Yeah, come on. Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. Day camp registration is up and available right now. The price is $2.99 per person, and spots will not last because we're only letting 50 kids per week come into day camp. So if you're going to get registered for that, register. Remember, earlier in the program, Nate Flowers did call somebody out, and I know there's a lot of people watching right now, but he did say, hey, he's praying for somebody to scholarship one kid at $299. Maybe that's you tonight, and maybe you don't have time to do it tonight, but hey, scholarship a kid. I mean, that's what all this is about. I mean, we got some needs. We got some capital needs we need to finish with this. But this is really about when somebody calls into our office and says, hey, I really want my kid to come to camp, but I don't have the money to send them. We want to be able to say, bring them, because we believe that every kid deserves a week at camp because it creates so many landmark moments that changes their life forever. So not only is this year going to be a year of growth for us, but it's going to be a year of change, because I believe we're going to be extending the gospel to more people this year than ever before. Our summer camp here at Crowder's Ridge is full. Day camp is starting to fill up, and I believe more people are going to hear the gospel this year than ever before. And we need your prayer that we can effectively do that. And not only is the gospel going to be shared, but also discipleship is going to happen. I'm praying that this year more people fall more madly in love with Jesus than ever before, and they fall in love with his word and just really fall in love with what is truly matters in life, and that's a relationship with Jesus and not anything else. So listen, on behalf of our staff, I want everybody to come on up here with me. Come on, everybody, come in the screen now. Zoom out as far as you can. But everybody in these shirts, we even got a couple other people with no shirts on. Squeeze in, go on back there, go on deep in there, go on deep in there. Come on in here. Gracie and you and Noah can come in here too. Y'all come in. Look at the screen, guys. Y'all look at the screens. Y'all see what's going on. Squeeze on out. So as you can see, as you can tell, there's a lot of people in this room that made this thing happen tonight. Come on in here, man. Get in here. There's a lot of people that made this thing happen. I'm so thankful, man. We are so blessed as a ministry to be able to do what we do. And every single one of you guys, you got a talent and you got an ability and you're using it for the glory of God. So on behalf of all of us, we just want to say Merry Christmas to you and your family. And thank you for being a partner with us and praying for us, because this is the dream team right here. They're the dream team, and together we're going to be able to ignite sparks in this generation now. And what else, y'all? And that too, and beyond, for the gospel of Jesus Christ. So we went and we filmed a special little prayer for you, and we're going to finish almost 2 minutes early. But we recorded this prayer, and this is our prayer for 2022 as a camp. But Merry Christmas to your family, and thank you guys for being a part of the Camp-a-thon.
So at Crowder's Camps, this is our prayer for 2022. Dear God, we pray that we can ignite sparks in every person that steps on this campus.
That they will hear the gospel and repent of their sins. That they will know you and learn to hear your voice.
That by knowing and understanding your word, a passion would ignite in their souls.
That campers will be healed from the physical and emotional wounds of their past.
That we become a place where people learn to serve and to serve their churches and their communities.
Lord, help us to impact many generations as they come for your name's sake.
Help us follow your will and always be in the very center of your plans for us.
Help us be a lighthouse, a shining beacon where people find you.
Help us love and take care of people as they come to this place to find you.
Help us to make disciples that make disciples.
Lord, we commit to being resilient this year and to serve through camp ministry to the very best of our ability. God, you get the glory and we get to serve you. Amen.